Hello, lab rats! Welcome back to the laboratory, broadcasting to you live from a corporate black site in the outer solar system. How's everybody doing today? Hi, Anti-Fashion Action! It is indeed a Tuesday. At least it's sunny. Yeah, it was like, there were thunderstorms earlier today. Thank you for the head pats, Daniel Callahan. God, since it is a Tuesday, that also means a new episode of G-Quux, the new Gundam series. And oh my god, I am freaking out over that. That was such a crazy episode. I'm just thinking of like what to say about it that's like not spoilers because, well, I'll say like in vague terms. I had sort of an inkling that G-Quux was doing like a reprise of the Char, Amuro, Lala dynamic from the original series with Machu, Nyan, and Shuji, and this episode basically confirmed that that is in fact what they are doing, which also is effectively confirming that Shuji is probably going to die. Because, like, I mean, if he's the equivalent of Lala, then well. I just finished lunch right before this. And some really crazy action scenes. I can't believe they brought back the black tri-stars. That's crazy. Especially because like anyone who is like not like that's like you know how with like Star Wars fans, people joke about like Glorp Shido, like some Star Wars character, like some like fans being excited about some character that other people have never heard of. That's like me with the black tri-stars. And I've also been calling that Shuji is probably going to die from the beginning, just based on the fact that having seen his, like, character design information, just has so much less detail on it than Machu and Nyan. Where, like, his is, like, one page, and he only has, like, 2 outfits, and then Machu and Nyan have, like so many different outfits, and it goes on for multiple pages, and I'm like, He's also not in the show's ED, so I'm like, Like, he's totally gonna die, right? Also, I love how Machi opens the episode by kicking a cop in the balls. Hi, Trident. Both doing another run and have formed the correct opinion about this game? Yeah. I mean, if you'd watched my previous streams, it'd be obvious that I really, really love this game. Yeah, it's crazy. Oh god, I'm getting so much strangers in my nose again. Oh, fuck. Oh. Why am I so off? I'm trying to think of what to say. I had things to say, but I'm like out of it. How's everyone's day been? Let me just ask that, because that's what I usually do when I don't know what to say, and I need time to think about what to say. Terrible? Understandable. Hi, Afton. My affairs with the news? Okay, good. Ow. I have a feeling not many people are having good days. Right now, the world sucks so bad. Nothing has done more to erode my faith in democracy than, like, the past few months. I say that, but in some ways it's like I say that as like more of a joke, but realistically speaking, it's more affirmed my specific beliefs about democracy, and specifically the necessity of the populace being informed and educated, and how that is a necessary precondition for a functional democracy. Hi, Fextress. You mean this shit needs maintenance? Sounds annoying? Yeah. And it sure doesn't help that the people who are supposed to be defending democracy clearly don't really care to do so. Like the fucking Democratic Party are like, vote for us so we can defend democracy from Trump, and then Trump's gonna be like, everyone needs to like worship at my altar now, or you get shot by my death squads. And the Democrats are like, sorry, we're on vacation. What do you expect me to like? Do you expect me to cancel my vacation? They're so bad. Like, and the lesson the leadership of the Democratic Party has taken from 2024 is that we should do that exact same strategy, but like yell at activists for not like supporting our strategy more. Like we only like the lesson they've taken is we only lost because the activists didn't listen to their managers. And it wasn't anything with their own, with like their campaigning or their actions in office. It was just the activists making them look bad. Which, aside from being obviously completely wrong, is like clearly just cope, right? It's, I didn't do anything wrong. Other people made me look bad. Hi, Highland Cow Lover. Which is like the classic terrible boss who like just tries to blame everyone else for their failing, for their own failings. I'm rambling about how much the world sucks. Yes, exact anti-fashion action. Yes, exactly. God, did you hear after Jerry Connolly left the position of like head of Democrats in the oversight committee because he's literally dying now? They're gonna replace him with someone even older. They're going to replace him with an 87-year-old? It's like, I don't like to ramble about politics on stream, but I'm like so annoyed about this. See, like, I'm even more cynical about it. Like, my opinion nowadays is that it's not even ideological. It's not that they're ideological neoliberals. It's the same shit that led to, like, the Roman Senate just kind of shrugging off Augustus declaring himself emperor and being like, okay, that's fine. Because, like, they don't actually care about anything. They care about the perks of the job. And Trump isn't, like, removing any of their perks, so they're fine. Well, yeah, it's even more embarrassing than the Roman Senate's abdication, but still. Anyways, I'm launching the game. Anyways, let's stop rambling about politics now that I finished venting. And adjust my own position on the screen. Where the fuck did my background go? What the fuck? Oh, this is the wrong end game. Not too long. Gonna make myself kind of small because I notice I get in the way of UI elements if I do my normal size. Not too long, it's like 6 hours. I mean, I spent like 2 hours playing Balatro, really. I was already like so burned out from playing Tempest Rising and trying to interact with chat at the same time. It was so overstimulating. Anyways, I just noticed we have discs on our main menu screen, which is cute. When you bang someone, they get added? I know that's not really the condition because I know Nomi Nomi is ace, so... If they required banging, there'd be no condition under which they'd be added, so... It's reaching max friendship? Yeah, okay. Right, I don't quite remember what we were doing. Yeah, it's 50% off for 2 more days if you want to get it. Also, God, it's the Destruction of the Strata music playing. No, wait, this is the slightly no, this is a different song. It's another sad song. So what were we planning to do? Oh, I was going to see if there's more stuff to explore over in the cliffs, I think. Especially because I have the heroic bonus. It's a physical stat gain, even though it's only toughness and combat I need to raise at this point. And I still need social skills. I still don't really have a good way to raise them. Also, I wasn't keeping an eye out for pickups. Hold on, hold on. Like, the thing is, a lot of my stat gain comes from the amount of different ways I have to, like, raise my stats, to raise whatever stat is the primary stat of a challenge. And, like, all the fucking, like, repeatable monthly jobs have their social gains as, like, a secondary thing. And I'm like, fuck. Maybe I should save the chat. I know not getting the candy doesn't save Tammy. I know you can't save Tammy on the first time playthrough. I know that's intentional to give you extra incentive to play to do a second run. Hello, Sim. Can you remove some of my stress? Man, I'm not sure I should be letting the alien mess with my brain like that. Anyways, I'm mostly interested to see if there's another boss event here. I have words for the manager of Glebe. I mean, Sim is more like a middle manager, the way he's described it thus far. Oh yeah, there is another one. You're back in the wormhole observatory with Dis just to poke around. Who knows what you might find? Explore at random. You bravely try all the elevators. Some are broken. One gets stuck for an hour and you think you're gonna die in there, then it chugs to life. Then you find the orrery. It's a beautiful room under one of the smaller pyramids. The light from your holopalm glimmers off the crystals in rainbow colors, dotting the walls and ceilings in familiar constellations. There's one huge crystal plate embedded in the wall, engraved with deep glyphs. Convergent domain writing, you guess, and some kind of map. In the center is clearly a representation of the wormhole. Lines extend from the wormhole to other points on the map, and many more glyphs you can't read. Is this implying that the wormhole connects to a bunch of other systems? The crystal's cut up into shards like it can move around, but it's still in dark, and probably has been for thousands of years. You run your hands around the panel looking for a way to turn it on. Your hands encounter a slot. Upon further inspection, it seems to match one of the artifacts you've picked up in your surveying. You slot the glowing pick device into the slot. The crystal panes on the wall come to life, the glyphs on them glowing. They start to move in an unnervingly organic way, like melting into water and sliding over the surface, rearranging themselves. It's not just writing, the very surface of the panel raises and lowers like braille. The glyphs pulse and glow the same swirly purple pink as the glowing device, which you realize must be a power source, a convergent domain battery. It's like an orrery for the wormhole? This must be one of the best preserved bits of convergent domain technology you found yet, and an excellent sample of their writing. You're starting to piece together the glyphs of the Converger's language. You can recognize the symbols for Vertumna, the wormhole, and converger, and basic verbs like being and going, and one that seems to mean bending or twisting, that is used all over the place. It starts to get easier. You think your brief connection to the array must have left some of the converger's language in your subconscious. Huh, okay. It's all so much to take in, and it's getting late. Better bring all your recordings back and let Congruence and the rest of the archaeology team crunch away at it for a bit. They'll be thrilled. Interesting. So Sim doesn't have any event. Lepti and mood-altering aliens are good for you, yeah. You and Dis are poking at one of the ruined buildings here, a jet-black stone cube now reduced to rubble and overgrown with large snaking roots and clusters of bright crystals. Hello, curious little humans, Sim says cheerfully, popping up from behind it. How is the archaeology going? Are you having fun digging up the secrets of the planet? You and Dis exchange a cautious look at Sim's tone, but Sim just laughs. I've convinced the others to allow me to nudge you towards the truth, he says, sitting primly on an outcropping of obsidian that matches his long, oil-slick hair. It's not a trick. That sounds like you would say if it was a trick. Dis fidgets beside you, his face unreadable. Well, Sim says, do you have any questions for me? Why aren't there more ruins? Well, it's been a while, Sim says. 20,000 years is a long time to clean up a mess. We've worked quite hard. He looks around at the dust in the ruins. There are only a few places on the surface of the planet where you can still see the convergent domain's work, but it used to cover almost everything. Much of their technology was organic, fungal specifically, so you won't be unearthing any bed frames or dinnerware. It's all long since rotted away or gone wild or grown into something new. He smiles. Unearth. Look, I'm beginning to speak like you. Make sure he's not choking penguins. He strikes the glossy obsidian ruin. Even this was alive once. It grows like coral, a silicon-based fungal life form genetically engineered to take whatever form was needed. It's extinct now. Only the bones are left. Are you the convergent domain? Sim laughs. Oh no, he says. The convergent domain is extinct. As you can see, I am still quite here. The gardeners are only parts of the convergent domain that still exists today, are the only part of the convergent domain that still exists today. But we are not them. We were their tools, tasked with protecting the planet's ecosystem. And now we are something more. Did they make these crystals? Yes, Sim says. He looks pleased. They're self-replicating, silicone-based. Do you mean silicon? Because silicone is something very different here. Based species that behaves much like a fungus. They are connected below the ground in a massive network. I'm trying to make Sim sound like smug when I read his dialogue. Like smug and aristocratic, because I feel like that fits his fits the way he's written. See, I don't think they won the Machine Revolt event in their Stellaris game, yeah? They were the convergent domain's solar collectors, and for some time, they were the only living thing on much of the surface of the planet. It's hard to imagine, right? No mush trees, no poof shrooms, not even these mountains. Just endless fields of sharp crystals and smooth obsidian ground. Drawing in all that energy and storing it under the surface. Sim tilts his head coyly. Whatever could they have all used it for? Yeah, silicone is the silicon backbone polymer. Then there were the earthquakes. It certainly shook things up. Did they live underground? Yes, largely. Though, as you can see, there were some facilities above ground, such as this one. Nearly all of them were what you'd consider agoraphobic, and very little sight to speak of in their physical forms. But they loved looking at the planet through the eyes of its creatures. Anyways, he's a runaway planet computer process. Be careful, he might optimize you for paperclips.
Sometimes they visited the surface by taking forms better suited to it, though the process was often painful.
What did they look like?
Like worms, Sim answers simply. What do humans look like?
Did you kill the convergent domain?
Well,
Sim smiles his knowing smile, his eyes alight with a secret.
I think that's enough questions for today.
That's extremely suspicious.
He stands up and dusts himself off. Who can say what happened to them exactly? The earthquakes that formed these ridges shook the planet around that time. But perhaps it was their own greed and hubris that turned on them.
Okay, Vivi, time to engineer some viruses. Sim makes to leave, but Dis jumps in his way. Wait, he cries. I have a question. Sim tilts his head, waiting. What if someone wanted to become a gardener? Is that possible? Sim stares at Dis for a long time.
I'll have to think about that one.
Sim answers slowly, then he leaves, soundless against the sand. I understand you feel alienated, Dis, but I don't think this is the answer. All right, I'm looking for other events that look like they're probably not just path blockers. Yeah, she is. She's still fucking miserable. If only someone could tell her that less sleep isn't less rest, yeah? Is Tange being Tange? The answer is yes. Yeah. Oh, this isn't a path blocker. You investigate a weird squeaking noise, eventually following it to its source. An undulating swarm of sleek creatures are gathered on the cliff above you. You watch as they throw their tiny bodies off the edge, plummeting past you and out of sight. They scream and screech in excitement. Okay. Weird. Get close to investigate. Thanks again for reminding me to hydrate. I got 0 stress. Hold on, I need to take my pants off again. I don't know why I keep starting my stream with my pants on because I overheat so fast. It is too hot in Texas to stream with pants on. You hear the flapping of wings and look up. A whole colony of pink and orange storm moth clings to the rock overhead, nearly camouflaged. As the squealing of the weasels above reaches a fever pitch, the Dorbs moth restlessly take off from the cliff and flutter around. You watch as one of the little creatures pitches off the edge of the cliff and lands square on a Dorbs moth's back, sending them both plummeting to the bottom. As the large moth crashes fatally into the ground, the weasel curls its body and bounces harmlessly away, then scurries back to feed on its prey. Ooh, bounce weasels. You record the screeching on your holopalm. What a noise, aw? That's cool, dog. Oh, Hud. That was cool. Ow. Ow. Find the source of the extremely hot wind. I already saw that one. Ow. You're right, Cam. I should go home soon. Why do you keep throwing at me? Ow. I think I'm just gonna head home. Ow. The portrait on the top looks so grizzled compared to the walking sprite, yeah? The cat-like part of your soul enjoys it too much? Oh, fuck. Does anyone have a quiet birthday? A birthday that's in quiet. Cal might. I don't know when Cal's birthday is. I probably have like a shit ton of flowers to give her though. That has stately homes in the grounds as their sites. Interesting. Well, I know my birthday is early quiet. The game makes a big deal of it every year. Oh, that's cute. You spot Dis is in deep conversations with one of the other people who works in the expeditions, conferring over a large holomap. Dis points out a location on the map, and the explorer makes a note on their own holopalm before walking away. Dis closes the holomap and notices you standing there. He looks around hesitantly, as if checking if people are watching, before giving you a chaste kiss. Hey, Solana, he murmurs. Aw? He's so cute. We're 18. Cute when he's not being an edgelord, yeah? I think we tutor children here. No, we want to do something that raises physical stats. And we're really close to getting combat up. Yeah. Now that I remember. There's part of the new garrison you're not supposed to visit, deep underground where the colony keeps dangerous animals that have been captured by the hunting parties and brought back to be studied. These aren't the cheerful fields where newly domesticated bristle slugs and float cows live out their days in peace and luxury. It's a grim place filled with wild, furious creatures pacing in circles, lashing at the reinforced glass, shooting acid from their wherevers. You know this because Security Chief Rhett has brought you here today past many secure doors, so he can show you what you're up against. You should assume everything outside the colony walls is trying to kill you, he says gravely. Even if it doesn't look like it wants to sting you or bite you, that doesn't mean it can't spray acid, release poisonous spores, liquefy your insides with a sonic blast, or release a deadly neurotoxin. If you don't know what it is, expect it's deadly. If you do know what it is, you should know how to kill it before it kills you. This is incorrect, I'll say, as someone who has been outside the walls a bunch. Especially the aliens, the human aliens, yeah. He teaches you about various xenofauna, their habitat, behavior, natural defenses, and weaknesses. Like always, he throws a lot of info at you and just expects you to be able to remember it flawlessly right away. Yes, there will be a test. It'll be when you meet these monsters in the wild, and if you fail that test, you're dead. In fact,
You should be tested. Pop quiz, Solana. Which animal has venom sacs and can camouflage it so well you're likely to snap on it? Snap ladder. Correct, Rhett says with a smile. They're like leg hold traps. They catch their prey by waiting for it to walk right on top of them. Then they snap shut and hold their prey until it gives in. Adult snap ladders can move slowly, but it makes them ornery, especially when they're heavy with eggs. The young are too small to hunt like this, but they have venomous sacs. Not too dangerous to humans unless you fall into a whole nest of them. I don't suggest you do that.
Just do nothing but dirt farming? It probably is, and then probably horrible things happen as a consequence. What even is Rhett's in-game? Well, it's not his plan, it's Lum's plan. But yeah, still, it's like, what is the plan here, though? Yeah, I assume he's just, like, worn down by the, like, attacks on the colony and stuff. More than anything. And it's going on with Lum's, like, insane war on nature thing. But there's this. We already had that conversation, so I'm not reading it out loud. At least my mom is talking to me again. I'm probably just gonna, like... Wait, somebody has a birthday in early pollen. Really wet. Oh, it's Rex. Okay. Hugs. Oh, he has an event. You follow the sounds of laughter and find Nomi and Rex playing catch. Or maybe the word for the game they're playing is more like fetch. Nomi throws the ball as far as they can and Rex tears after it, climbing and leaping over anything in his way like it's not even there. Rex hands the ball back to Nomi and Nomi winds up to throw it again. But at the last second, they palm the ball and hide it under their arm. Rex barrels off away from Nomi with his ground-eating stride. He gets pretty far away before he stops and looks around confused. He really is just a dog. He looks back at Nomi, who waggles the ball at him and bursts out laughing. Nomi! He shouts, running back to them. He picks them up and hauls them over his shoulder, and Nomi shrieks with delight as Rex spins them around. Two Helio kids in their crisp uniforms pass by, glaring archly at Nomi and Rex. Rex sets Nomi down and then spots you over Nomi's shoulder. Well, hey, it's Solana, he says, and Nomi turns around and gives you a stunningly bright smile. Rex slings his arm over Nomi, and Nomi lays their head on his shoulder. They're both breathless and beaming with happiness. Did I miss something? Are you two dating? Rex and Nomi look at each other and make twin sounds of disgust. What? No, not at all. Nomi's practically my sibling. He tightens his grip around Nomi's shoulders. I mean, I love them, I really do, but not like that. I mean, Rex, you flirt with literally everyone, so... Nomi sticks her tongue out. I don't like anyone like that. But I love Rex, too. He's my best friend. Aw, buddy, Rex coos and wraps his whole body around Nomi's smaller one. He kisses them noisily on the cheek, snuffling into their hair while Nomi shrieks with laughter again. We were always the odd ones out on the heliopause, Rex says.
People thought we were weird, you know? You probably don't see it because everyone is so awesome here, but compared to the rest of those smug, boring jerks, we really stuck out. But I'd rather be different than be like them. He looks down at Nomi, who beams up at him. And I got to be different with my best friend, which was awesome. We just hung out together and had our own fun while everyone else trained to be proper little soldiers. Right, Nomi?
Nomi frowns. Like Vase and all his cronies, they say. Quietly, it wasn't all fun and games. Rex shushes Nomi and strokes his hand through their hair. I know, but that's in the past. We don't have to grow up to be soldiers. We're here now, and there's so many more people to be friends with, like Solana. Yeah, I'm your friend. Gotta stop flirting with random people now that I'm like actively in a relationship with this. Rex smiles and holds his other arm out to you. Group hug. Rex gives really good hugs, and Nomi's no slouch either. Aw. You remembered my birthday and brought me the perfect stick for my collection. Yeah, I don't know how I figured the dog boy would like sticks. Have I considered being a really shitty teen, though? I mean, I guess. I'm gonna get Cala cake because it reduces my stress. So I can do something this month. No, actually, I really should just relax this month. I'm gonna do it in the park or on the wall. I'll do it on the walls. You spend your days mostly waiting around for Dis to get off work so you can hang out together. Sometimes you just need some time to not think about stuff, you know? Aw. That one's good though. I kind of want to keep that. We should be able to max out Tange's relationship. Am I giving her a flower again? Oh, she has a max relationship event. Tange's working late in the lab this evening, as usual. What's unusual, though, is the smile that brightens her face when she looks up from her microscope and sees you. Solana! Oh, I'm glad you're here. No, actually, why don't you come over and see for yourself? You take a look through her microscope. Look at the shape of the spores. I've only seen this once before when we were studying the shimmer fungus, but this fungus isn't any of the ones we've identified as capable of spreading the shimmer. She pushes you aside and looks through the microscope again, then makes more notes on her HoloLens. Just when I think we've got an understanding of something, Solana, this could change everything. If more species are capable of spreading the spores, then the shimmer response is more widespread than we previously thought, possibly even a planet-wide phenomenon. Because it's a new species, I get to submit a suggestion for its name. What do you think? Should I name it after you? Oh, I'd be honored. Tange smiles and inputs your name into her hollow eye. With a slight gesture of her hand, Tange's hollow eye turns off. She sighs, then rubs her thumb and index finger over her eyes. It's even later than usual for me, isn't it? Time to pack up and get going before the sanitation team arrives in the morning. She yawns, then blinks rapidly in surprise. It seems that even I'm tired. You help her pack up her workstation. She turns off the lights with one last fond look at her laboratory. You and Tange take the long way through the colony, walking in companionable silence towards the general direction of the living quarters. You've come to enjoy these walks with Tange, moving like twin spirits through a sleeping world. Tange stops you before you head into the living quarters. Actually, let's not go straight back. I want to stay out a little longer. You and Tange climb up into the walls where the wind coming from the forest is stronger and keep walking. The wilderness is dark and impenetrable past the defensive perimeter.
Tange keeps you on the outside edge subconsciously, or possibly consciously, putting you between her and it. I hate thinking about what's out there. Predators, dangers, diseases, all the monsters that have terrified humanity since the dawn of time, and they're right outside these walls. It's not so bad out there. She wraps her arms around herself as she walks, looking down at the ground, and inside as well. Monstrosity is the human condition, too. Every horrible thing endemic to humanity, jealousy, aggression, fear, pride, it's still here in us. We brought it, just like we brought potatoes and corn. It's terrifying to think of what horrors we're capable of inflicting here as we did on Earth. You walk a little farther before Tange. Oh, I'm already a genus. Yeah, because I'm named after genus Solanaceae, which is nightshade family. Actually, it's not a genus. I don't think Solanaceae is a genus. I think it's a family, isn't it? Solana, are you happy here? She winces, then bites her lip. No, I don't mean happy precisely. Happiness is irrelevant to a survival situation. What I mean is, do you imagine a future here, one that you would have chosen for yourself, should you have been given the option? Are you fulfilled? Yes, I am. Oh, Tange replies, looking away. I envy your clarity of vision. Honestly, I despise the physical realities of living here. The smell, the cramped quarters, the constant threat of attack, of disease. Everyone's meaningless interpersonal squabbles amplified by proximity and stress. I can feel them weighing me down. She laughs humorlessly. But we don't have a choice, do we? Therefore, the only rational decision is to make the best of what we have. To accept otherwise is to accept misery and death. That's the Tangent you know so well. You can trust her to stay logical and focused no matter what chaos tomorrow may bring. That's an Ash Alien's ass response, yeah. You walk until the chill of the night settles into your skin, then descend from the walls and walk back to the living quarters. Tange hesitates at the threshold. Anyone else might not have noticed, but you know Tange. They're probably better than anyone in the colony does, even her own brother. What's wrong? It's nothing, Tange replies. I'm just tired, I suppose. I'm working on something with the chief engineer that's bigger than anything I've ever worked on before. It could change the fate of the colony, of humanity even. Yeah, I'm pretty sure whatever you're working on is ominous as fuck, Tange. She looks at you and gives you a faint smile. It's a lot to think about. And when I'm alone, all I do is think about it. You want a hug? Tange's awkward silence conveys that she has to consider this deeply. Yes, I do, actually. You enfold Tange in a gentle hug. After a few seconds of stunned inaction, Tange wraps her arms limply around you as well. You spread your hands wide and hold her more tightly, trying to manifest the right kind of comforting energy to resonate through Tange's shields. Either you manage or she simply relents, but Tange rests her head on top of yours and sighs. This is where I talk about how physical touch encourages the production of oxytocin, she murmurs, which is a bonding hormone that imparts feelings of calm and security. You can feel her smile against your hair. I know you know that, though. So I'll simply say this is nice. Thank you. Aww! She's opening up a little. Tange straightens her coat. I am aware that I am not the easiest person to befriend. Among my many admirable qualities, I am also often cold, brusque, and tactless. I owe you my thanks for taking the time to see through that. I don't know why you would have bothered, but I'm grateful. Aw? She looks towards the living quarters as if steeling herself. You don't have to be alone tonight. We keep each other company. Tange scrutinizes your face for any hint of an ulterior motive. Convinced you have none, her shoulders drop. I'd like that, thank you, she says, defeated. You retire back to Tange's quarters. A largely... I'm noting that that's not, marked as a flirt option, at least. You retire back to Tange's quarters, a largely sterile sleeping room with few human touches, save for a few neglected plants and a ratty blanket that you recognize as the kind Chief Steward Anne used to knit by hand for every kid. There's a physical photo of Tange and Instance posed awkwardly together, as if they'd been working on something and told to take a break to smile for the camera.
You keep Tange quiet company for a few hours, trading bits of conversation until the first sun starts to rise. You look over and see that Tange's eyes have closed and her face has finally gone slack in much-needed sleep. You pull the blanket over her and close your eyes as well, to catch a few hours before you're both expected back at work. Aww. The autism nightmare, 6 times the same option with various tags like flirt, definitely not flirt, yeah? I need to raise organizing. But also reasoning. Yeah, that's what I'll do first, is get the next organizing perk. Work in the depot. You're working with Mars when a depot order comes through on your holopalm for 10 batteries for the creche. You're busy packaging up another order, so you send it over to her holopalm. Despite her constant complaining about how boring and beneath her this job is, Mars is very good at it. She finds ways to do things faster and more efficiently, and she hardly ever makes mistakes. Which is why you're surprised when you get the order from the nanoprinter and find 15 batteries. You check the requisition again. Wait, it says 15 batteries now? You swear it said 10 before. Mars scoops up the extra 5, giving you a wink as she hides them in her bag. She's fucking stealing. She's stealing. Confront her. Oh, don't be a buzzkill, Solana, she says, rolling her eyes. Even Seek skims a little off the top. Why else would they keep such a tight control over the nanoprinter? What are you going to do? Tell if you do, Seek will be on my side, because they know I'll sell them up too. It'll be your word against both of ours. And besides, this is none of your business, she adds. Look, can't a woman have a few secrets? Jeez. I'll cook the books. Mars's deception was pretty good. You only caught it because you happened to see the requisition first. And you happened to put it back in the queue for Mars to pick up. And you happened to be the one who packed it up. You work with Mars to set it so that the first person to open a requisition must complete it themselves. Believing you're doing it to increase reliability, Seek approves of this change. It's a little more work, but it means that Mars is free to edit requisitions to her heart's content. Mars is so pleased with your work, she gives you a kiss on the cheek. Oh my god. Might actually be best to do this because it gets so big. Autoplay fairy. No, I'd insist that's better, I guess, because of the, But this is clearly a better option. It's perks, actually, yeah. I don't really want to use the one that gives me extra stress, though. New organizing perk. Draw an extra card at the start of the challenge. Neat. The text is wrong, actually. What it does is it plays the next best hand over the one you played. It plays a hand that is slightly better than the current one if possible. Yeah, it finds the hand that has the lowest value that is higher than the one you have currently played. Yours is in wet. Yours is in dust. Yours is in wet. And then I feel like I might work towards maxing reasoning. You're in engineering very late today. You're starting to nod off and consider packing up for the night. You see Tangent and Instance leave their lab without locking the door. Ooh. They're heading back towards the living quarters. Usually they're so cautious, but it's late and they must have be very tired to have forgotten. They've been working on something together in secret. Do you want to find out what? Ooh. Sneak in. Checking to make sure the coast is clear, you slip into their office. It's just off the medbay and every flat surface is dedicated to experiments. The whiteboard is covered in dense scribbles and diagrams, and the garbage bin is filled with wrappers of discarded soy meal replacements. It seems like it smells like stale coffee and sleep deprivation in here. Their holoscreen terminal is still active. It seems strange that they left it on. You get the feeling that maybe they weren't done for the night. You'll have to be quick. Search the computer. You tap through the file structure on the lab computer. There are some encrypted files, but nothing obvious. Like one named Instance Evil Plan Final 2. Darn, guess it's not as easy as they make it look in the holovids. Decrypt the files. You pore over every... Oh no. You pore over everything Tangent and Instance have been working on, slowly putting together the pieces. What you find is chilling. After researching the shimmer fungus together, they decided to bioengineer a more powerful virus that uses the same pathways, but only affects native Vertumnan creatures. It would sever the existing symbiotic relationship between Vertumnan fauna and fungi, and be completely fatal to its host. It would kill everything on the planet, well, everything that walks, swims, or flies, leaving it empty and ready for human colonization. But why would they do this? You dig a little deeper and find not Instance's research logs, but her personal logs, written on real paper with a cover page that reads, "In my defense, upon my death." You read through the papers in which Instance details being approached by Lum shortly after the Helio landed, and he took control of the council. The Helio had been sent to retrieve congruence and bring to justice the people who stole her. Instance primarily, but also Hal and your mother. When they realized they could never return to Earth, Lum became interested in Instance's research instead, particularly her research into the Vertumnan ecology. You know what's good when your cover is "I'm so fucking sorry." Yeah, her log, like literally she has like a manifesto that says called "In My Defense." Under threat of execution, Instance was essentially forced to pivot her research into finding a way to cleanse the planet for human colonization. She writes that she tried to shield the other scientists from her work for their protection, but that she couldn't keep the secret from her apprentice Tangent. She speaks highly of Tangent, almost as a mother would talk about her own child. She grieves that she couldn't protect her, too. You scan copies of the missives. At least you have evidence now. Oof. Oof. That's bad. That's real bad. Well, time to talk to Tangent about it, I guess. Tange seems especially troubled today, so you invite her on a long walk around the inner wall. That's Tange's thing, thinking walks. She's touched that you know her that well. She talks in fitful bursts, then lapses into long silences. Finally, she stops and puts her hand on the wall like she's bracing herself. "Solana, something's been bothering me," she says, clenching her other hand at her side. She collects her words with great difficulty. "Is it morally defensible to do something that people wouldn't approve of if you're doing it in their best interests? What if you don't have a choice?" That abstract question is an entirely different one from the thing you are doing, Tangent. I'm going to be real here. It's not the abstract, like you're doing it in people's best interests, even though they wouldn't approve. That's not the problem here. The problem is that you're planning on doing ecocide.
I know about the engineered plague. Tange smiles, though it doesn't reach her eyes. It was only a matter of time, I suppose, she says quietly. Sometimes it seems like you know everything that goes on in the colony. Thank you again for your help, she continues. You really were instrumental in overcoming several hurdles, whether you knew it or not. As your friend, please don't do it. As my friend, Tange replies incredulous. A real friend would understand why I have to do this. I have to protect Dr. Instance. I have to protect the colony. She pushes herself off the wall and starts walking away from you. A few paces away, she stops and her shoulders slump. I don't want to do this, Solana, she says miserably. If I don't help Instance, though, Lum is going to kill her. The colony needs her. I need her. I don't know what I'd do without her. She sighs. I don't know. Maybe we can convince him to stop? I don't think going to talk to him is a good idea. Tange scrubs her hands against her eyes and turns to you. She looks so impossibly tired and for a moment as young as she really is. Lum is forcing us to work on the virus, she says. I don't know what to do. I'll find a way to convince him. Visit command to put a stop. You can make a fox dye virus? Tange will back you up. Okay. What to do about that? Dis flags you down outside the gates. He's covered in dust and grime. He must have just come back from an expedition. Hey, Solana, he says. Have you seen my sister? I went to drop off my gear at our quarters, and it looks exactly the same as I left it. I sent her a message on Holo, but she left me unread. He frowns and ruffles his hand through his hair. You work with her a lot, right? Is she okay? She's not living in the lab? Oof. I'm gonna tell him. She's working on a little plague. Dis gives you an incredulous look. Sure. A plague. Right. I know my sister is a huge bitch, but she's not literally an evil genius. Ooh, Tange, destroyer of worlds. Seriously? Stop messing with me. We're too old for that shit. Oh my god. I'm not joking, Dis. The tone of your voice makes Dis pause. Wait, you're serious? That's what they're working on in there? You nod and give Dis a quick summary of what you've learned and how. By the end, he's gone so pale he almost looks green. I don't want to believe it, but if what you're saying is true, it'll kill everything, won't it? Not just animals either. The fungal pathways are integral to all life on Vertumna. Tange has no idea, does she? She thinks she's so smart, but she's always been too proud to get out there and dig around in the dirt to see what's really going on. If they release the virus, it'll be the end of everything, even the gardeners. Dis takes a few steps away and looks out into the wilderness, covering his mouth with one hand as he thinks. Eventually he turns to you. His face is expressionless. I'll take care of this, he says cryptically. What are you going to do? Dis starts, then lapses into silence. He stares past you at the engineering building. Just let me deal with this, Solana. Thanks for telling me. That's really ominous. You're winding down for bed, scrolling through the colony's social media, when an explosion rocks the colony! Oof. You are pelted by knickknacks and mementos falling off your shelves as the blast wave rips through the living quarters, stealing the air from your lungs. Your ears are still ringing when you run out of the living quarters, passing people in various states of undress, as you all filter outside in shock. Outside, you're greeted by the acrid smell of burning plastic and metal. The engineering building's on fire. Oh, fuck. I didn't expect him to do it that soon. To do that immediately. The laboratory in Medbay Wing is completely engulfed in flames, smoke pouring from the open window. Congruence's fire suppression system is doing its best, but everything in there is toast. The engineering equipment, the live experiments, the chief engineer's lab, and personal research, all destroyed, and any samples of their engineered virus probably. You cover your mouth and nose with your shirt just in case. Tange pushes past you, getting a few meters closer to the flames at the entrance, before she falls to her knees and clutches herself. She stares forward as if in a trance, a dark smudge of silhouette against the fire's blinding orange light. Rip. You look around and meet the eyes of the chief engineer. She looks impassive as always, her jaw set as she watches the destruction of her worse. For better or for worse, they won't be releasing that virus anytime soon. -2 colony defense. Oof. The mood the next day is somber. You volunteer to help the construction crews pick through the rubble and sort it to be repurposed or put in the recycler. There's nothing left of the lab or Dr. Instance's experiments. The loss is incalculable. No more engineering, obviously, but also among the casualties are other more mundane projects like agricultural research and medicinal plants. The medbay can be repaired, but it might be a while. You check in on your friends. Everyone is stunned, and a feeling of grief pervades the colony. The council members do a head count of everyone in their divisions. By midday, they send an announcement to everyone's holopalms. Unbelievably, there were only a few burns and minor injuries. However, Dis is missing. No one's found a body yet, but with great weariness, the council concludes that Dis must have been caught in the blast. His memorial service is scheduled for 1 week from now. Aww? You know better, though, because after the smoke clears, you have one less message from Dis on your holopalm. Solana, goodbye. I love you. And I'm sorry. I'll see you again on the other side. Don't come looking before then. Well, I'm gonna go looking. I'm absolutely going to go looking. What the fuck kind of girlfriend do you think I am, Dis? My guess is the Ridge? Because that's the one that most heavily involves him in events, if he's, like, out here somewhere. What, tell Dis about the plague and he blows up the engineering wing? Either that or at least Sim will probably know where Dis is. That one was new even to me? I mean, I can't blame him. You think you see Sim running through the trees up ahead near the edge of a cliff. You call out to him, but your voice is drowned out by a screeching roar that shakes the forest. A manticore. You're feeling a remarkable lack of self-preservation today, so you holster your scanner and follow the noise through the trees. To find Sim fending off not one but 3 manticores at the edge of the cliff, his back to the fatal drop behind. He's bleeding profusely from his hairline, and his left arm hangs uselessly at his side. He doesn't even register your presence as he tries to calm the beast with soothing sounds. One of the manticores knocks Sim off his feet, and your heart lurches as a spray of stones clatter down the cliff. The beasts have him completely at their mercy. The lead manticore's delicate feet pin Sim's tattered clothing to the ground, spittle drooling from its misshapen jaws, and you watch Sim's expression twist with an emotion you've never seen in him before. Fear. Save him. Oh, fuck. Well, that's an interesting time to show up. Gonna keep that in case we get one that gives bonuses for gems. Force Face is a shitty card, yeah. I think what we do is this. And then autoplay fairy. Yeah, I'll accept the extra stress. I could have gotten 68, what the fuck? Somehow using all of your strength and then more, you defeat the lead manticore. The 2 smaller ones scatter, hissing their displeasure and biting at each other. With the death of their alpha, negotiating their new pack dynamic should distract them for a while. Are you okay? Sim waves you off with the arm that doesn't hang limp at his side. I'm fine. I feel pain, but it does not control my behavior as much as it seems to in humans. Sim is barely standing upright after that battle. Truly, he wasn't much help this time. And it seems as though, despite your best efforts, his strength is fading fast. He stumbles into you, knocking you both to the ground. He lands on top of you, your legs intertwined and his weight pressing you into the dirt. Oof, he gasps.
You can feel every inch of his long body against yours, stirred to quickening by the adrenaline of the fight. My hero, he murmurs, his eyes fall to your lips. Fuck it, I'll kiss him. You close the distance, pressing your lips to Sim's. He makes a sound of surprise, but that quickly turns to delight. And then surprise again when you hook your leg over his and gently roll on top of him, taking control of the kiss. Oh my god. Sim kisses with a charming innocent... Yeah, we're really late in the game. Sim kisses with a charming innocence at first, clearly improvising his way through his first kiss. Is several thousand years old, yeah? I'm 18, it's fine. You flick your tongue against his lips and he opens his mouth to you, allowing you to taste deeply of him. Also, hi, Gino! Your boyfriend does one terrorism and now you go off to kiss aliens, yeah? This is spoilers, though, if you want to play it. Flick your tongue against his lips and he opens his mouth to you, allowing you to taste deeply of him as his good hand digs into your side. It's not long at all before he's responding in kind. And you're both breathing heavily into each other's mouths. The alien is very attractive, yeah. Oh, that's it. Is it always like that? You wouldn't know, but you nod anyway. Sim makes a hungry noise and clams your mouth again, kissing you passionately. Oh my god. I didn't know you felt this way. Sim looks unusually bashful. I was too subtle, he murmurs, and for that you have my apologies. Everything I have learned of love has been from researching your holographic videos. I did not know that it was possible. I did not have words for this feeling. I love this planet deeply, and I love my purpose here. I love every living thing. And I take comfort in knowing our fates are inescapably intertwined. But there are no words for the feeling I have here when I see you. Like an ache that pulls me to you, I envision things with you that are impossible to explain. Forgive my crudeness, but I know of the biological imperative of all life. Gardeners do not share this imperative, and do not feel driven to, physicality, but with you, perhaps it is this body, perhaps it is you. All I know is that I would very much like to kiss you again, and I would not like to stop. You're about to grant his wish when you're both startled by the crashing sound from the trees. You jolt apart in time to see one of the two remaining manticores break through the tree line and roar at you, blood and spittle spraying from his ravenous jaws. There is no sign of the other, clearly lesser manticore. Run, Sim gasps, pulling you both to your feet. He gives you a push and you start running parallel to the cliff, trying to get some distance before it's safe to duck back into the trees. You don't hear Sim behind you. Recall the mysterious stranger memory from age 12? Yeah. You whir around just in time to see Sim clash with the manticore, grappling with its huge front claws as it pushes him closer to the edge of the cliff with dancer-like strength. Go, Sim yells, rock scattered down to the cliff by his feet. Yes, I'm aware. Please, Solana, just go. I was just curious what happens if I kiss him. You don't even have a chance to be a hero. The manticore takes Sim's neck in its jaws and he screams in pain. Rip. They're gone before you can scream. You rush to the edge, too late to catch even his trailing tattered coat. I am confident he is not dead because he talks about making bodies and stuff. So I assume that he's not dead. It's a long way down and the wind buffets your face viciously. You try to blink away the image of their bodies falling through the air, now seared into your memory. We know he only looks human because he made a human looking body to better observe humans. You turn away from the smudges at the bottom of the cliff, but you still see it. You sit down stunned and stay that way for a long time. How can he be gone just like that? Dead. There won't be any funeral for him, the alien who would be human. It's not like you can bring his remains home to be properly recycled. It's a small comfort that at least out here it won't be long until nature takes its course. Sim would probably have wanted that, you think? So you won't have to ponder the implications? No, I didn't want to, go home. Fuck you. This year, Governor Slum's ascension to the Vertumnalia stage is heralded by an entire military band. Their instruments shiny and nanoprinted new. They march out of command in formation, splitting and forming a phalanx at the foot of the stage as Lum takes his place before you. Spotlights turn on with heavy ka-chunk noises, illuminating Lum in a halo of floating dust particles. He spreads his arms wide. Hello, Vertumna, his voice booms over the speakers. Are we winning or what? Engineering just blew up. The reaction is mixed. You look around, it's easy to see the ones cheering the loudest are Helios and people who've fully adopted their mentality like Anemone. The shadows are more reserved, some even silent. Tired of winning, yeah. Security Chief Red is one of them, his usual stony expression hiding his true feelings. Regardless, there's enough cheering that Lum has to wait for it to die down before he continues. We're killing it out there, people. Every day we claw a little more territory from the savage aliens of this planet. A potato pod arcs through the air and lands with a broken splort at Lum's feet, splattering him with juice. You don't see who threw it, but the faction from Geoponics is looking restless. They begin to jeer and stomp their feet. Lum continues on, raising his fist. Those Xenos attacked us first, and now they're learning. Don't mess with humankind. The crowd is now evenly split between cheering and booing. The Stratos are agitated and hear calls for things to return to how they were, and how Lum and his soldiers are killing the planet. Even the council lined up before the stage and facing the crowd looks conflicted. You're a piece of shit, Lum, your mother shouts. The other council members turn to her in alarm. Look at us, we're right back where we started, fighting each other and the planet. You bloody infected us. Utopia hops on stage and routes her own hearspeak through the speakers. He's lying, she yells bitterly. This year we lost 2 surveyors in the swamps, Sorrel and Quinny. They'd be alive today if Lum hadn't sent them to clear out a manticore den for no good reason. She jams her finger against the governor's chest. The only threat to our colony here is you. Lum's smile doesn't change, but his eyes go cold. He snatches Utopia's hand and calmly, slowly crushes her hollow palm crystal with his thumb. Jesus Christ. You can hear the crunch of the bones of her hand before her feed cuts out. Utopia yelps as her knees buckle with the pain, her bravado gone. She holds her broken hand to her chest and is too shocked to resist when Lum shoves her off stage. The crowd is stunned into silence as well. Lum clears his throat and approaches the end of the stage, looming tall over the council. Thank you for your input, he says icily. Your concerns have been noted. This isn't the buffoon Lum presents on his daily holoVlogs, or the nuisance he is when he visits a worksite. You see something in his eyes you've only caught glimmers of before. Hatred. You Stratos are lucky we didn't crush you under our boots and take your colony by force. Before we got here, this colony was doomed. You're only alive because I was merciful. Just a bunch of burned-out hippie fugitives. What was your plan for surviving out here? Wishful thinking? Singing songs and talking to animals? Laughter rips through the Helios. You, he gestures to the council, then jerks his thumb at his chest, need us, not the other way around. I'm done pretending I need to listen to your opinions. If you want to live, you'll do what I say. He stares at Dr. Instance, who glares up at him with her hate in her eyes as she tends to Utopia's hand. Maybe it's time to clean house, he threatens. We need team players here, ones who share one vision for the future of Vertumna. After a few tense moments, Seek clears her throat. Sir, shall I continue with the traditional formalities now? Lum scowls down at Seek, then throws his hands in the air. Whatever, do it if it makes you feel better. You're all cowards. He turns and stalks off the stage, his marching band scrambling to follow him with his exit song. God. Also, I just burped. As promised, there are no contests this year, but there's plenty of food and alcohol. As the sun begins to set, the Helios, including Vase and Anemone, head straight for it. Hang out with the Stratos. No, I totally get it, Rex says to Cal as he approach. They didn't used to be this mean. Sure, we all joked about how, we'd find you guys rubbing sticks together in the dirt after your nanotech broke down, but it wasn't like this. He jerks his thumb towards Vase and his group of friends who've wrangled themselves a live trippet and are skewering it to roast over a bonfire. You can hear its dying squeals from here, and as night falls, smell the sweet charged scent of it cooking. Jesus Christ. No, they've always kind of been like this, Nomi shakes their head. Just like total human supremacists. See something you don't understand? Nomi makes laser guns with her fingers. Pew pew, all gone. Want something someone else has? Pew pew, all yours. They lean back on their hands and look up at the night sky. In dusk, the wormhole looks so peaceful and far away. I used to think me and Rex were like changelings, like aliens beamed in and replaced 2 human babies with weirdos. I don't think you're weird, Cal says, eyes wide. I think it's really great you two don't act like Helios. We are Helios, though, Rex replies and Nomi nods. And some people dancing around that bonfire are Stratos. It's not about how you were raised. It's about the choices you make, Nomi finishes. No one is just a good person or a bad person. Only bad people think they always make the right choices. Aw. The dancing and feasting continues well into the night, while you pass the time with your friends in the peaceful faction. Knowing that the whole colony isn't into being soldiers and fighting Lum's war on nature makes you feel less alone. But you can't stop thinking about the governor's eyes as he crushed Utopia's hand today. So long as he's in charge, does it matter what anyone else wants?
The week after Vertimnalia is one of the hottest since you landed. You're supposed to take time off for a much-needed break, but it's just so humid and awful and tempers are short. Shortly after the festival, you see the graffiti cropping up everywhere. It seems that a lively, if not particularly civil, conversation between the two factions is being held on the flat surfaces of the colony. Blum announces a zero-tolerance policy for political graffiti, but you notice that not every tag is being removed, just the ones against the war, of course. The atmosphere of the colony is oppressive, as thick as the choking dust heat itself. Everywhere you try to relax, people just want to talk about the war. To make matters worse, the sweltering nights are making your nightmares intense again. You return to work feeling more stressed than before. Oof. 1028, thank you for the follow. Well, we're going looking for Dis again. I don't know, something about the way that was worded makes it suggest I can probably find him. If I know this game. Or that at least Sim knows, and I expect him to, like, be back. No? I'm gonna reload before checking other zones that I expect this to maybe be in. This is that rock that just found. Okay. Oh, that was right there. Oh, fuck. Okay, save here just in case. Oh no, this is the one before we headed out. Okay, survey the plains. That's another place he might be.
There's a boss event here, at least. Notice unfamiliar flower. Let me check something quick. Drink the goop? No. Wait and watch it. One of the nearby bushes starts rustling. Oh, another bush bub. It approaches the plant and dips an arm into it, bringing it to its face and licking it. Then it sticks its head right in there and drinks. You try not to gag. Blah. Put your hand and feel around in there. Sucks my arm in? Oh no. You panic, expecting the sting of digestive juices, but it's just warm. Gross, but oddly pleasant. There seems to be nothing else in there. You plant your feet on either side of the flower and pull your arm out with a mighty schlorp. Your hand smells awful, but it feels all tingly and kind of stronger? Huh. Oh wait, right, okay. No, that doesn't work either, fuck. Oh, shit. Yeah, I could just do 3/8. And that makes that into a straight. Animals, the funny creature rears its head up and stomps, intimidating, but reading its body language, it's just trying to move you away from the big flower. Okay, keep exploring. So it doesn't seem like we can find this, which is unfortunate. Okay, that was the reason I went exploring rather than, like, it being a good idea, so I'm gonna wait then instead. Let's get reasoning maxed finally, I guess. I can't do anything here yet. The wing is still shut down. Fuck. Okay, so I guess I'll work in the depot. For organizing. Six, 5. And then just that. And then autoplay fairy. Rex. You spot Rex carrying supplies and big pieces of wood into a huge tarped up section at the end of the lounge. He waves at you, well, as much as a wave as he can do with his arms full of mushwood. Hey, La Solana, he calls out to you. Have you come to see the bar? You give him a questioning look. The bar? You don't know Rex super well. You've never heard anything about a bar. He gestures to the tarps. My bar! I've been working on a special project ever since I joined the construction crew. The colony needed a place to cut loose, you dig? He looks up at it, beaming with pride. I think it's about halfway done. You take a look at what you can see. Rex has kept it all pretty well tarped up, and he hates letting people inside to peek, but you can tell it's big. Perhaps a little too big, ambitious maybe, for a first solo construction project. But Rex has had a lot of help from his crew and from the whole colony. He'd have to be able to find enough wood. I'm sure it'll be great. Rex comes over to you and slings you into a one-armed hug. Just seeing you makes me super energized, he says. I can almost hear the music now. That's right, the bar's gonna have live music. You know anyone who plays an instrument? I'm gonna work double time to finish this place. You wanna help? Bring me all the mushwood you can find. Okay. I'll give you some mushwood then. I think a dog looks more than a stick. Fuck you. Man, I imagine, given I already established, like, because I've been playing in character, that my character is kind of just, like, completely unmoored now that this is gone. I did cause a terror attack, yeah. The alternative is I do something like... and then that becomes a 7, and that becomes a 6. Wait a second. More organizing. I know Mars's birthday is early wet, so I'm gonna give her something. Had better birthday gifts this year, but I admit this crystal is pretty fabulous. I'll add it to my collection. Oh, there's a baba fruit over there. I need that fucking fidget spinner from the depot that you can buy. That makes all like mental cards. Let's go surveying again, I guess. I totally expect this is going to be there sometime. Because, like, where else would he be? Okay, now I figure it's kind of cheating to keep reloading, so I'm just gonna go home because I don't want to build up too much unnecessary stress doing this when, like, it's not even stats I can really use. Rex wants to talk to me again. You're looking for Rex by the construction site, but Rex finds you first. Tackle hug! You turn to the source of the yell. Rex is barreling towards you, arms outstretched. You have about 2 seconds to decide how to react. Give him a big ol' friendly bear hug. You stand your ground and throw your arms wide. Rex almost knocks you off your feet with the force of his hug, but his strong arms don't let you fall. He smells so good, like sweat and dust and sunshine. I'm always happy to see you, Solana, Rex says, squeezing you tightly. You think you're starting to understand the strange Helio boy and his love of hugs. So, Rex asks, questioning, what were you looking for me? What you need? I just wanted to say hi. Oh! Rex exclaims. He looks pleased. Well, hey yourself. He jerks his thumb towards the construction project he's working on. I gotta get back to work, but if you want, you can come see what we're working on? Rex takes you on a tour of his construction site. He's great company, and basking in his excitement is a pleasant way to spend an afternoon. When you wave goodbye to him so he can get back to work, you start to feel a little lighter. Anyone else have things to say to me? Before I go run off to try and find my boyfriend again. My very stupid boyfriend. No, I was joking when I compared him to fucking, Ted Kaczynski on Blue Sky. I joked about him being, I feel like I'm dating Ted Kaczynski, but no, then he goes and he blows up the fucking engineering wing. Like, what the fuck? Accidental foreshadowing, yeah. He didn't blow up the preschool. Yes, this rock. Keeping our standards high. I don't see him. Huh. Alright, I think I've seen that, but so I'm not reading it out, but I didn't really remember. I think I saw it, but I wasn't sure. I probably should have read it out. This isn't going to be that hard either way. So you get 8, 8. 7 wild card. Putting on 69. You float forward, allowing yourself to rise higher and higher until you're able to swim and tumble through the air with ease. Woo! Whoa! You're totally weightless. You float over a shiny, lumpy rock jutting up from the spine of the ridge. As you pass over it, you feel gravity gently begin to brace again, pull you back down. Your feet touch the ground. Damn. Okay. Search for water. Yeah, we've definitely already seen this one. Nine, 8. Well, actually, if that becomes 3 no matter what. Doesn't matter a lot what we do here, I think. I can do this also. I can force it straight that way. Oh, that is the best possible hand. Neat. There's no natural water around, but in your search you turn up your lost like canteen. Neat. Cross the bridge very carefully. Another copy of that fucking memory. Okay. I'm not getting much out of continuing to explore here. Damn, I really fucked up, didn't I? Ow. Hi, Jason. Well, Dis committed a terrorist attack. Yeah, that's no surprise. Yeah, he did. Okay, let's not like waste all these months looking, I guess. I'll reload for that, but not the consequential stuff. So we'll work in the depot till the fucking engineering wing becomes available again. He's telling me about the bar again. It's my turn to blow it up. I mean, there are probably better ways to solve it, but it was ultimately, yeah, good that he blew it up. I guess next, like, run, I'm gonna have to try and prevent that from happening. He's probably gonna die because of it? Yeah, probably. Damn it. Still damage mitigation? Yeah. I need persuasion anyways, actually. That'll be a huge amount, actually. Wait. You can shack up with Tange and share the same bad trauma response doom spiral. Ah, it's still shut down for repairs. Actually, I might work on my toughness of all things. Too many Riptors, thank you for the follow. Your mom has you and Cal digging at rice paddies. You put on mud waders that are way too big for you and stumble into the soggy muck. Ground is so soggy because the lower gravity means the water takes longer to seep down. He explains, pulling a big clod of mud out of the ground and slopping it into the hoverlift. At least when it's raining, you don't have to use the wheelbarrows. Everything is so swampy and warm on Vertumna, not like the dry recycled air of the stratospheric. The wet ground makes the roots from our earth plants rot easier, so we need a ton of mush tree mulch. Or this kind of puffy lava kind of thing. He stops and rubs his face, smearing mud across his cheek. Maybe we can do that next. I like smashing it up into tiny bits with a hammer. Nice to be outside with Cal. The tropical rain is never too cold, and Cal is great company. Just think about all the cool stuff that's out there. Who else gets to shape the planet and provide food for the colony? No one, that's who. This job is the best. He keeps on digging and nattering on about cool bugs he finds in the mud. You goof off a little and have fun. Your antics eventually lead to you slipping, and suddenly you're up to your armpits in the mud and laughing as it oozes down into your oversized waders. Oh my god. No, And then we do like this. Oh, Cal. You're looking around for Cal when you overhear him just on the other side of the geoponics dome. For the last time, leave me alone. Doesn't sound good. You get closer and find Cal facing down Red and Vase. They've cornered him, and their body language calm and relaxed, but Cal's so angry he's almost shaking. Cal, please listen to us, Rhett says, spreading his hands. We're not here to conscript you. I can't force you to join the army. All I'm saying is that I need good, loyal, strong young men like you out there on the front lines. You're a good boy, Cal. I admire your passion for peace and your dedication to fighting for it. That's why I'm here, asking you to help me protect this colony. Protect the colony, Cal spits? That's such a lie. You're not protecting anything. You're just slaughtering defenseless animals in their homes. It's disgusting. Hey, Vase retorts, taking a step forward with his fist raised. Show some respect. Cal squares up like he's ready to take the hit. For who? He asks, voice sharp. Psychopaths like you? Vase roars and looks like he's about to take a swing, but Rhett holds him back with one raised hand. Vase slinks back to Rhett's side, glowering at Cal. I can tell you need a bit more time, Rhett says. I just wanted you to know that my door is always open Are they bothering you, Cal? Your mom comes up behind you, her presence smothering the counter like a blanket over a fire. I need you inside, she says to Cal, then turns to Rhett. My people are too busy filling your soldiers' bellies to listen to your war stories, Rhett. Don't worry. She adds, patting her artificial leg. He gets plenty of war stories from me. Rhett backs off. You're right, Flulu, he says placatingly. I've taken up too much of young Cal's time. Vase looks like he's about to lip off again, but Rhett speaks before he can. All I ask is that you keep it in the back of your mind, Cal. When you come around, I'll be happy to talk about your options. With that, they leave. Vase gives you a scathing look as they pass. Vase mom moment, yeah. Cal sits down heavily on the sack of fertilizer. He must have been carrying before Vase and Rhett quartered him. This isn't even the first time, he mutters, his face in his hands. They're really dead set on getting me to join the hunting parties. I told them I don't want to kill anything, and Rhett was like, it's okay, you can just tell us how to kill them. He looks so exasperated. Like that's any better! I wish they would leave you alone. Me too. They have a real messed up idea of what it means to serve the colony. Like, who do they think grows their food? Ghosts? Cal picks at a loose thread on the sack he's sitting on. Man, this whole war is light speed stupid. Lum and his people come crashing in here and think they run the place because they have bombs and guns. And nobody stops to think, like, maybe we're actually the invasive species here. What can we do about it, though? I don't know, man. I'm just a farmer. Cal says, but even I know there's got to be a better way than this. He runs his hands through his hair. There has to be a way to live in harmony with nature. You're right, we just have to find it. I'm glad you agree, Cal says. I just feel like we just showed up and plopped ourselves right in the middle of the food web, and we didn't even think for a second about the chaos that would cause on the ecosystem. We owe it to this planet to do our best to try to understand. Maybe the answer is out there, he says quietly. You go on expeditions a lot, right? Can you keep an eye out for, like, the answer to everything? Cal's shoulders slump in a sigh, and he pushes himself to his feet. Man, I wish I could still talk about this stuff with Anemone, he says, slinging the sack of fertilizer over its broad shoulders again. You can see why Rhett wanted to get him in the defense force so badly. He juggles an armful of Vertumnus-grown limes, yeah? I miss her, Cal admits. I miss that we used to be so close when we were kids, but she's gone all human supremacist now, and I just can't stomach that, you know? Give him a friendly bear hug. Yeah, we already talked like this. I just wanted to say hi. Oh, there's an item. You chose Nemi as your childhood friend, not looking forward to the spit? Yeah. Okay, it's finally done and I can, like, tutor children. Oh, but the med bay specifically is fucked. Today you're tutoring Nougat and a couple younger kids in the ancient Earth geography. They're learning the names of the countries by pointing to them on maps and saying a few facts about them. It seems kind of pointless to memorize places that these kids will never see, but it's not like you can teach them much about Vertumnan geography yet. You're still discovering it. Billions of people? Nugget says, skeptically squinting at a hollow projection of Earth. How did they fit everybody into one little planet with all the trees and animals and stuff? Was it all like one big colony? Tell her the sad truth. You give Nougat the little kid version of the truth that you learned as a kid. You tell her life on Earth was brutal and hard. Humanity destroyed the environment and fought over what was left. There were no trees or animals left, not as many as there should have been anyway. Most people were poor, hungry, and sick, and the ones who weren't kept all the nice things for themselves. At least your parents were lucky to escape on the Stratospheric, and you were lucky to be born on it. You're all lucky to be here now. No matter what, at least Vertumna is an Earth. Nougat looks bewildered. She doesn't really watch holovids, only the cheerful ones for kids that don't address Earth's decline, so she had no idea. But they still had really, really tall buildings, right? To fit all the people, she asks. You sigh and tell her they did, and she nods in satisfaction and goes back to her schoolwork. Oh my god. I'm getting close to maxing reasoning. Tutor children some more. You tutor Anemone's 4 younger siblings. Cumulus, Cirrus, Stratus, and young Nimbus. Oh my god. The triplets are absolutely uncontrollable, but Nimbus seems to actually be trying. It must be hard to be the run of the litter when all your siblings are so physical. Anytime he tries to answer a question, one of the other 3 shouts over him. You try to give him extra attention so he feels comfortable. Maybe one of Annie's kids will turn out to be a brainiac. I need a 5. That doesn't work. 4 stress over 50. Ah, okay. Or just maybe this, actually. Wait a second. Reasoning is almost maxed. Well, it's glow again. So what's gonna happen this glow? No one seems to want to talk. Let's max out reasoning, I think. Nomi needs help studying for their physics class. They have this idea that they want to be an engineer when they grow up because they like robots and holograms, but they're having trouble actually learning any engineering. Nomi pulls up a practice test on their holopalm. The Earth textbooks are full of this kind of dull rote learning, useful only for finding gaps in your knowledge. For Nomi, though, that gap seems to be everything. Oh, I'm hopeless at this, they exclaim, tugging on the ends of their asymmetrical haircut. There's just so many numbers and formulas. I didn't know there was going to be so much math and engineering. And I have to figure out what I'm going to do for my project, they continue. I want to code a chatbot salon, and next week, how do I get it from here to there? It is wild. Let's take a look at this test. Only 20% correct.
Oh no, some of their answers are embarrassingly super wrong too. Nomi's final project is due next week, and you have to crunch a whole course load of info into their head and leave them enough time to write their bot. Can you do it? No problem. Nomi doesn't have a head for numbers, but they can take anything and turn it into a story, so you just have to apply that to the study of engineering. You encourage them to think of it in a different way. Yet there's lots of rote memorization at first, but once you understand the basics, engineering's all about creative thinking. You teach Nomi how these practice tests are built like a story. There are clues in the questions that can help you solve them. Reading ahead can give you hints to the answers of earlier questions. With that and a few mnemonics, Nomi starts getting better results in their practice tests. Thanks for the help, Solana, they say. Let's be honest, though. I'm doing okay on these practice tests, but being able to pass one standardized test doesn't mean I'll be a good engineer. You protest that this toolbox of skills will help them with any engineering problem, but they just shrug and smile. I'm going to try some other things, they say. Maybe there's something I'm naturally good at. No one is naturally good at anything, Nomi. That's just a lie people tell themselves when they're bad at things, that they're actually just naturally good at it. If you think you're naturally good at something, you're not actually good at it. I definitely want to play this. Gun 50, okay. I haven't been trying for the best hand as of late. +1 to all mental increases? Okay. You're heading to bed when the sirens begin to wail, heralding the beginning of the yearly Xenophon attack. Outside your window, you see the soldiers begin to form up. This year, Anemone is heading up her own squad. You see her red hair bobbing along with the others as she rushes to defend the walls. Rush out after her. Anemone looks at you in surprise, but nods when she sees you ready to fight. Someone hands you a plas rifle and you join her squad on the walls. You stand shoulder to shoulder with Anemone and watch the Xenos mass on the far side of the firebreak. Look at them all, she says darkly. They just keep coming more and more every year. What are they even waiting for? Why don't they just attack already? She shoots a look at over the rest of her squad. All of them Helios, mostly young adults like you, and lowers her voice. I just want to get it over with, you know? She confides in you. Those Helios learned to march before they could walk. I want to prove I can handle myself as well as they can. She runs her fingers down the barrel of her plas rifle where she stenciled the name Kombucha. Aww. A lowing from the forest draws your attention back to the enemy line. The wall of animals is approaching in eerie unison, their footsteps drumming a rumbling tattoo across the ground. Anemone clutches her rifle tightly. Okay, here goes. The animals approach the wall at a steady pace, but stop short of the walls. Instead, they mill around outside the colony near the garrison. In the eerie silence, you hear the sudden crack of plas rifle fire and a flying creature falls to the ground. You hear Security Chief Rhett from his post on the walls telling his squad to hold their fire. His voice rings through the still, expectant air. The Xenos are just standing there. It's so quiet. The animals appear to be waiting for something. The uncomfortable impasse stretches into minutes until finally Anemone tilts her head like she's hearing orders through her hearspeak. Okay, we're just going to attack them, she says, her voice lilting up almost as if it's a question. Her Helio-born squad mates look at her with unsure expressions, but Anemone nods. Yeah, to the walls. Open fire. Damn. So why are they not attacking? That's interesting. And that's 2 gems I'd be using up. Interesting, I could do that, but probably better to do 7, 6... 5, 4. Huh? Why is that lowered?
Oh, because this is neighboring social cards minus. Fuck. Okay. Six, 5, 4, 3. Wait. Yeah, that doesn't work because of that. I think what instead we do is we keep that as a straight and then we just do what we can and not to play fairy. I got the second combat perk. You and the others open fire, joined by other squads at other points on the wall. The creatures continue to mill around as they're cut down by the hail of cracking plasma rifle fire, seemingly unbothered. It's not until a few minutes pass that the creatures seem to wake up, in a sense, breaking from their holding pattern and beginning to batter the walls as usual. Flying creatures begin to soar overhead, landing in the courtyard and attacking from within. You stay on the walls and pick off what you can, trying to keep the creatures from forming a living pyramid to scale the walls. You can hear the battering of their bodies against the gates from here, and the commotion as the gate defenders rally to keep it shut. Governor Lum comes charging up to Anemone. I need command of your squad, he says. I'm taking them down to the courtyard to engage the enemy directly. My squad? Anemone stammers. She looks conflicted. Lum is the governor, and he outranks her as a shoulder, but he's Lum. His plan is bound to be dangerous or even suicidal. The rest of the squad are Helioborn, yes, but they're also just teenagers like you. Don't you need us up here supporting defenders from the walls? In the back, right in his back, yeah? Yeah, we're more useful up here. Lum doesn't look convinced, but your support emboldens Anemone. She stands up straighter and hardens her expression. I can't send my people into close combat, she says firmly. We're trained for ranged defense, not melee. The governor looks at your squad mates, but none of them make a move to follow him. He curls his lip in disgust and stalks away. Your squad remains on the wall, defending them against being breached by Xenos and picking off the flying ones before they can land in the courtyard. The gates stay standing, and after an hour, the attack ends as quietly as it began, with the remaining Xenos slinking back into the forest from which they came. In the quiet following the battle, the colony comes out of hiding together in the courtyard, surveying the damage. Everyone looks weary, but you survived another year and with remarkably few casualties. You must have been very lucky. The Xenos still seem to be getting stronger and more aggressive every year. I'm betting his plan was to open the gates for some reason. Yeah. Other planet mind is slacking. No, I thought it was the wrong place. Fuck. Why did I click that? I was going to go to the ridge again. I figure it's worth checking every season to see if, like, Sim or Dis is back, because I'm totally expecting Sim to be back, and I'm totally expecting to be able to find Dis. Yeah, true-sighted. And also all the collectibles have respawned, so there's tons of collectibles here. But we're just going back to the beginning. At this point. Aha! I knew he'd be back. You're taking a sample at the base of a tree when you feel something patter off your head and fall to the ground. It's a nut? That's strange. The species isn't usually. You look up and your stomach lurches when you realize you've been watched this whole time. A pair of familiar eyes peers down at you from the branches. It's Sim? He grins down at you. Well, 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 if it isn't the little human. Have you come to visit me, Sugarbug? But I saw you die. Did you? Did you? You'd think I would remember that? If you did witness my death, I apologize. I imagine I didn't enjoy it much either. How can you just die and come back? It's a gardener thing, he replies dismissively. He's so casual about it. I make regular backups just in case. Backups? Sim gives you a little smile. Surely by now you know I cannot divulge the specifics of my role here. It doesn't stop you from hinting. Sim's smile grows wider, and he trills with laughter. I know. Oh, having a secret is much more gratifying than I expected it would be. I guess I'm happy you're alive? Sim sighs gratuitously. I wish everyone felt that way. One of my associates seems to feel otherwise. One of the other gardeners, Noctilucent. They really don't care for you humans, I'm afraid, and they're aware I've taken an interest in you. With a soft whumph, Sim drops gracefully out of the tree and dusts himself off. You're treading dangerous water by hunting the animals. They're becoming absolutely insufferable about it. And soon I won't be able to talk them down from taking matters into their own hands. He claps you on the shoulder. Take that warning with the candor with which it was intended, Sim turns to leave, but you sputter and grab his sleeve. You can't after all that. You deserve some answers, real ones, he owes you that. He turns to you and one arch eyebrow raised. What is it, Solana? Are you really Sim? The one and the same, Sim answers, carefully prying your hand from his clothing. I acknowledge that this is difficult for you to understand. He takes a deep breath, considering his words carefully. Humans have but one short window of consciousness, which encourages you to think of yourselves as individual points on the line of history. You are quite clearly not your parents or your grandparents or your unborn children. You are your own marvelous creature. He places his hand on his chest. I do not disappear when this form dies. I am eternal in a sense. I am all who came before, and I am all whom will come after. I am my own legacy. I am symbiosis. What do you really do here? Sim gives you a blank smile. I am a gardener, he says simply. I was created to be a gardener, and I imagine I will be one until my services are no longer required. At your look at confusion, Sim softens. Humanity is so concerned with purpose, he says sadly. It is because you were not created for one, and you spend the entirety of your short lives under the impression you need one. The concept of someone having a purpose must be seductive. He shrugs one elegant shoulder. My existence is simple. I act in the ways for which I was created. That is not an interesting answer for an individualistic species as yourselves, I am aware. Perhaps we must both accept that it may be beyond the human capacity to comprehend. He tilts his head to the side as if listening to something and squeezes your hand. I fear I have said too much. I hope I can see you again soon, and that all may be revealed to you. Haha! Oh, it's Utopia. I thought it was going to be Dis for a second. What are you doing out here? Oh, it's the geologist event again. Oh, I didn't mean to do that. I'm still trying to keep the gardeners quiet. Fuck. Help them work. I sort of clicked through that, not thinking about it. Because I'd already seen that event before and didn't realize I had a new option.
You see smoke on the horizon. Concerned it could be the start of a wildfire, you trek over to check it out. When you get to the origin of the smoke, you find something unexpected. There he is! I knew it. Dis looks up at you from his campfire, where he's roasting a small creature on a spit. It hasn't been that long since you last saw him, but he looks more rugged somehow. Completely at ease. He's made a small but tidy camp here. He must have brought a lot of this with him when he ran away. He stares at you in silence for a few seconds, as if gauging your intentions before he rises to his feet. Solana, he says warmly, taking you in his arms. He looks deep into your eyes. I told you not to come find me, but I'm glad you did. You asshole, what the shit? I don't know, I think my character's just glad to see him. Are you okay? Sure, he replies with a slight smile. I know how to live off the land. Ah, Solana is here. You hear from behind you, and you turn to find Sim watching you over the cover of the forest. He steps into the glow of the campfire, tall and ethereal in his tattered human clothing. You can tell her the truth now. What's done is done. What's going on? Dis takes a deep breath. I'm going to be a gardener, he says without preamble. They're going to take my consciousness and upload it into this big fungal artificial intelligence they call the Array. Being around Sim, it makes me realize what I've been missing. You know the old Earth fairy tales about changelings, right? Like, I never fit in with the colony, and eventually I realized I never really fit in with being a human either. Not being afraid of death and pain like everyone else, like every other living being. It changed who I am, what I am. I should tell you, this wasn't my idea, Sim adds. Not this, nor the bombing of your laboratory. That was not part of their plan. He frowns at you, arching his brow. Though, from what Dis told me about your scientist's plan to eliminate all life on this planet, I can't say I disagree with his decision. What were you thinking? I couldn't let Tange go through with the virus, Dis insists. I didn't have any time. I had to make a decision. Not to loosen and the other gardeners wanted me to blow up the colony during the next attack, so... Oh, is that what they were waiting for? Dis shrugs. I just bumped up their timeline. And now I get to be a gardener too. Oh, damn. I'm not sorry I did it, Dis continues. Turning away. If you came here to bring me back, forget it. Like Sim said, what's done is done. I'm not going back. My future is with the gardeners, he says. They need me. They want me. I can bring them a human perspective, you know? For all humans suck, we're pretty good at finding new ways of doing things. I can teach them how to change things to make them better. With that, Dis returns to the campfire. Sim nods at you, then joins Dis. Huh. Talk to Dis first. Dis gestures for you to sit next to him. I really am glad you found me out here, he says, taking your hand. I know what I did is hard to accept, but... He cups your face in his hands. Don't you see? Humanity is doomed here. I only made the end come a little quicker. Oh my god. Now both of our boyfriends can become hive mind mushroom clones. Oh my god. Dis searches your face. Wait, why are you looking at me like that? Because you need to come home. Dis is whole-faced. Ace falls in disgust. What? No, he says. Why would I do that? I finally escaped. Isn't it enough that I love you? Whatever Dis was going to say next withers in his mouth, and his eyes drop to your lips. Dis grips the lapels of your jacket, crushing your lips together. It's inelegant and desperate, and Dis makes a noise into your mouth like he was the one surprised by the kiss. He makes it again when you swipe your tongue over his lips, opening your mouth to bite and taste of each other. Aww. You break for breath, chest heaving. I'm sorry, Dis says. It's just not. This is where I belong. Please understand that. Dis wipes his mouth and stares at you wild-eyed. Come with me, he says suddenly. Come be a gardener with me. Oh, fuck! Yes, this game is spicy. Yeah, that's a choice. That's a choice to be presented with.
Do I join the hive mind chat? Do I fucking assimilate to the, like, planetary biocomputer? Do it? Fuck it, we ball, ascend? Buttercat Bandito? I mean, I would. Fuck it, we ball? Yeah. Damn. I mean, part of why I'm tempted is because I have no fucking clue how I'm going to save the colony. And I feel like I'm just going to fucking die. Unless something becomes abundantly clear in this last year. And I feel like this game hasn't, like, not pulled the punches. Hasn't, like, pulled any of its punches thus far. So I feel like everyone's just going to die. Because I haven't, like, come up with a way to save the colony yet. Is there a reason not to join the attractive fungus? Damn. There's gonna be ads. I'm gonna run to the bathroom and think about this. Everyone in chat is telling me to do it. And I feel like, yeah, I feel like the colony is on the path to self-destruction. And also this run I've been trying to do what my character would do more than like out of character what I think is the best option. And I've mentioned before how I feel like at this point my character has been like entirely alienated from the colony. Almost as much as Dees has. Handsome fungus versus Lumtopia, easy choice. Humanity's overrated. Yeah. If it means being with you, okay. This looks like he's about to continue arguing, but your acceptance stops him in his tracks. What? Really? He looks at Sim. Can she do that? Sim thinks it over. Well, by the letter of Noctilucent's offer, no, he says carefully. But the gardeners are big picture thinkers almost to a fault. Most of them don't even recognize your species as individuals, so they won't know the difference. His eyes seem to twinkle. And as for Noctilucent, well, I have ways of handling them. So there's only one problem, Sim says. The process, hasn't been done in thousands of years. We're going to need some raw materials to repair the interface. Are you kidding me? Dis says, I've done everything you guys have asked me to do, and now I've got to do more? Sim looks apologetic. Well, it is better I tell you about this now, rather than having you find out mid-upload, when your body has already been processed into a liquefied slurry of proteins and waste matter, correct? Dis makes a face and Sim continues. It is metamorphosis, little one. It is not pretty.
Regardless, we will need 3 convergent domain power sources and 3 crystal clusters. Only then can the process begin. Wait, I already have those. Already got them. Sim looks surprised. Oh! Well, isn't that convenient? And you just carry them around on your person. You nod and Sim raises his eyebrows but doesn't comment further. Then I can take you right now. This way, please. Follow Sim. You, Dis, and Sim strike camp and head off into the bush, Sim in the lead. You walk for about a half hour until Sim bids you to follow him into a natural root formation. It's awfully tight and weirdly warm, as if crawling into the belly of some animal. You emerge into a cave that seems naturally formed, though a curious hum emanates from a bank of ancient-looking control panels. Mineral deposits from the moisture trickling down the walls have reclaimed some of them into the rock. A glowing vat takes up the rest of the space in the cave. Dis looks surprised by the dank, drippy environs. Sim only smiles. What did you expect? He says, gleaming, sterile surfaces, blinding lights, terrifying medical equipment. He gestures to the pool of faintly bioluminescing liquid. We are an all-organic operation, I'm afraid. Shall we begin? We shall. Dis steps forward. I'm ready, he says. What do I do? Sim gestures to the pool. Simply submerge yourself in the gel and breathe normally. It is biocompatible with your respiratory system. Disrobing is not necessary. Your clothing will be liquefied along with your physical form. Dis steps forward, but Sim stops him with a hand on his chest. I must be certain you have given this full consideration before you pass the point of no return. Once you lie down in that pool, your life as an organic being will be over. Dis knocks Sim's hand away. I don't care about that, he says. I'm never going back to being a human. I'm ready to shed this stupid body and be what I was meant to be all along. Don't worry, Sim says. The process only takes approximately 3 weeks. He'll be back before you know it. Sim smiles and tilts his head. Though you might not recognize him at first, he continues. His body will be liquefied and his DNA will be merged with ancient convergent domain DNA, a simulacrum of which will be encoded into the array in order to translate his brain patterns. His consciousness will be run through simulations of tens of thousands of communal memories, and his organic material recycled. He waves his hand. In truth, the process is complicated and, physically, repulsive to watch. Thankfully, he will sleep through it. Well, not sleep, more of a... Well, the point is, you will see him again, just not in this form. Goodbye, Dis. Aw? Dis looks at the glowing vat, then turns back and embraces you one last time with his human form. Whatever happens, I'll see you on the other side, he says. I love you, Solana. Thank you for being here with me. He descends into the vat without hesitation. You watch his image refract through the glowing goo, his determined expression faltering for a second as it fills his lungs. A final armpit shot farewell? His last breath bubbles up to slowly pop on the surface of the pool. A peaceful look descends upon him, and he mouths something you cannot decipher as his eyes slide shut. It seems to be your turn. What's it like? Sim shrugs. Well, it's like having your brain liquefied then digitally slurped into a computer, I suppose, he replies. But it doesn't hurt, if that's what you mean. His smile drops and he gives you a long look. Your perspective will change if you become a gardener. Some of what makes up your consciousness, the chemicals and hormones in your brain, will be different, and then different again should you choose to take physical form. Your memories will still be there, but some of the emotions associated with them might be lost. So he's saying I'm going to become something really alien. Okay. For some gardeners, it can be hard to separate your personal identity from that of the planet. Sim continues. You'll feel a strong drive to nurture and protect the ecosystem at all costs. In fact, you may not have a personal identity for some time. Gardeners prioritize the whole of creation over a single organic creature. An amoral worldview that I have learned causes a great deal of internal struggle in humans. Don't do this unless you're sure it's what you want, he says, looking over back at Dis' sleeping face. Dis was sure. That's chill. Most of the emotions associated with my memories are bad, Elmao. Yeah. Yeah, most of my memories are horrible trauma, Sim. It's fine. Goop. Goop, goop, goop. Yeah, chat wants me to go into the goop. I'm ready to become a gardener. Sim nods and takes your hand, helping you to descend into the pool. Sweet dreams, little human. He says, it has been the greatest privilege of all of my many days to bring you to this point. You sink into the goo, its cold grasp closing over your eyes and nose. Remembering Sim's instructions, you steel yourself and take a deep breath. The cold seeps through your chest, thick and clinging, but you feel no pain. It feels like falling asleep, which is to say, it feels like nothing at all. You are aware of being awake, and then you are not. Conscious thought slips away from you like a lost balloon disappearing into the sky. You do not observe its passing. When you return to yourself, you are different. Or since I learned the weakness of my flesh, it disgusted me. I crave the goop. Yeah! You're not quite yourself anymore, but the prospect isn't frightening. You can't even remember why you would ever want to be human. Instead of having just one body, you could be a manticore one day and a sapling the next. Though you're only truly you in pure data form, existing in the array without mass or physical needs. In the array, you exist at the speed of thought. It's a freedom you could have never understood as a mortal. You and Dis spend your first years together as a pair of mated unisaurs with strangely human eyes. You come to know him more intimately than you would have been able to know anyone, knowing him not as your mate, but as a comfortable extension of yourself. When you decide to part ways after your second life together, you don't feel any pang of loss. Dis will always be a part of you now, literally. You only need to think of him, and he is with you. Sim killed his body for draw. No, he definitely was that manticore. Without intending to, you soon lose touch with the colony and forget your humanity. Something about the way time passes so quickly for humans makes their lives seem less significant. Sim brings you news of deaths and births, but in the grand scheme of the ecosystem, what difference does a single life make? You eventually find yourself drawn to the northern wastes, far beyond the prosaic plains, where you take on the reintroduction of several species of long-extinct beetles as a personal project. You spend nearly 50 years nurturing them back into the garden before you remember to check on the colony. By then, the humans have dwindled down to only a few, purposefully kept alive as a curiosity. You link with the gardener responsible for their care and understand in a fraction of a second everything you could possibly wish to know about them. Noctilucent and the other exterminators have done their job well, thanks to the knowledge you and Dis provided during your metamorphosis. Any plans they had for combating the gardeners were quickly stomped out. Something foreign twinges inside you. Something you haven't felt in a long time. You feel a vague yearning to be with these people again. A desire to experience even a fragment of the urgency they feel in their short, busy lives. But you have important work to do with the beetles. Oh, God! Damn, that sure was an ending. Tan should be jealous? Yeah, she wanted to be an AI, though I think not in that context. Tan should be repulsed by the meat, yeah. We are kind of a meat AI, I guess. Still, you transcended the weakness of flesh. Yeah, I did. At least human flesh. I transcended human flesh. I'm still flesh, but I think she can make a compromise. You're not flesh, you're part of the array. True. You're goop. Yeah, I'm not flesh, I'm goop. I became goop. Goop, but Goop that's very passionate about beetles, yeah. Apparently much more passionate about beetles than humans. So I guess I was right that it meant becoming something very alien.
You become an AI stored on a biocomputer? Yeah. In the moment of your death, as your brain cells fizzle out one by one and shut down forever, a vision swims in your mind's eye. Is that a person? Yeah, we already meant the ancient you when we got the transcended time ending, but just continued on. They seem so familiar. You feel like you know them so well. Oh, it's you. Only ancient. Her arms are covered with so many data bands, so many lifetimes of knowledge. The ancient you speaks without moving her mouth, not in words, but in something like pictures. Still, you understand. It's all coming back to me now, she says. Our life as a gardener, so many memories. If I were a computer, my hard drive would be filled with just those. She taps her temple. It's a good thing I'm not a computer, and neither are you, of course. Welcome back. Did you think we could break out of this loop so easily? I could have done better. There was a girl. We were young together. Tammy with the cotton candy hair. Such a shame to see a life snuffed out so young. It gives you a look as if to say you were somehow responsible for this. Wait, were you? Could you have saved her? We have a chance to take another path, to change the way our life turned out. She reaches out a hand. Come with me. Go with them. Well, time for run 2. Okay, so Tange fears and despises the flesh prison, but you got a worse one? Yeah. Start my new life, I guess. Oh, I have Tange on the screen too because I maxed out her friendship. Wake up again. Yeah, the content warnings again. You wake to chaos, a confusion of light and heat and smoke. Fire! Your head is pounding. You must have hit it and blacked out, but you aren't sure how you got there or what on Vertumna is happening. There's something important you need to remember. I long for the strength and certainty of the goop. Yeah? Your stomach lurches as the floor crumbles beneath your feet, then collapses. Your body aches and your eyes burn from the smoke. A figure appears through the flames. It's your friend? Your friend? Wait, why can't you remember her name? She's gesturing and shouting at you, but all you hear is ringing in your ears. Climb out. You try to stand up, but one of your legs folds uselessly underneath you. It won't hold your weight. Your friend pulls you out of the rubble. She throws your arm over her shoulder and half drags you towards the door. Through it, you see a deep, eerie twilight, dark blue and cold against the heat of the fire around you. Glow season. Glowing eyes. You shake your head to clear your vision. Is that some kind of dog, like from Earth? The creature howls and lunges, its jaws open. That's a pretty rough opening, yeah. That was the same as the first time. That flash forward. You are born on the Stratospheric, Earth's first colony ship, halfway through its 20-year voyage to a wormhole at the edge of the Sol system. Yeah, I guess a lot of people who did not see the opening last time are going to see the opening. Your parents run the hydroponic gardens, which make fresh air and vegetables for the ship. Like the other colonists, they bravely chose to make this one-way journey to the uncharted planet Vertumna 4 in the hope they could escape Earth's troubles. They had you the old-fashioned way, merging their genes like they merged their cultures and traditions. They name you Solana. Yeah, just all the way, because I'm a woman. This is new. Your earliest memories are of your 4th birthday. There's a big cake with a neat hollow effect that looks like fire. When you reach out to touch it, all you get is a handful of icing. Yummy. Your favorite present is gardening trowel, animal book, doll, Huh. So I get an item. What would be useful to have early on? Anime time loop shenanigans, yeah. The pick is based on who you want to go for, I guess, yeah. I feel like this is probably the better one early on. You know, I'm not sure what Noctilucent was doing that couldn't be solved by more Faceless. A real slacker, that guy. Oh, he didn't actually want to kill us all. He wanted us to leave. You weren't there for the conversation with him, but like that was what he was saying is he was gradually escalating the attacks. Because like he could have just thrown Faceless at us right away. He actually didn't want to kill us. He wanted us to leave and didn't quite understand that we couldn't do that. I mean, he would have killed us all if he would have just killed us all if he knew we couldn't leave, but that's why he was gradually escalating the attacks. The best part is the chapter about the dinosaurs. Earth had lots of animals, but there are none aboard the Stratospheric. Dad says Vertumna might have animals, but we won't know until we get closer. You follow your dad around the gardens pretending to be a dinosaur. From as early as you can remember, you've had vivid dreams every night. You dream about your friends, but they're more grown up. You dream about your parents too, only they're more serious. At night, you explore a vast, unexplored wilderness under wide open skies, enjoying the feeling of rain hitting your face. This is way more detailed than the thing about my strange dreams at first, okay? Except sometimes you dream of monsters. Sometimes the bad dreams make you scared to go to sleep. So every night before lights out, your dad tells you a bedtime story. You often ask for Tales of Earth, a place you've only seen in holovids. Your dad doesn't want to talk about it. How about we save that for another time, he'll say, or maybe when you're older. He prefers made-up stories. Your favorite is. That seems like a nice one, actually, because that would help in getting straights. Well, of course he doesn't want to tell us about Earth, because Earth is an absolute hellscape. From what we know of it. Earth is like on the way to like becoming uninhabitable, and like everyone is dying, and there's mass death everywhere, and people are like killing each other over what few resources remain. In game, you mean? Yes. Yeah, superhero justice warriors. They fight for the downtrodden in the streets of the city and love everybody except the bad guys who are mean and try to take all the money for themselves. Oh, I got a bit of combat. That's my favorite too, your dad says. Yeah, and then my genetic enhancement, which I can actually see what these do. And wow, that's a terrible card compared to the others. So I think I'm actually going to go extra fingers this time because I noticed it was really, really easy to get mental skills. In fact, I was getting too many mental skills, if anything. And I was really having trouble getting social skills. Appalachian descendant. And then physical skills are really easy to get if you get enough bravery early on. So, extra fingers. Which gives me extra creativity, I guess. You've heard that long ago, having a sixth finger would have been something you'd hide or even remove. But Ani Seaton said some of the best musicians back on Earth have the gene for extra fingers, just like you. You're also very good at making crafts, which you do with your friend. I am going to be best friend with Dis this time. Which gives me some bravery and perception. Dis loves to find places on the ship that nobody else knows about. He's smaller than the other kids, so he can get up into the bulkheads. You know where he likes to go when he wants to be alone. The lights are dimmed for the night cycle when you realize that you didn't see Dis at dinner or at the Crash Holiv at night. Antecedent must have realized too. She's constantly checking her holopalm and anxiously typing messages. The light is distracting you from the holovid. Dis's sister Tangent is not worried. She says he always does this. You know that's true, but skipping dinner? Maybe something's wrong. Go find him. You find him curled up in the empty storage closet beside the compost nutrient extraction room. It actually smells really nice, like freshly crushed tomato leaves. He grudgingly agrees to come back to the creche. Something must have happened to make him quieter than usual, but he doesn't want to talk about it. Aw. You're 10 years old when the ship finally reaches the wormhole. Professor Hal says it's like a doorway to other star systems, with the planet Vertumna 4 on the other side. You run emergency drills for months to prepare. When the day finally comes, it starts with a rumble, then things start to slide off the table. You hurry to gather near the escape pods just in case. Single file, everyone. Professor Hal instructs as you follow him. You've dreamed of this day since you were in diapers. It's one of your earliest memories, even though it hasn't happened yet. As the ship passes through the wormhole, the shields will fail. If you don't recalibrate them, your parents' hydroponic farms will be lost. Recalibrate the shields. You give Professor Hal the slip, a move you've practiced for this day, and rush to the engine wing past confused adults who try to stop you. Find the nearest congruence terminal. Oh, I need to learn something in a past life that I don't know yet. Okay. Help me, congruence. Congruence brushes you off. Almost all of her considerable processing power is going towards making sure the wormhole doesn't destroy the stratospheric, and you don't know how to make her do what you want. You yell and beg her to help you, but it's no use. The ship enters the wormhole while you're still trying to talk to her. You black out, just like you always do. Distantly, you feel the ship shaking has stopped, and you hear your parents' worried voices. Feeling safe, you slip further into the warm embrace of the stars. You drift. Graduate... Also, Obscurus, thank you for the follow. Gradually, your consciousness reforms. You wake up in the medbay. The medbed under you plays a soft tone and an automated voice speaks. 2 weeks have elapsed. The patient's cranial injury has completed healing. They may now be safely discharged. As the fog lifts from your head, you realize something seems different about this room. It's so bright. You try to focus on the window. Something is definitely different. Trees? Instead of the familiar blackness of space, bright light from the twin blue and yellow suns is streaming through the windows. You peer out and see fields, glass-walled domes, and walls ringed by giant mushroom-like trees. There are construction materials everywhere and people walking around outside on the ground. You better get out there and join them. Rush outside to start your new life. Yeah, Tammy gives tutorial. Well, no, we just built a little colony. Solana, your dad gives you a big warm hug. I'm so happy you're finally awake. Dr. Instance thought it'd be best to keep you asleep while your noggin healed. Your mother and I thought you might sleep away the whole year, my snoozy little gooseberry. He checks your head and looks relieved. He was clearly very worried about you, but he covers it with jokes and smiles. Well, my dad died in the last timeline, so I'm going to be, oh, you love your dad. Welcome to Vertumna, he says, gesturing around you. You've never seen the stratospheric from the outside except in pictures. The ship has been separated in two and parts taken off to form other buildings and a big wall around the whole colony. The alien jungle creeps up right up to the wall. Only the geodesic greenhouses pass outside it, dotting their way up the hill. It's beautiful. I'm glad you agree, he says. Your mother and I, we've been waiting a long time to see grass and trees again, even if they are purple. Oh, before I forget, he pulls a package out from a satchel and hands it to you. You blink and stare at it blankly.
Don't you know what day it is? He asks. You honestly don't. You remind him that you've been asleep in medbay. Happy birthday, he shouts, wrapping you in a warm hug. Your birthday already? You feel a dizzying sense of deja vu. You stare hard at the wrapped package. You know exactly what is in there. You remember it. No, you dreamed about this package some years ago on the ship. Inside will be a small medallion in the shape of a sun that your dad made by hand. Open the package. How did you know this? It's exactly as you imagined, as you dreamed. A feeling of panic rises in your throat. Your hand shakes, but how? We also got that premonition the first time around. Are you okay, Solana? He snaps his fingers. Dr. Instant shouldn't have let you out so early. Sometimes those sleeping meds take a while to wear off. They might make your head feel funny for a few hours. You nod. Maybe that's all it is. Someone shouts your dad's name. Listen, I'm so sorry, Solana, but I have to get back to work. There was an accident when we landed and... He stops himself. Don't worry, we're going to fix it, your mother and I. Insert Divine Cybermancy intro area. Professor Hal's expecting you in classes if you're feeling up to it, your dad says, pointing west to the engineering wing and the rear end of the bisected ship. Then he points to the large doors you came out of earlier. Or you can relax in our quarters until you're feeling better. We'll talk later tonight, he says, then kisses the top of your head and ruffles your hair. Have a wonderful birthday, Solana. I love you. Also, he started with, noticeably higher, stat spread due to the events on the ship. Love you too, Dad. Hi, Dis. You see Dis sitting on the ground beside some bushes. Is he hiding from somebody? He seems to be watching the gate in the wall to the south where grown-ups are coming and going. Kids aren't allowed past the walls, he says quietly without looking up. They say there's nothing to be afraid of, but then why do we need walls? You stare at the gate and have a sudden rush of memory so strong that you might think you might faint. You imagine something crashing through the wall, something enormous and dark and wriggly. For years in space, you've had half-remembered nightmares of monsters of your ship being destroyed, a sifting through wreckage that used to be your home, trying to find something. Your dad always told you the dreams weren't real. I think there are monsters that... Breaking from your dream, Dis whispers, I think there are monsters out there. I believe you. No, you don't, he says. You're being sarcastic, I can tell. Nobody believes me. I know he gets mad if you continue, so I'm going to leave him alone. Well, you tried. Dis is so sensitive about being teased. Hiya, Solana. Anemone seems really at home here. She's rolling a sports ball around with her foot, making patterns in the weird blue snow. This stuff is different from snow on Earth, she tells you. 'Cause it isn't cold, but it's still neat, and you can make stuff out of it. Your foggy head clears a little. Anemone is simple, physical, real. You always feel grounded near her. What are you making? Just snow spirals. Oh, look, a happy Anemone. Yeah, before her elder brother died horribly, and the trauma made her get with an abuser who treated her horribly. Before everything, yeah? Just snow spirals, she says. But earlier, me and Cal made a big snow pal. You missed it while you were sleeping in medbay. She smiles her broad gap to smile at you. Now that you're awake, we can play. Have you seen any monsters? Nope, just some little bugs. The grown-ups would say if there were monsters, right? She shrugs and smiles reassuringly. Even if there were monsters, Chief Rhett would beat them all up, so don't worry. My mom says we're safer here than we were in space. You both look over at the wreckage of the Stratospheric, the spaceship where you were born. Anemone's mom, Antecedent, is probably right about that. Look what the wormhole did to your ship. Why aren't you in school? She smacks her forehead. School! I wondered where everybody was. I guess I'm going to be late for humanities class. She doesn't look very worried to you. It's okay, she says. Professor Hal is chill. He won't mind, but we should probably go now. She grins and starts running towards engineering. Hey, race you. No fair, she's getting a head start. Okay, no one else to talk to, so I guess we go to class. A happy Professor Hal? Do you mean an alive Professor Hal? Because he didn't, have anything bad to him. He's one of the first people to die. Welcome, Solana, Professor Hal greets you. I hope you're all warmed up and ready to study the glorious humanities. History, literature. Well, I'm sure he's not, I'm not sure he's happy about being dead, I guess. I hope you're all warmed up and ready to study the glorious humanities. History, literature, language, media, and philosophy. And yes, if you're lucky, we'll have a little ancient earth poetry too. He seems excited about that last bit. By the way, if anyone is interested in taking engineering classes, please register through Congruence's scheduling system when you have a chance. She'll be helping me teach them. Today's assignment is an easy one, Hal says with a yawn, because I was up late repairing Congruence's subterminal and I could use an app. I'd like you to write an essay on what the Vertumna colony means to you. My friends are all here. You write about all your buds and the fun things you do together. When Hal wakes up from his nap, he asks a few students to read their essays to the class. Mars is annoyed that you hardly mention her. Well, you aren't really friends, so... 10-year-old drama. Yeah, I know how the minigame works. I didn't get my one that gives me extra, unfortunately. Wait, I could have gotten 10? How is that possible? Your skills increase when you work or go to school, with extra skills if you win the challenge, and a kudos bonus if you make the highest scoring hand with your cards. I picked extra fingers because I wanted a bonus to social skills. Working also increases stress, which prevents you from working if it reaches 100. To relieve stress, take a month off to relax in the quarters wing. Your parents have been working from first dawn to well after dinner every day. You know growing food is an important job, and it's vital to get crops in the ground right away, but there seems to be something more than that. It's such a change from growing up on the stratospheric when you saw them all the time. You stay up and wait for them at night before going to bed. You can tell they're exhausted. They make an effort to spend time for you. It's weird that it's the one that increases. I'm sorry we haven't seen much of you, little gooseberry, your dad says. Your mom watches you. She works a pebble out of her gardening tiller, which also serves as a crutch. How have you been holding up? This all happened before. Oh God, they're gonna think there's something wrong. I can see some of my imagination aren't that high, but I can get a wild card that way, which would be great. This has all happened before. You tell them how you knew about the medallion your dad made before you saw it because you dreamed about it when you were a kid. The more you speak, the harder it is to stop. You tell them about all the things you thought were just dreams and how they've started to come true since you landed on Vertumna. You keep remembering stuff that's about to happen. It's also weird and confusing. Honey, your mom interrupts you. I know you've been under a lot of stress. We all have. She sighs and gives your dad a concerned look. He shrugs helplessly. I'm so sorry we haven't been there for you. She continues, but is it possible you think you might be making this up to get attention? Of course. Well, maybe a little. Look in your parents' eyes, so worried and helpless, makes you hesitate about telling them more. They aren't going to believe you anyway. If anything, it's just going to make them feel worse. And they have so much else to worry about already. You look down and nod sadly. Oh, sunshine, your dad sighs, embracing you. It's all right. This is normal. You just relax and take your time to adjust, okay? You know we still love you even when you have to work late. You know, this is your dad raising an eyebrow at your mom. I think there are lots of different ways to learn, and school is just one of them. You can learn from working on a hobby or by helping a friend. Your mom shakes her head and sighs, though you can both tell she's trying to put on a gentle expression. We both agree that this colony is an experiment, and that means we're going to do things differently than on Earth. You're old enough now to start making your own decisions about your education and future. And if that means you find your own way, we'll accept that. Your dad puts a hand on your shoulder. We'll be proud of you no matter what you do. Try talking to your friends. They may have ideas for how you can spend your time. And come by geoponics, your mom adds. We could use your help. Yeah, that went about exactly as I expected. Hi, Mars. A sharp whistle interrupts your thoughts. Hey, Solana! Mars calls out to you. Come here, I have a job for you. You walk over to Mars, who's sheltering from the snow under the ship's overhang. It's so gross here, she complains. This spark snow would ruin my good clothes. At least on the ship, we had climate control. Ugh. Tammy made me some soy sweets, but there's no way I'm going out there in all this weather. Since you like running around in it, could you fetch them for me? Okay. Good, Mars claps. She's probably just down the hill near our quarters. She's scared to take more than a few steps from the door. All she wants to do is hide inside and make sweets. I want to check something.
Can I see what my augment actually does? Tammy is staring obliviously at the sky, smiling to herself. She startles as you approach. Oh, hello, Solana, she says, putting her hand to her chest. Do you need something? I'm here for Mars's soy sweets. Tammy smiles at you. Oh, it's so nice of you to help out Mars. She's a very important person, you know. She hands you a box wrapped in a pink and yellow scarf. 1 order of mango soy sweets made fresh this morning, she says. Please tell Mars she can have the scarf back, okay? She used some of her kudos to nanoprint it for me because it's so dusty here, but I think I'm getting used to it now. Tammy smiles again and tucks her hair behind her big elven ears. Mars is so cool, she says fondly. Sometimes she's kind of bossy, but I know she really cares too. Give it here. I could eat them if I had more persuasion. I could say I want half, or if you want them, you gotta pay up. Fine, here it is. You hand over the box of soy sweets with a smile. Mars takes it and giggles. You're such a good sidekick, doing everything I say. She opens the box and hands you a soy sweet. Your tip, she tells you. Oh, an administrator seeks looking for somebody to do delivery jobs for the depot. She says, I don't want to do it, cause like you running around out there? No, just go through here, she says, gesturing to the door behind her, and tell them I referred you. Back on the ship, you used to play with her. I teased her last time. Tammy had the best doll collection. After her mom died, her dad used all his nanoprinter creds to print her a different doll every month for a whole year. Oh, her ears perk up when she sees you. Oh, hello, Solana, she says. Her voice is soft and dreamy like a beam of starlight. Do you want to play dolls? I sure do. You don't think Tammy will ever be too old to play with dolls. If anything, she has even more of them now. She takes you to her quarters and brings out the entire Spacey Stacy doll collection. A disturbingly realistic baby with real bowel movements, and 2 super fancy posable dolls named Lily and Tilly, who can be programmed to move on their own. Tammy isn't very good at the programming, so Lily and Tilly just roll around awkwardly when you turn them on. You cover quickly by saying they must be breakdancing at a club. The 2 of you spend the afternoon making up stories of their rise to stardom as professional dancers. Anemone is bumping a sports ball with her wrist, trying to keep it in the air. Heads up! If I had higher toughness, I could do a trick. Bounce it back. You bounce the ball back and forth with her, trying to see how many times you can rally and keep it going. Anemone tells you about the new sports ball court, a proper regulation-sized court. Way bigger than the little 0G one on the Stratospheric. Her brother Com is coaching the junior sports ball team this year. He's so great, she says. He's good at everything, especially spiking. He's coaching me to play awesome like him. You should come join us. Unlocked sports ball, which I'm going to do because I want bravery. Anemone meets you on the court. She's bouncing from one leg to the other in excitement. My brother Com is organizing the youth team, she tells you. Kombucha offers you a high five and greeting, then tosses a sports ball your way. Let's start with the practice game to see what you're good at. You and Anemone are team captains. Pick your team. Also, yes, it's Com, alive. Choose Mars. I'll play Spiker. Mars runs to take position. Seems like she's in it for the glory. Hopefully she'll want to share some of that with the rest of the team. Anemone chooses Kombucha, of course. They bump fists. Cal. Mind if I play goalie? He asks. Sports ball is fun, but it feels mean to score against the other team. He's 3-dimensional right now? Yeah, story challenge. Oh, I got this. I can do a little straight. Right, and I have the delusions one. Man, these cards you start off with are so fucking bad. +1 kudos.
Hal makes an amazing jump save, but is winded when the ball hits him in the chest. The score is tied with Anemone and Calm putting the pressure on. Then blam, you scored the match point with a rad spike all the way from the net line. +2 bravery, +1 toughness. This week you had a few more bouts of deja vu, remembering what somebody is about to say or do just before they do it. Sometimes they actually do it, but not always. This morning you were sure Professor Hal was going to trip on the uneven floor in the cafeteria and spill his plate of hash browns. You even told Mars to watch. He didn't, though. As Professor Hal walked away, his hash browns safe for today, Mars called you a liar and a dummy. At night, your dreams are all mixed up with stuff that you know can't be real. You're chased by monsters the size of buildings, only to be saved by strange people you've never met. You're holding hands with someone you love. You're crying as you help lift a shrouded body into the colony recycler. Everything seems so familiar, but when you try to recall their faces when you wake up, they're smeared in your memory like wet paint. You've lived this life before, in your dreams, you're sure of it. In the light of day, you try to remember everything from your dreams, but it's impossible. You can't live a lifetime of dreams. Anytime you try to tell someone, they think you're playing a trick, or that you're sick and need to go to medbay. You eventually decide to stay quiet about your strange dreams. Why? Uriel Septum the Seventh Core? Secret powers are fun. You start keeping a private journal in your holopalm, recording the events where you remember something before it happens. You also write down your dreams when they have that feeling of being real. You like the idea of being magic and seeing the future, but some of those dreams are very scary. You hope that, like Professor Hal's hash browns, they don't all come true. I'm suddenly not sure about the extra fingers. And like contemplating going back and doing eagle eyes instead. I feel like the physical skills are easy to max though, eventually. I think I read somewhere that it also increases... That it also increases your organizing, like having extra fingers, which was also one that was kind of hard to increase. That's really good because it gives you more item slots. Tangent is hunched over her holopalm, frowning and poking angrily at the air. She speaks without looking up at you. Professor Hal wants us to prep a list of native flora with pictures. There should be a catalog on the Colony Holonet, but I can't find it anywhere. Let's make our own list. Tangent is dubious, but agrees to try your idea. The two of you run around the colony yard taking pictures of all the different vertumnum plants you can find, and making up fake sciencey sounding names for them like Wonkius, Shrubbius, and Purplius gracium. After an hour, you've categorized 51 different species. Tange doesn't think that it's a very complete list or a very scientific method, but she figures you must have learned something. Comp temperament is really strong, but I feel like it's much stronger to pick it up as your second augment from biology. You find your mom hard at work setting up the greenhouses with a small construction crew. You've seen these plants pinned to the wall of your family's quarters for years now. These geodesic domes will house the more delicate plants from Earth. Spinach, tomatoes, maybe even fruit. She takes a swig from her canteen as you approach. Looking for something to do, she asks? Remember, Solana, you're responsible for your own schedule now that we've landed. You can decide how to spend your time, so long as it's productive. She points towards the engineering wing and the back half of the stratospheric severed frame. Professor Hal's still expecting you in class, but a well-rounded education includes practical application. You're old enough to help with the work around here. Hello, my little potato. Your dad exclaims, smiling warmly. What have you been up to today? I'm just hanging with my friends. That Cal's a good boy, he says. And have you seen Anemone? She's been out by the Green Garrison playing sports ball. I think she's spent every day outside since we landed. He chuckles to himself. Guess that's what happens when you've got enough brothers to make your own sports ball team. He breathes deeply and looks around. Vertumna is magnificent, isn't it? You nod. Seasons, he shouts, throwing his hands wide. I missed seasons. Back on Earth, it got much, much colder, and the snow wasn't half as pretty as our spark snow. He sighs, stretching. You just wait until dust season. Both the suns will be high in the sky, and it'll be real hot then. You'll see. Cal is riding around the geoponics garden on his hoverboard. The board comes to a sudden shuddering stop on the rocky ground in front of you. Cal falls off but catches his balance before he eats dirt. Hi, Solana. Real ground is way harder to hover on than ship floors. There are bumps everywhere. We all have to adapt. Yeah, Cal exclaims. Things are actually way, way better planet side. Hovering outside is rad. Look at this. He runs over to a small depression in a nearby hill and presents it like it's something amazing. Look at this. It's a skate bowl. Cool. Can I try? Sure, but please be careful. Mom says if I break my hoverboard, we can't make another one. You take turns riding around the bowl, trying to get up to enough speed going down one side to come back up on the other. You don't land any tricks. It's hard just staying on the board with this uneven ground, but it's still fun. I'm sure this dome's actually parsed. Well, it's because they have to do like climate-controlled environments to raise crops from Earth. And perform a random act of kindness with her with enough empathy. What is it I need to dare him to eat a worm? 20 bravery. Also the same bravery to go outside. I'm gonna keep getting bravery up for now. Anemone has no patience for school, her mom, or acting proper, but she has patience for sports ball. She spends hours teaching little Nougat, fetching balls over and over and throwing all her enthusiasm into cheering every single successful spike her young protege makes. I won't turn on harder challenges. I feel like it doesn't add much to the game. Super goal! I got 5 bravery there. I'm up to 12. Hi, Dis. Dis is sitting in the grass near the big gates that lead out to the jungle. He's just staring out into the nothingness and picking absentmindedly at the weeds. He pretends not to notice as you approach. Sit down with him. He shifts uncomfortably as you sit, but doesn't say anything. You both just hang out saying and doing nothing. You stare out the big gates. The grass in the colony is trimmed short by garden bots, but out there it's wild and as high as your waist. Head Surveyor Tonin is prepping his equipment for an outing. He's bringing a lot. Maybe he's going to stay out overnight. You're starting to wonder if Dis will ever acknowledge you when he says, I've got to go? As he starts down the hill, he pauses and says, this is a good spot. I'll probably come back here tomorrow. Aww? This is so cute as a baby. Shame he grows up to be a terrorist. Alright, I need to check for items because they do spawn. You know, it's really funny that you have garden bots, but not actual current era, hugely automated multiple tool tractors. They actually talk about this. The reason why they're not using the bots for that is because, they actually can't build more of them, and oh, there's an item. And they expect them to break down over time. So they figure it's best to just get used to not having those. Which is an optimistic long-term statement that really underestimates the number of crises that will be befalling this colony.
Should have picked a better settle site. Mars may not be as skilled a sports bio player as Anemone, but she plays hard. She orders people around like a team captain, but she isn't so great at passing the ball. She'd rather be the star. Her favorite thing is to spike the ball right into the opposing net stop's body. It's not a legal move, but she's done it so many times that the opposition now stands further back when Mars has the ball, which is exactly what she wants. If you don't load your save in an external tool to reveal the entire map, are you even trying? Did you see that? Anemone complains to you during a break. Mars wouldn't pass the ball to either of us for 10 whole minutes. Somebody has to do something. Anemone looks at you questioningly. Just let Mars be Mars. You keep passing Mars the ball, and she keeps trying to spike it from the net in huge wide shots that often miss. She gets another penalty for holding the ball for too long when Anemone is clearly open. At least Mars is getting better at these long shots, and she seems happy. Yeah, that's not better. Oh, that's the best possible score. Neat. We're up to 15 bravery. You wake from an afternoon nap. The dream you're in is... Oh, this is new! The dream you're in is one you've had many times. The air is strangely pink and fluffy, kind of sticky, and you have to push your way through it. It feels like every step takes an eternity. You push through the pink cloud and emerge into the children's crash, a room you know well, to see your friend Tammy standing before an enormous bear made of pure light. It lunges at her, through her, and she collapses to the ground like a fainting fairy tale princess. You wake with your heart racing. Tammy is leaning over you where you've been sleeping in a nest of pillows. She shakes your shoulder gently. Oh, I'm sorry, Solana, she says as if speaking to a small child. I think you were having a nightmare? Are you okay? Are you? Nothing bad happened in the dream, but you feel sick with dread. Since you're awake, you should visit the cafeteria. Auntie Sedent is making a new kind of candy. She says it's made of cotton. Isn't that weird? I have to go tidy the creche first, and then I'll meet you there. Save some for me, okay? Tammy skips off towards the creche, humming to herself. You feel groggy and need a minute to clear your head. That dream. Wait, go save Tammy! You sprint down the hall to the children's creche, where the little kids play and learn during the day. Get the candy. Forget dreams, get that candy. It's empty. All the younger kids are probably off eating candy with Auntie Sedent. You spot Tammy tidying up some drawing supplies near the craft bins. Above her, a holo projector displays an enormous floating teddy bear made of purple light. It bobs silently in the air. Mr. Bearsworth, a decade of happy memories playing with it flash through your mind in an instant. Tammy stands up on her toes and reaches for the switch to turn it off. You slam into her, knocking her off her feet onto the ground. At the same moment, the holo projector sparks and explodes. The bear disappears and the whole room goes dark. We saved Tammy! In the dim emergency lighting, you see Tammy's eyes wide with surprise and fear. She sits up and rubs her elbow, staring at you. Sorry, are you hurt? It's okay. She sniffles, looking like she might start crying. Why did you do that? Owie! I just saved your life. My life? She says as she peers into the dark room, looking even more frightened. You try to explain that hology projector was going to shock her, but she doesn't seem to understand. What? How? But it's Mr. Bearsworth, she says. It's just a toy. She doesn't believe you, but that's okay. You're just happy that you followed your dream and got here in time. You decide not to mention the dream since she seems weirded out already. After a minute, the lights come back on. The projector is dead, a thin trickle of stinky smoke coming from the base. Don't worry, Tammy says, brightening as she gets to her feet. Professor Hal can fix it. He can fix anything. That did not happen last time. We only had the option to go get the candy or not get the candy, and either way, Tammy died. By the time you find the professor and finish cleaning up, you've forgotten all about the pink candy in the cafeteria. Tammy is alive! Tammy is sitting down in the grass with a baby on her lap. They're playing nicely with some flowers or a strand of beads in Tammy's hair or something. Tammy keeps gently removing her hair from the baby's mouth. Oh, Solana, she giggles as you join her. Aren't babies the best? There are so many new babies in the creche, you'd think we were starting a colony or something. Tammy laughs. But the parents are too busy doing other work, and somebody needs to take care of the little ones. She looks down lovingly to the baby, who is now sucking on a part of her skirt, getting it good and damp with baby drool. You could help too, it would be fun. Oh, hey. Yeah, this is New Game Plus. The baby chooses this moment to spit up a big puddle of pale yellow liquid onto Tammy's dress. Yeah, when we met the ancient us at the end of our life, one thing she said is like, hey, you want to go back and fix our lives? Like, we could save Tammy and stuff. The baby chooses, yeah? Oopsie, Tammy coos and picks the baby up. Then she yells them out towards you. Could you take them for a minute while I find a towel, Solana? I hate babies. The baby hiccups and rolls their eyes. They still look a little queasy to you. Of course. That increased Tammy's confidence. You hold the baby against your shoulder and pat their back the way you've seen parents do sometimes. They let out a satisfyingly loud belch and you feel a trickle of liquid run down your back, but you don't care because there's nothing better than that fresh baby smell. You decide you might take Tammy up on that babysitting job. So I have a new option. It gives empathy and creativity, so we finally have a good way to get empathy. Solana, Tangent says, approaching you with purpose. We need to discuss my brother. You mean my buddy Dis? Dish. Yes, Dis, she says impatiently. I needed to figure out where he's been disappearing. Ever since we landed, I barely see him anymore. He doesn't even come home at night sometimes, and She trails off and looks at her feet. Well, I'm not on very good terms with my brother as of late, but people are becoming worried. You get the feeling Tange is the one who's worried, but she doesn't want to admit it. I'll talk to him. Yeah, their relationship wasn't quite as bad back then. Also, I have pings for some reason. Let me check. Hey, Arathemus, we are on New Game Plus. We became a gardener in our previous life. That was how it ended. Me and Dis joined the gardeners. We became alien, super intelligent biocomputers. In return for helping Noctilucent kill all the other colonists. So we sort of betrayed humanity. And the colony was destroyed while we spent 50 years fucking about with beetles? Yeah. He probably won't tell you, Tangent says angrily. Newton's apple. He won't even talk to me anymore. You may have to follow him. I would, but everyone in the lab would know I was gone. No one cares where he goes during the day. Leave a reminder to hydrate. And check my posture. On a scale of 1 to end of Evangelion, how bad was it? I mean, for us, we were just kind of indifferent. Because we were gardeners and we were alien intelligences that no longer cared about humans. You tell Dis that his sister Tangent wants to know where he's been disappearing off to. His eyes briefly flit to yours, then he stares vaguely off towards the engineering wing where his sister is reading on her holopon between classes. He doesn't say anything. Where do you go, Dis? His eyes light up and he whispers, I bet you like it out there, Solana. He motions to the path stretching out away from the colony beyond the walls. I sneak out to go exploring sometimes. There's so much neat stuff. You just have to wait until the grown-ups aren't looking. I'm small, so it's easy. Just don't tell, okay? I don't want to get in trouble. How's the colony? Dead. We keep them as a souvenir in small number, yeah? Yeah, like you forget the chat, you totally forget about the colony and fuck around with beetles for 50 years. And you're like, And then you're like, oh yeah, the colony. I wonder what's going on there. And you go and you contact the gardener in charge, and they're like, yeah, we wiped out most of the humans, and we allowed like a few of them to live as cavemen. And you're like, oh cool. And you go back to fucking around with the beetles. That's how the gardener ending goes. You just have to wait until the grown-ups aren't looking. I'm small, so it's easy. Just don't tell anyone. I don't want to get in trouble. You follow him down onto a drain pipe half hidden behind the sports ball field. Small kids like this could fit right through it. Or you. Tangent will want to hear about this. You tell Tangent you know where Dis has been going. I'll give that a 9 on the tragedy and depression scale, yeah? You tell her he's been sneaking out to explore the jungle, not far away, but outside the walls. By the way, the events that led to this was, we discovered that Lum had Instance and Tangent working on an engineered plague that would kill off, like, all native Vertumnan animals. And we told Dis about it, and he freaked out, and the next day, he fucking blew up the engineering section of the ship with a bomb. And then ran away, and then we found him. And then we find out that the gardeners promised him if he sabotaged the colony, he could become a gardener too. And he asked us to join him and also become a gardener. You tell Tangent you know where Dis has been going. You tell her he's been sneaking us out to explore the jungle, not far away, but outside the walls. Tangent looks concerned. Really? She says, wringing her hands. Is it safe? I'll keep him safe. I feel a bombing is a measured response. Yeah, I feel like there could have been other ways there were probably other ways to handle it. But Dis, like, immediately decided, okay, bomb time. She eyes you skeptically. Full offense, Solana, but you're just a kid. She replies, however, I suppose it's good to know he isn't alone out there. She needs to answer if it works, yeah? And also, apparently, he was supposed to what he was actually supposed to do was blow up the walls with a bomb during the next Gloom attack. That was the terms of their offer. But, like, when the gardeners heard about the bioengineered plague, they were like, no, go blow up that. Go blow up that. And they kept their end of the bargain and made us gardeners. So let me check. When is Vertunalia? Second month of Dust. So if I do something this month, rest next month. And then explore, then I'll have Vertunalia reduce my stress. I think. I want to get some biology. I could also study humanities and get more creativity and persuasion. Yeah, I feel like for now, I'm going to study humanities. You learn that the language you speak Esperanto. We speak Esperanto?! What?! That's a revelation and a half?! We've been speaking Esperanto this whole time?! Holy shit! Oh my god! Holy shit, that's a deep cut. What the fuck? I can't believe the Vertumnan group actually like adopted Esperanto. Oh my god. Oh my god. People are actually speaking Esperanto. Oh my god, I'm dying. For those who don't know, Esperanto is a conlang someone came up with that is it was designed to be easy for foreign speakers, at least European ones, to learn, and also bring people together and be like the world language. And it, of course, like some like utopian political groups adopted it, but it like never became famous. But like, holy shit, we've actually been speaking Esperanto this whole time? That's amazing. Yeah, from what I know about the Vertumna group, the fucking cult that made this colony, that makes perfect sense that they'd be speaking fucking Esperanto. Jesus Christ. I can't believe we've been speaking Esperanto this whole time! Holy crap! Okay, I'm gonna run to the bathroom and just like sit with that revelation that we've been speaking Esperanto this whole time. It also means the Helios speak Esperanto as well, I guess. The word Esperanto means one who hopes. The crunchy to fash pipeline. Yeah, that was the best possible hand. 18 creativity. Oh, my dad wants to talk. You meet your dad adjusting a watering pot in your mom's flower garden. He's having a sneezing fit. His eyes running in red. You're alarmed. You've never seen him look sick before. People were hardly ever ill on the Stratospheric, except sometimes when the zero-G rooms made them queasy. Not to worry, my little beanstalk. I'll be fine. It's just that this pollen is making my head a little stuffy. He wipes his nose with a handkerchief and looks around. Everywhere you turn, the air is soupy and I have to wonder if this game like has an Esperanto translation. It would be amazing if it did. It probably doesn't have any translations, but still.
Earth, we used to call this hay fever. Even though it had nothing to do with hay, your mom cuts in carrying a large bouquet of flowers. The native flowers seem to be in full bloom this time of year. She buries her nose in them, and they smell fantastic. Tell them you're scared of the pollen. Yeah, we don't know it's ominous yet. Sniff the flowers tentatively. They do smell good, and they look harmless. Your dad's eyes look so sad, but maybe that's just the allergies. Hey, Solana, I know last few weeks have been very hard for you. This might be a good time to relax and stick around in the quarters ring. It's just in English, yeah. Oh my god, it would have been amazing if they actually made like an Esperanto translation. Relax in the lounge. The lounge is a long, well-lit hall along the outer hull of the ship's midsection. It's strewn with tables and cushions and serves as a communal living room for the tiny room spaces every family is assigned. You flop down into the lounge's big beanbag pile with some of the other kids. Cal has a dazed, peaceful look on his face. The air smells so good on Vertumna, and so does the dirt even. You notice his clothes are filthy, but obviously Cal couldn't care less. Anemone bounces in. Holy crap, there's so much space to run around and play in. Common Chief Red set up an outdoor sports ball court, and it's way huger than the old one on the ship. Yeah, enjoy the lounge while it lasts. Tangent carefully selects one cushion from the pile and perches on it. The school is expanding to some of the empty engineering bays, she tells you. And we're getting a big new lab to do experiments using local resources. There's so much to learn about this planet. Anemone rolls her eyes, but Tangent continues. We shouldn't forget our studies just because we've landed. Tangi's right. School is important. Tammy nods in agreement. It's scary out there, she mumbles. I'm going to stay close to our quarters for now. You've had less of the deja vu. Dreaming's coming to life this week. And you're starting to think you'd even imagine it, but suddenly you get a prickling sensation in the back of your neck and remember that Mars is about to enter the lounge and tell everyone to look outside. You stare at the door. Mars walks in through it, as if on cue. OMG, everybody look outside. They're hoisting a flag over command. She says, clapping her hands excitedly. You know what that means, right? She stands tall with her hands on her hips. Vertumna is officially humanity's first exocolony. Ever. You look out at the flag, feeling dizzy, and silently mouth the words along to what she says next. You remember this moment so well. This is history, kids, she exclaims, wrapping Anemone and Tangent under each arm. And we were there. I wonder if Roanoke had a flag? Yes, I can forget a baby memory. Forget all the shitty baby memories. Sneak out! Hey, there's Dis. Oh, where? You slipped through the drain pipe and out of the colony before anyone saw you. Anyone, that is, except for a dark form watching you from the trees nearby. Could that be... Is that Dis? He turns and disappears into the jungle. Now you're sure of it. That was definitely Dis. He's not allowed outside the colony either. Follow him. You scamper after him through the bush, heedless of branches and the brambles scraping at your arms and legs. Without a proper envirosuit, you'll get all scratched up. This kid is fast. You quickly lose sight of Dis and can't find his trail again, but you do learn something by trying. Yep. Geoponics engineers have set up a worksite here, using the roboplow to tear up the ground and prep it for farming. You don't want them to see you. They'll send you home for sure. Sneak past them. The graveyard of the Atlantic claims so many colonial merchant ships. This tantrum is brought to you by the mention of Roanoke. Yeah. Wait a second. Super goal. +1 perception, +1 kudos. You skulk under the trees at the edge of their operation. The loud grinding of the roboplow hides any noise you might have made. What is this off to the side? You come across a cluster of mush trees. Yeah, give them a friendly pat. You like the mush trees. You give one a pat and are surprised when it moves into your hand. It's not the tree, though, but a camouflaged creature lying against its trunk. It looks small and a little like an octopus or a starfish. Lots of long legs wrapped around the tree like it's giving it a hug. Man, it was like a couple years in before we were able to explore the first time. Yeah, they're hop eyes, walk through the territory. I'm not going to bother reading that out. I don't think I'm going to do that for this one. I'm just going to do this. I'm just going to do that. So I'm going to try and do something better here. Like this. Four. It's a little better. Best possible hand, okay. The hop eyes are wary at first, but you crouch down and copy their cute little squeaking noises. You bounce towards them, and amazingly, they don't hop away. You play with the hop eyes for a few minutes before moving on. Cute little guys. The muck hides interesting bugs and other treasure. For those willing to put their hands down the right holes. Are you? Peek inside that hole. Looks dark. Put your hand in there. Sweet, literally, the hole is full of sugar bugs. These palm-sized balls of squish exude a sweet syrup. When you tickle them, you fill a bottle with it, then let them go again. Should be worth a few kudos to Antecedent in the kitchens. Aw. The hop eye is acting really strange. It won't let you pass. It keeps thumping its foot on the ground really loud. Animal challenge. I think just do this. That makes that not a straight. Also, I can do this. But this is pretty big anyways. Oh yeah, that was the best I could possibly get. More animals. You stop trying to get past it and just listen. Oh, you can hear little squeaking noises from nearby. It's probably warning you away from its nest. You carefully avoid the nest while speaking in soothing tones. The agitated little guardian titters warnings at you, but eventually lets you by. Hi, Dis. You spot Dis in a clearing, but not before he sees you first. Instead of sneaking away as usual, he stays still as you approach, like it's totally natural that he'd be sitting in the middle of the jungle, so far away from the colony walls. Now that you think about it, you're a little glad to see him. You are so far away that you can't see the walls anymore, and it's really weird out here, and it's getting late. Dis stares unblinkingly at you as you approach. Hi, Solana, is all he says. Hi, Dis! He seems to be in a good mood. It's something you see very rarely. Did you see a Utopia out there? Dis asks. Chief Surveyor Tonin is easy to sneak past, but Utopia has, like, X-ray vision eyes or something. She'll catch you for sure if you get close. She caught me once and I got in big trouble. How about I show you something cool and sneaking out will be our secret, okay? He jumps up and walks a little ways into the trees. You follow. Just a few minutes away, the ground drops off and a large stone outcropping juts out over a cliff face. Dis walks right to the edge without slowing. It's a long way down. Come on, he says. Try to be brave. I think we do this. Can I make this better? Well, I have plus the flushes, so I feel like I should be making flushes regardless. Oh. Yes, this is much better. More bravery. And we got the really cute memory. You bravely step out onto the rock and walk out to the edge with Dis. You both sit down, feet dangling over the precipice, and look out at the amazing view. It's incredible. You snap a picture with your holopalm, but you won't share it on the net. This is your secret, yours and Dis's. Keep exploring. Yeah, the unicorn one. The unisaur one. I think we just do this. Could have gotten 21, wow. I did get that extra perception still. Yeah, Eagle Eyes I feel like would be a waste given how high my perception is already getting. As you settle in, did you know a slice of pie is $2.50 in Jamaica and $3 in the Bahamas? For these are the pirates of the Caribbean. Oh my god, hi Chaos Dragoon. Yeah, we've already seen this so many times in the first run. I can't even be bothered to read it. And that also lowers my stress so I can explore for even longer. Oh, fuck. As you come to a bend in the path, movement catches the corner of your eye. There's something up on top of a nearby mushroom-capped tree. You can't quite tell what it is, but is that a person? Someone is peering over the edge of the mushroom cap above you. You can't quite see their eyes, but you get an impression of a long dark hair and an enormous mocking grin. I wouldn't go that way if I were you. They warn playfully. They have a deep musical voice, musical accent you don't recognize. A stranger? That's impossible. You're the only people around for thousands of light years, and what the heck is he doing out here? You feel a chill go up your spine. Ignore him and move on quickly. No, you've met everybody on the stratospheric. That must have been some kind of animal, one that looks like a person, and sounds like a person. Maybe it's Tis playing tricks with his voice. Or maybe you're seeing things. You round the bend and regret it immediately as something long and thin slaps against your face. Then another whack across your back as you spin to face your attacker, and whap, 2 slaps to your shins send you reeling. Whatever's attacking, you can't see it. You fall to the ground and cover your head with your arms and sit defense. Nothing happens, just silence. When you look up, there's no attacker, but the plants all around you are flattened to the ground. They're long purple reeds with knobby bumps at their bases. As you watch, the reeds slowly start to bend back upright. You poke one experimentally and it slaps back down onto the ground, stinging your hand. Attacked by grass. How embarrassing. You decide to call it slapgrass. Stay and watch what they're doing. Yeah. Where they're clear cutting. Oh, there's tone in there. You spot Uncle Tonin. Chief Surveyor Tonin, that is, bumbling about, preparing some automated survey equipment in the clearing. He's very cautious, jumpy even, but he's making a lot of noise. Every few minutes, he'll pause to listen and check his surroundings, then go back to banging away. He shouldn't be it'd be hard to avoid if you don't want to get caught sneaking out. Sneak past him. Man, we already have a bunch of really good cards. The set to value is really annoying here. But I already made the super goal by just doing that. I could have gone better, but that would have just given me like a little bit of kudos. And I'm already up to 20 perception. You sneak past Chief Surveyor Tonin easily, walking while he makes noise and ducking down when he stops to check out his surroundings. You're too worn out and tired to continue. You have to go home now. Also, I think I just passed like by a bunch of items out there probably because I don't have the perception perk that highlights items yet. It's time for Vertumnalia. Udicott and the Council have called a festival to celebrate life here on the planet Vertumna. Everyone gathers in the colony square to hear Governor Udicott's speech. In Earth's history, Udicott begins and then clears her throat and waits for everyone to quiet down. Ahem. In Earth's history, Vertumna was known as the god of seasons, change, gardens, and fruit. For some reason, I was going into kid voice. It's no coincidence that our forebears of the Vertumna Project chose to take on such an auspicious name, and the hopes of seeding future bountiful seasons of humanity. We will continue this tradition of Vertumnalia, a midsummer festival to celebrate our Vertumna, this lush planet upon which we find ourselves today. Clap. Everyone cheers and applauds. The members of the council all get up on stage one at a time to give their own short speeches. Governor Udicott announces each one. Governor Udicott, command. Chief Administrator Seek, command. Security Chief Rhett, garrison. Chief Engineer Instance Engineering. Chief Cultivator Flulu, geoponics. Chief Steward Antecedent, quarters. Chief Surveyor Melatonin, expeditions. When it's your mother Flulu's turn, she announces that tonight you'll be eating some of the very first crops grown from Vertumnan soil. Your eyes go to the feast table. Aboard the Stratosphere, it would have been mostly soy-based foods from the nanoprinters, spiced up with what precious fruits and vegetables could be grown in the small growing bays. This year, the earth plants look even less robust than usual, but they're supplemented by some Vertumnan plants you've come to appreciate. Juicy potato pods and slabs of edible fungi. Talent show. It's an all-singing, all-dancing, all-talent extravaganza. The entire colony gathers to watch the show after dinner. First up, Dis plods up to the front of the stage as a pop song starts to play. He just stands there, deadpan, staring into space with his arms at his side, while the singer belts out the first verse. Then as the chorus comes in, he suddenly springs to life, dancing and lip-syncing to the lyrics frantically, waving his arms and grinning maniacally, then collapses back to standing still once the chorus is over. It's hilarious, but you aren't sure you're supposed to be laughing. Oh my god, he only knows the chorus. Next, Mars performs a choreographed dance routine to an old Earth song by an AI idol. She has light-emitting balls at the end of her hair, which she swings around everywhere in the dim light, while controlling a small floating ball drone who dances with her. It's total overkill, but it is impressive. Your turn, what do you do? Magic act. Your mother just died in-game, yeah? We could do that. I don't think that's the best idea, though. I think what we do is this. You could force us straight if we do this, which is almost enough. Hi, Sitharu Ice Wolf. We are on New Game Plus in this game. Yeah, I'll just use another mushroom wood log to get the little bonus. Bonus creativity. Talent show champion. Everyone is amazed by your magic act, especially the one where you pretended to pull scarves out of your mouth. You win as voted by audience applause. Mars begrudgingly shakes your hand, leaning in to whisper that you better enjoy your victory now, because she's going to destroy you next year. After the festivities are over, everyone takes time off for a much-needed break. During the fierce heat of dust, a few days' rest is exactly what you need. You feel refreshed. And we are popular. Tange wants to talk to us. Tange is watching a construction crew build scaffolding for the new engineering pavilion. They're using mushwood, which is so light that one person can easily lift a 10-meter-long pole and stack it into place. She points towards them. Human beings are so great, don't you think? Before we landed, this was all just dirty jungle. Now it's civilization. I've been learning about adaptability in writing in biology class. The books say it's what sets us apart from the animals. Like, we don't need fur because we can make more warm clothes, and if it's too hot, we can make air conditioners instead. Maybe the animals have unique adaptations. Tangent rolls her eyes at you. Maybe, but even if they do, I haven't seen any sign of intelligent life here. It's just those big dumb xenofauna. The animals are super dumb. Humans rule, xenos drool, says Tang. Literally, if there's intelligent life here, why didn't we see any cities when we landed? She scoffs. Checkmate, aliens. If only she knew the truth. Together you watch as the foreman puts the blueprints for the scaffolding onto the floating screen of her holopalm and raises it to the scaffolding to check their progress. I'd like to see an alien do that, Tange says primly. Humans look defenseless and weak, but we're the strongest species in the galaxy. Who else can literally bend reality to their will? Not a stupid alien, that's for sure. She puts one finger to her chin. I'm living proof that humanity is greater than our biology, she says. All of us are, really, with our genetic enhancements. We're the next step in humanity's evolution from great ape to galactic superspecies. How many kudos do I get? 7? And I'd like to increase my empathy. While I have popular, at least. Hello, Solana. Antecedent greets you. Oh, sweetheart, I'm so happy you've come back to help. You know this place well, the creche. Part preschool, part all-day daycare. You practically grew up here, cared for communally while your parents worked their shifts. A few kids even live in the creche full-time. And a white antecedent, aka Anne, aka Antecedent, is every kid's mom. The smell of craft glue and clean blankets gives you a calming sense memory of all the happy time you spent here with your friends. Tammy's here too. Also, Sitharu, if you haven't seen this game before, this is like, it's a game about growing up in a colony in an alien world. And a bunch of horrible shit will happen over the course of the game. It gets really bleak. It's like fun child times right now, but it gets really bleak. Tammy is here too, gently rocking a drowsy baby against her chest. She looks at ease here in a way you don't usually see. You're going to babysit too? She asks in an excited stage whipper. You'll love it! Suddenly, a bundle of wild hair and pink overalls runs straight into you, nearly knocking you over. Almost more kitten than kid, the child grabs your leg and stares up at you with unblinking green eyes. Watch that one, Antecedent warns. You remember Nougat? She's turning out to be quite the handful. Why don't you start off by getting her to go down for her nap? Read a book to her. You search through your Holopalm's library and find your favorite childhood book, Superhero Justice Warriors. You find a quiet spot on a large beanbag chair, but Nougat squirms in your lap and refuses to sit still. It's not long before her eyes wander away from the pictures, drawn to activity across the room. Oof, she's all elbows and knees as she clambers off your lap, chirping, I'm going now, bye bye bye! Nougat makes a beeline for some older kids who are playing with a Creato-bot. She charges in to pick up the bot and hug it, causing it to flail and whirl and knock both of her and itself over. By the time you get to the scene of the crime, there are tears, and the other kids are upset about their broken bot. The commotion attracts the attention of Antecedent, who swoops in and with hugs and tissues. Within minutes, she has it under control. Whoops, she says, hauling Nougat up onto her hip with ease. Just a little mix-up. Don't worry, everyone. Solana will get that bot fixed in a jiffy.
apparently I need to fix it. I could have gone slightly more. A bunch of empathy, yeah. And creativity. Creativity feels extremely not useful, but there's other stuff that very much is. Tammy almost doesn't notice you approach. She's bent over her holopalm, intently taking notes until you get it close enough that her ears wiggle and she looks up, surprised. Hello, Solana, she greets you cheerfully. I'm so sorry I didn't see you there. You ask her what she's studying, and she flushes pink and tugs in her ear. I'm not studying, she says. I'm making a list of my friend's favorite things. She laughs a little embarrassed. And well, you're my friend, Solana, so what's your favorite color? I hate all colors equally. The color of the monster behind you. I feel like actual Solana's favorite color would be blue. What your favorite dessert is. Desert, I prefer the Sahara. Fresh fruit. Tammy carefully knows this as well. Okay, question. What's your favorite toy? My holopalm, yeah. Okay, now I know what to get you for your birthday. Ask what her favorite things are. I like the color yellow in my dolls, and my favorite sweet is cake. I wonder what implications that will have. Oh, Dis has an event. You slip through the colony gates, feeling the breeze from the mushroom forest ruffle your hair. You look around for Dis, but he's nowhere to be seen. Maybe you went to class today? Probably not. As you're about to return to the colony, you hear what sounds like crying coming from one of the expedition vehicles. You pull back the tarp that keeps it from being blanketed with fungal spores and find Dis curled up in the cabin. He wipes his eye. Why am I so gassy? I keep burping. He wipes his eyes and turns away. Go away, he mutters. Are you okay? I'm fine. Just leave me alone. I need higher persuasion to talk to him about it, damn. Do you want to talk about it? Why don't you go ask my sister, he mumbles. Tanja's so mature. She knows everything. I'm just a sensitive little crybaby who doesn't know anything. Dis wraps his arms around his legs and hides his face in his knees. I hate her, he mutters. Everyone thinks she's so smart, but she's just a big meanie. I hate everyone here. I hate being here. I just want to be left alone. He rubs his nose on his sleeve. Except for you, I guess. Sometimes it feels like you're the only person who's ever tried to be my friend. Aw. Dis, you won't believe this, but in a previous timeline, we've literally betrayed the human race and, like, became alien superintelligences together. So... While I have popular, I want to do stuff that earns kudos. So... Sylphania, hi! Thank you for the raid! How are you doing? How are your viewers doing? We are playing I Was a Teenage Exocolonist, and we actually just finished our first run. So we're starting over. Let's help Tammy with babysitting some more. Most kids in the creche go home at the end of the workday to be with their parents. You could think, yeah, it's incredible. Most kids in the creche go home at the end of their workday to be with their parents, but some live there full time. Aunts triplets, for example, as well as orphans from the wormhole crash, and children whose parents have simply opted to have them raised communally instead. You've heard that orphanages on Earth could be troubled, but here in the creche, everybody's cared for equally. They're lucky in a sense. In the creche, they have a huge family and so many siblings to play with.
You and Tammy are putting 2 of these crush kids to bed. Tammy is cuddled up with one of them, reading a book out loud. Tonight's story, Tammy begins, is about a little vacuum bot named Litter. One night, while Litter was charging, there was a power surge in her charging station. Zap! Tammy tickles the children for emphasis. And the next morning when Litter woke up, well, instead of cleaning, she decided to go on a grand adventure. That's very funny. Tammy makes the story up as she goes. She has the vacuum bot venture all the way out of her geoponics dome to the other side of the colony to meet her cousin bots in engineering. But everything goes wrong and the little vacuum bot gets scared and lost. After Captain Udicott saves her and brings her back to geoponics, the little vacuum bot vows to never go exploring again and lives happily ever after. The moral is to never have adventures. This is a better card, so you're so great with kids. Thanks, Solana. Tammy blushes. I can't wait to have kids of my own. I want at least 5. Maybe more even. Auntie Seaton says I could have as many as I want, and she and the other crash parents will help raise them all together. I think I'd like that. I'm not sure you know what you're asking for, Tammy. Oh, I actually make more by not playing that. Sarah Lane, thank you for the follow. You missed me going insane after learning that the kids here speak that like everyone in the colony is speaking Esperanto canonically. You're looking a little worn out, my little firefly. Wait, when was the St. Valentine's Day supposed to be seen? Because I think that should have happened already, shouldn't have it? What happens when you're 11? Okay. You know, despite what your mom might say, there is such a thing as too much work. Maybe some R&R over in the lounge would help recharge those solar cells. What do you say? Maybe I just need a hug. Your dad throws his arms wide. Well, get in here, Tiger Butter. After a long hug, you do feel a little better. Your dad gives incredible hugs. We are going to continue babysitting. Just can't seem to make Nougat keep her pants on. At least she's potty trained, but it's still a bit of a health hazard. Yeah, my dad died in the last timeline, so I'm hoping that we can save him this time. You managed to come to a compromise where she agrees to at least wear a dress or skirt. She does this for a little while before realizing it's much harder to climb and crawl around in a dress, and begrudgingly agrees to wear pants again. Oh my god. Oh wait, that becomes a straight. A big straight. Yeah, sure. Okay, I got 17. Oof. You're having a terrifying, familiar dream. A monster crashing through the walls, unfathomably large, every part of it wriggling and moving and searching for something. It tramples through the colony as you watch helplessly. Time shifts to the wreckage of your home. You're picking through it, looking for something, tears streaking down your dust-covered face as you lift heavy pieces of debris searching. You wake up shouting, "No!" but your voice is drowned out by a deafening rumble from the skies outside. The bedroom window is covered in water? It's pouring down from the clouds. You guess this must be rain, but you've never experienced it before. There's a bright flash from outside, then another crack and rumble. Thunder, it must be a thunderstorm. It's still the early hours of the morning. You've already almost forgotten your bad dream, but you're too unsettled to go back to sleep yet. The rain beats down on the roof of your quarters. join now and then with angry peals of thunder like the footsteps of an angry beast. Run outside and play in the rain. It's surprisingly warm outside and the water feels nice hitting your head. Everything smells fresh and damp and wonderful, and the dusty, packed ground has turned to squelchy mud between your toes. You don't go too far from the door to your quarters, but it's nice, but it's exciting being outside in the dark, watching dramatic streaks of lightning arc down to the hills beside the colony. I do need to start getting biology up, like, soonish. But not right away, I think. Actually, I think I will start doing it now. Biology, slacking with biology. I did not slack on it at all my first playthrough. I'm just realizing that I don't need it right away. Good afternoon, my burgeoning biologist and up-and-coming chemist. Professor Hal welcomes you back in your old classroom. This afternoon, we'll learn what I like to call the wet sciences. He gestures to his holo-projected lesson plan. Biology, chemistry, medicine, ecology, and geology. You'll learn a little bit of everything with opportunities for further study in your favorite field. If you're looking for something a little drier, try registering for engineering classes. So I can do this, and then this. And then this makes an even bigger straight. +4 biology. Does anyone want to talk? Wait a second, it's Disentangent's birthday. I should give them, like, a stick or something. Is it my birthday? I forgot, almost forgot. I hate it when people make a big deal about my birthday, but this is nice. Thank you. I'm befriending both. I'm like focusing on befriending both Disentangent again because I want everything to like go right this time and not go horribly wrong. I'm doing so. Yeah, she doesn't like the rain. I'll give her a stick too. We don't have the things they actually want, which are herbs. No, it's just everything went wrong for, like, that was what we were doing before, but everything went, like, horribly wrong. So, I would rather things not go horribly wrong for people I care about this time. Study life sciences again. You ask a question in class and are embarrassed when everybody laughs? You guess it was something you were supposed to know? You thought Professor Hal said there were no dumb questions. But yeah, well, it's actually really, really difficult to get a good ending in this game. I will tell you that. I have an idea. Yep. +4 biology again. The days have been getting shorter, with only the yellow sun barely skimming the horizon. One morning, you wake up in the darkness and have to check your holopalm to know what time it is. You see a holostream from Mars. Good morning to all my pals, if you can even call it morning. They've named it glow season because, like, everything is crazy glowing out there in the dark. I'm staying the heck inside for the next month. What's the point in even going out if you can't see anything? It's going to be a long, boring month. No way, it looks cool out there. You peek out the window. The wormhole is the biggest you've ever seen it, like a massive fiery ring in the sky. The planet must be very close to it now. Hold on. And out in the jungle, something new is taking place. The plants are flowering. Glowing, iridescent blooms, and everything is full of life. There are strange new sounds, long hooting calls and gurgling roars. After Mars's message is a notice from the council, warning everyone to stay safe inside. Tammy's dad and the other surveyors have been called back and the gates closed for the month. There's a tension in the air as if everyone is waiting for something. And so we're gonna learn, and so it's time for the colony to learn that things attack the colony during glow.
Yeah, I'm too stressed out. I gotta rest. Relax in the lounge. It's nice to take some time off to chill after all the stress of school and work, not to mention the mental toll of just living on this unpredictable planet. Looks like you're not the only one who needs some downtime. Some of the other kids are also relaxing in the lounge. Approach Mars and Dis. Okay, but you do stink, you hear Mars defend herself. It's not my fault that you can't tell. Maybe your nose stopped working, but the rest of us can't. Most of us can smell it, but... She waves her hands in front of her nose and makes a PU gesture, then turns to you. He smells awful, right, Solana? Stop being mean to my future boyfriend, Mars. Stop being so mean, Mars. You stand toe-to-toe with Mars. She glares at you, then at Dis. Oh, fine, she says, defeated. I'm sorry, Dis. I'm just trying to help, but I should have said it in a nicer way. Not everyone in life is going to tell you the truth, you know. Oh my god. I can forget another baby memory. The endless dark of glow season must be getting to you. All week you've been having nightmares. Something is coming. Something bad is about to happen. A dreadful mantra repeats in your head. You're hardly even surprised when the emergency sirens start up. You peek out at the gates. Yes, they should be closed, but they're open. Just as you dreamed or remembered, but the details are foggy. There were monsters. Help fight. You'll try your best to be brave and fight back. First you dodge some helpful grown-ups who point you back to the creche. Then you head outside to get your bearings. You can hear yelling from up the stairs to command and a commotion to the southeast where your parents are working. Go to geoponics. Your parents are defending the greenhouses from a pack of knee-high creatures which seem to have eyes growing all over their bodies. Their oily flesh ripples with a constant, subtle motion as the individual eyes blink one at a time incessantly. You can't tell which end is which with these horrible things. Cal is standing nearby. Wide-eyed, he slowly picks up a shovel and moves beside you. He reluctantly holds the shovel in front of himself like a weapon. Easy, doggies, he whispers. We don't want to hurt you. Get out of here, both of you, run, your mom shouts, attracting the pack's attention. All except one animal, which moves straight towards you, and Cal analyze its behavior. You look into its too many eyes and see fear. This creature is scared of you. To Cal's amazement, you touch down to try to look less threatening and choose two eyes at random to look into to communicate with. You start to reach out a hand, but the creature is trembling. Staring into its eyes has made it even more frightened than before. It pounces. Damn. That doesn't quite make it straight, but like it's actually better this way. I could have gone slightly better. Let's do combat. You killed it with nothing but a rake thrust deep into several of the creature's many eyes. The rest of the pack scampers off the moment it falls. You've never killed anything before. The body of the creature that was so terrifying a minute ago now looks so strangely small and harmless. All of its eyes have closed for good now. Cal crouches beside it in shock. I told you to run, Solana! Uh-oh, your mom looks furious that you put yourself in danger. She storms over her and you think she's going to slap you. What is this game about? It is about growing up on an alien planet and experiencing a horrible roller coaster of horrible trauma as everyone you love dies horribly. And not knowing what you're supposed to do to stop it. Uh-oh, your mom looks furious that you put yourself in danger. She storms over and you think she keeps rocking you and saying, my baby, over and over. It's pretty surreal. Almost as weird as the dog things with the eyes, honestly. After 2 weeks of darkness with the blue sun barely skimming the horizon, it begins to move higher in the sky and daytime returns. The council admits they don't know how the gates were opened or how the creatures got in. Mama's gorgeous, yes. Some of the attacking creatures were once thought to be docile. Others were species nobody had seen before. It was like something had driven them to assault the colony. At least nobody was killed this time. Yeah, tutorials. But yeah, you remember things, you get like premonitions, and on subsequent playthroughs, you get more premonitions because you get premonitions about like basically every major event you experienced in the previous playthrough. So I'm doing a second playthrough now.
You're looking for Cal in the garden when you nearly trip over someone else, one of the younger kids, and they're blindfolded? Hey, they exclaim, ripping the blindfold off their face and throwing it to the ground. It's Cirrus, one of Anemone's brothers. He glares at you. I was almost done. Cal drags over and grabs Cirrus in a friendly headlock, ruffling his messy hair. Dude, you were so close. Cirrus stamps his feet and complains that you got in his way. It's not her fault, Cal says. She didn't know we were playing a game. Give me a sec. I want to teach her how to play. Cal turns to you as Cirrus leaves. Sorry, Solana, he says sheepishly. I was teaching Cirrus a new game, but he's more like Anemone than I thought. Real competitive, you know? He stoops to pick up the blindfold, brushing off the dirt. I've been trying to come up with different kinds of games other than sports ball. No winners or losers. I just want to have fun with my friends. Cal looks at you hopefully. Do you want to learn how to play? Let me check my schedule. Yes. We already used our premonitions to avoid one character dying. Because normally one of your childhood friends like fucking dies in the first year. But we saved her in this timeline. Cal's smile looks like it's going to stretch right off his face. Radical, he shouts, jumping up and down with excitement. Okay, so first put on this blindfold. The blindfold is a little scratchy and it smells like dirt. How many years does this go through? It goes from age 10 to age 20. The blindfold is a little scratchy and smells like dirt. You can feel Cal's big hands on your shoulders. I'm gonna spin you around, and when I let go, you gotta listen to my instructions. We're gonna walk all the way to the cafeteria, okay? Of my second playthrough, it's we are age 11. You nod. You can't see Cal's grin, but you can hear it in his voice as he spins you around and counts to 10. 1, 2, 3. First, you gotta walk forward 10 steps. You follow Cal's instructions as best you can. I do. You take 10 steps straight forward, holding your hands out for balance. Yes, you can. Yes, you can. The rocky dirt between the garden beds crunches your feet. Yeah, Cal says. Now turn to your right and take 15 steps until you get to the door. Get it right. You turn to the right and walk forward, counting out 15 steps. When you stop, Cal laughs. You can hear his footsteps crunching behind you. I forgot how much bigger I am than you. You're like 2 more steps away. You take 2 more steps until your outstretched hands land on the warm metal of the door. Success. Awesome, Cal says. You can't help but smile. This is fun. Now hit the door button on the right and then keep walking forward until I say stop. Go really slowly, okay? You open the door and start to walk forward. The path slopes downward and your feet slip a little bit, even though you're moving as slowly as you can. Real dirt is nothing like the metal floors of Stratospheric. It's turbo rocky here, Cal says, and you can feel uneasiness prickle up the back of your arms. Just keep moving forward slowly. I trust him because I've had enough empathy. You slowly creep down the slope to the center of the colony, somehow managing not to bump into anything. Cal cheers. Okay, now turn a little to your right and keep walking straight. We're so close. You carefully pick your way forward, stopping when you hear Mars's unmistakable voice ring across the courtyard. What are you nullheads doing? Cal Tesla, you're playing a game. Oh, I don't have enough bravery. Is that a real game? Mars scoffs. It looks like Solana is just wandering around with a scarf over her eyes. Are you a little old for this? Maybe she's right. Embarrassment burns into your belly as you tear off the blindfold. Blinking away tears in the sudden brightness, you can see Mars looking down her nose at you. Mars sneers, tossing her braids over her shoulder. I thought you were cooler, Solana. Let me know when you're ready to play adult games. You're not sure what she meant by that? You become aware of Cal standing behind you. Sorry, Solana, he says quietly. I guess it is kind of a silly game. You ask if he wants to get some potato juice from the cafeteria instead. You spend the afternoon brainstorming ideas for more games with no winners or losers. Aww. Unfortunately, we have a lot of stress from the attacks, so that will impede our exploring, but we're still going exploring. You're still sneaking out of the colony to go exploring. At the top of a rise to the east, you think you spot someone watching you. They're dressed in black. Is that Dis? But they look way too tall to be Dis. Maybe another surveyor. You blink and the figure is gone. Heck over there and look for clues. You bushwhack down into the valley and up the other path to where you thought you saw them standing. No signs of a camp or anything obvious like a dropped pack. No note saying, I'm watching you, signed to mysterious figure. Yeah, it's Sim. We know it's Sim from the previous playthrough. You stop for lunch, eating an earth treat grown from your own greenhouse as a watermelon, nice and sweet like a more solid potato pod. Just relax. Yes, that can lower our stress so we can explore more. You sit back and enjoy your midday rest in the beautiful surroundings. A stream cuts through the path here. There must usually be stepping stones across it. Yeah, bravely jump over it. Wait a second, I can do something funny. Yep, we're on the second playthrough. No, what we want to do is this. In fact, we want to do this. I could have gotten slightly better, but I got the super goal anyways. You bravely fall in and get wet. You flounder towards the other side, soaked but victorious. Oh, Utopia's out here. How'd the first one end? We got the Gardener ending, where me and Dis betrayed humanity and became alien superintelligences, and everyone else died. You spot Surveyor Utopia on the path. It looks like she's setting up some kind of equipment. If she catches you sneaking out, you'll be in trouble for sure. You stumble on a root and Utopia's head flies up. She scans the trees in your direction. Sneak up and watch what she's doing. She's setting up a hive for photograph drones. She unpacks a pyramid-shaped box and stands back. When she activates it, hundreds of tiny flying robots shoot out at the top and spread over the canopy, taking photographs and readings from everything in the area. In a few hours, they'll return and automatically combine their data of the area and everything in it. You make a note to stay out of sight while they're active. You don't want to get caught. Yep, I gotta go home because I'm stressed out. Carefully check that the coast is clear. Good thing too, because Uncle Tonin is passing by on his way back to the garrison. You curl up in the shadows and wait for him to leave. That was close. So much has happened in the last month since the monster attack during Glow. The idea of this planet as a peaceful utopia has been shattered. The security squads are training new members and keeping close watch on the gates now. They're reinforcing the walls and even installing a few robotic turrets. In class, you have drills on what to do if the colony is attacked again. And all the excitement, you forgot today was your birthday. Your parents haven't forgotten. They wake you up early with enthusiastic shouts of "Surprise!" A Vertumnan year is only a little longer than a year on Earth, so you've taken up its calendar for birthdays. Yours is in the second month of quiet. Bark snow drifts slowly past your porthole window as you snuggle with your dad. Your mom climbs up too and sits on the edge of your bed. Your dad pulls a bowl of fruit from behind his back with a flourish, like a magic trick. At least you think it's fruit. What are those? Bobber fruit, your dad grins. The foragers have been picking these just outside the walls. They might look funny, but they're tasty. Try one. You take a cautious bite. The pulp is soft and tastes a bit like lemon, only more blue. I bet you can't wait to join the surveyors out there, your dad says wistfully. Who knows what else you'll find? Solana is not allowed outside the gates, your mom interrupts, her voice sharp. It's too dangerous for kids. Yeah, unfortunately, I have been sneaking out for nearly a year now. Well, I know, but eventually, your dad says, but your mom cuts him off again. But not now, your mom replies. You can get another copy of Delusions. Not since the attack, not with everything we know is out there now. I helped, I was a hero. Don't even start, your mom snaps. You should have been in the creche with the others, not putting yourself in danger for no reason. You don't get it. You know your mom wasn't a farmer back on Earth. She was a fighter too. She's such a hypocrite. God, that's such a kid thing to think. Even still, your mom says, it's clear that everyone should know how to defend themselves if it happens again. To be clear, this includes knowing when to run away. Security Chief Rat's offering self-defense lessons at the garrison, you know? Even for kids. If you're interested, you should drop in sometime. Your mom gives you a stern look. And I know your friend Dis has been sneaking outside the walls, she says. If I catch you doing that, I'm going to put a chip in your ear. You laugh. What a good joke. Your mom doesn't laugh. What, me? Never. Yeah, you better never. Your mom retorts, crossing her arms. What, you never seen rocks before? Yeah. Dare you to eat this worm? Oh yeah, discounters? Well, I double dare you to eat a worm. You can't just turn down a double dare. You're no meek little hop-eye. Slimy, unsatisfying, very, very gross. Dis eats his like a noodle, slurping it up and wrinkling his nose as it wriggles in his mouth. Yuck, he says, swallowing it whole. Then shows you his empty mouth. You should have known better than to dare a person who fears nothing. Dis is sitting in the bed of one of the expedition vehicles, tinkering with a bit of tech. He tries to hide it when he sees you, but it's in so many pieces he only manages to shove some behind him before he gives up and glares at you mistrustfully. What do you want? Let me see what you have. What are you doing? Dis squints at you. Promise you won't tell on me, he says. Promise. They weren't using it. He starts already sounding defensive as he turns the biggest piece of the device over in his hands. It was just sitting there in command so that when they weren't looking, I took it. I took it and no one noticed. He seems excited about this fact. I think it's part of a communication device. He says thoughtfully. So I'm trying to figure out how it works. I want to talk to the aliens. Just be careful, okay? Dis nods and fiddles with the device. Who cares, he says. People on Earth used to use stuff like this, thinking that it could pick up the voices of ghosts. I wonder if all those genetic modifications were a good idea. They were not. But it was probably just radio waves, so I figure if I'm looking for radio waves, aliens have to exist. He continues quietly, but with great conviction. They have to. You can't have this much life on a planet without some of it being smart, like we are. I just wanted to talk to them, he says. Maybe I'd fit in more with aliens than I do here. Anything is possible. Dis nods and looks outward into the mushroom forest. I know you're just trying to be nice, he says quietly. Even if you think we're really alone out here and you're just lying to make me feel better, it's still nice. Well, they enabled Tange to be far more self-destructive before starting to crack Suze to say if it's good or bad. Yeah? Perform a random act of kindness. You give Tammy an enormous hug, sharing the love. Tammy gets a lot of hugs, but you make sure this one feels special. She hugs you back, wiggling back and forth happily. She's surprisingly strong. Thanks, Solana, she says breathlessly as you squeeze the wind out of her a little bit. I really, really needed that. Oh, before you go, she adds and produces a box with a slice of cake in front of it from the folds of her skirt. Do you want this cake? They're so fun to make, but I need someone to help me eat them. I'll make you another on your birthday if you like, and we can trade hugs for cakes again. Tammy beams when she sees you, like there's nothing better in the world than the sight of your face. Happy birthday, Solana, she exclaims. She comes in for a huge hug. She smells so nice, like vanilla and flowers, and she's really good at hugs. This is for you, Tammy says. She steps back and reaches into one of the many deep pockets of her dress, producing a little paper box. I made you this, she laughs, opening it to reveal a little snack-sized cake. It's only a soy cake, but it's a soy cake made just for you. You take a bite. Okay, it tastes just like a regular soy cake, too. Tammy did what she could with what the colony has. Tammy watches as you eat the cake with a look of delighted satisfaction. You can share it if you want, she is smiling sweetly. If that would make you happy, share it with Tammy. Tammy laughs. I was just kidding. I made my own silly Billy, she says, pulling out the second box. Let's eat them together. Oh, that's cute. That's really cute. I am going to also befriend Tammy a lot because, like, well, what happened in the first playthrough. Anyways, gotta relax in the lounge this month. You spend several hours a day obsessively checking the local holonet for updates. With so few people in the colony, social media can be very dead. It feels like you're talking to yourself sometimes. You try to start a few conversations, but most people are busy at work or school. RIP. Wait, these are both really good memories. Why would I want to forget either of them? You check around for new dialogue, and if not, we are going to go exploring again. Should be a new event this year. Should be a new event every year, actually. Yeah, there is. Oh, and there's some herbs, which I can give to Dis. Probably.
You spot a suspiciously regular mound of spark snow. Maybe something is buried underneath. Dig it up immediately. You fearlessly dive in, digging with your gloved hands. Turns out it's just a pile of snow. But I did get bravery from it. Oh my god. Why did my voice get so weird there? You hear a sad hiccuping sound and follow it to find a sick Hopeye. It's hunched down low, its foot completely nestled under its body and shivering uncontrollably. Its enormous eyes roll around in confusion and fear at your approach. Try to take it home with me. Yeah, conditions. Blah, blah, blah. Wait. And then that makes that into a straight. Woo! I don't have a 3. But I can still beat it. Especially if I do this. Oh wait, no, that gets minus because of that card. Fuck. I wonder. No, we can't match it up regardless. Wait a second, though. We can do this for a straight. Which is 29. We can't super goal here, but we do pass. Yeah, that was the best possible hand. The Hopeye hisses and tries to bite you. It doesn't want to be touched. You throw your jacket over it, then carefully pick it up and put it in your pack. You crack the zipper a bit to give it some fresh air. Your dad helps you make a little nest for it in an empty part of the geoponics barns. Every day, you bring it food and water and gradually nurse it back to health. Cal takes an active interest in the recuperation. Utopia says that Hopeyes don't really have a gender, he says, as you're washing out the pen together. Or maybe she said they're both and they're really social. So what are we going to name them? This time, let's name the pet Hopeye Optimus Prime, a noble companion who's more than meets the eye. Perfect. Cal offers the Hopeye a piece of bobber fruit. Cute. Optimus Prime plucks the fruit from Cal's hand and hops into your lap to snuggle down and nibble on it. Cal snaps a photo with his holopalm and shares it, captioning it Friends for Life. Yeah, and unfortunately that ends the month immediately. So fuck me, I guess. And now I can equip my pet. You catch Cal at the gate to the gardens. He's carrying a big bucket of rocks. Hi, Solana, he exclaims. He pauses to pat your pet on the head. And hello to you too, Optimus Prime. Oh, I'm supposed to tell you there's a new park near Geoponics now? We can run around all we want and nobody will say we're trampling the fields. You should come play there sometime and bring Optimus Prime. They'll love it. We don't have the bonus, but we almost have perception. And there's going to be a bunch of more stuff, so we might as well go out, I think. Actually, probably would have been smarter to wait for right before Vertimnalia to do this. But whatever. We want the next perception perk. We want the perception perk. Ahead of you, the road curves right, and there's a steep hill leading off to the left. Hike up it. You leave your pack in some bushes at the base so you'll be lighter on your feet, then start the trek. It's tiring and even steeper than it looked from the bottom, but some broadcap mushroom trees provide shade. The view from the top is spectacular. You can see all the way to the colony walls in one direction and down to the little... Yeah, it's the rock event. Most perfect boulder you've ever seen, teetering right on the edge of the slope you just climbed up. It's almost as tall as you are and must weigh at least 2,000 kilos, but it's practically teetering there. Yeah, I'm not strong enough. Resist its temptations. Not today, Rock, not today. Blue collectibles glow now. Find something to be used as an umbrella. You break off a large leaf on a long stem and hold it over your head. It makes a pleasant kind of thrum as the drops splatter on it. Another log? Yeah, stay and watch the loggers again. You walk through the Hot Ice territory. Right, we have a bonus to pairs because of our pet. So that's what we should be making. This little kid carrying half a lumber camp in her backpack. We've already passed it. Oh, we could have gotten 2 at 22. Oh well, whatever. We hit the super goal. The Hopeyes are wary at first, but you crouch down and copy their cute little squeaking noises. You bounce towards them, and amazingly, they don't hop away. You play with the Hopeyes for a few minutes before moving on. Cool guys. The planet is full of all sorts of bugs, little wrigglers, hopping beetles, shining creepers, and snaily things. Oh my. You crouch in the long grasses and explore a square meter in great detail. There's so much to see. You don't even know what any of these things are. They might not even have names yet. Touch one. You touched it. Oh, that's adorable. A large woolly blue creature is floating here a meter off the ground. It seems to be upside down, which is causing it some distress. Yeah, figure out what's wrong with her. You've heard they use a certain ratio of liquid to gas. Pop the float cow. There's nothing for it. You'll have to pop her dorsal bladder and let the liquid drain out, or she'll never be able to flip over. She struggles and clean as you open your utility knife. And jab it into her bladder, immediately drenched by a hot explosion of what you hope is milk. Gross, gross, gross! The float cow spirals away as the sudden jettison of liquid propels her away from you. You hope you'll be okay, but you are decidedly not okay with how you smell now. That was an awful idea. Like, comically bad. Tammy's sitting on a little stool in the sun, reading a fairy tale picture book on her hollow palm. She sighs. Are you okay? I'm okay, she hesitates. It's just that, look at all the pictures of these princes and princesses. The princes are always the taller ones, but I'm so big. I'm even taller than Cal. How can he be my prince if I'm bigger than him? It's true, Tammy is the tallest kid you know. Taller than the boys, even Cal, who's a year older. You know she and Cal are close friends, but you never thought of him as your prince before. Being tall is awesome. You list all the things you can think of. You can reach high things and hit rad spikes and sports balls, and you can see over other people's heads in a crowd. Plus, you tell tall people give the most amazing hugs. She goes for the bait and gives you a big hug. Thanks, Solana. You're a good friend. Aw. Right, I forget when your birthday is, Mars. Do we remember that between loops? I think we do. Yeah, early wet season. Let's go relax in the park. That's new. You and Cal walk through the park, a special place set aside for growing ornamental plants from Earth. It was grown from a precious seed bank, preserved for over 20 years aboard the Stratospheric, before your mother started planting them here in Vertumna. Almost nothing here is grown for food, though many of them are technically edible. It's so green here, Cal says, stopping to smell a bush of fist-sized red flowers with velvety petals. Wow, they smell so sweet. My mom worked really hard on this. And she got time to cultivate them. It's so peaceful. Cal breathes deep, a funny smile on his face. It really is. This is one of my favorite places in the whole colony. You can really feel the love in every plant. One pretty white flower is flourishing here, the Astrantia, your mother's favorite. It seems to be growing faster than even native plants do, covering the paths and bluffs with tiny white stars. You practically have to push clumps of it aside in some places just to make sure you don't crush any. Good thing it's so beautiful. Forget another shitty baby memory. You're finishing breakfast in the common area when Marzipan struts in. Look at you eating cereal, she says, turning your nose up at you. I'll bet you don't even know what today is. It's Valentine's Day. No, you dummy. Mars starts and pauses and gives you a suspicious look. Wait, what did you say? Well, anyway. Today, she announces to the room, is St. Valentine's Day. Dis and Tammy wander over to hear more. Back on Earth, Mars explains, it was a day when everybody had to give their best friend a gift, especially sweets. And then you put the sweets under your pillow and it makes you dream about who you're going to marry. And there are decorations of hearts and arrows and pigs. Tammy cocks her head. Why pigs? Before Mars can answer, Dis snorts. This is dumb. Marzipan just made it up to get free candy. He rolls his eyes and walks away. I love Dis. Even as he becomes like more Ted Kaczynski-ish as he gets older. As he leaves, Mars shouts at his back. Well, nobody was going to pick you anyway. You stink. Valentine's Day sounds like fun. Her hair bob's jangling, yeah? I'm going to tell all the other kids about it, Mars says. So you go around and find your best friend and give them a gift. She points her finger at you. Make sure you do it by the end of the day or it doesn't count. And if too many people want to be my best friend, she adds, I'll hold tryouts for the position. It's only fair. She tosses her hair over her shoulder and laughs. Oh my god. Well, it's going to be Dis, of course. Oh my god. Must be in one of his moves. I see you in my dreams. You tell him in the dream you grow old together. You're, in love. Dis keeps looking at through the gap in the wall for a long time. Finally, he speaks. I have dreams about you, too. Oh, so are we best friends, then? Dis chews on his lip. Okay, he says finally. Yeah. He still doesn't look at you. You stare out at the jungle in silence together. That's so cute. That's so cute. That's so cute, though. Mars is in a huff. Because he didn't pick her for Valentine's Day? Seems like nobody picked her. She crosses her arms and scowls at you. I can't believe you chose Dis over me. Whatever, Mars mutters, tossing her hair. I'm just too mature for kids my age. The older kids get me, even if you don't. Oh my god, Mars. Study life sciences. For today's lesson, Professor House tells you, we'll start with a fun group project. You'll be studying the mush tree, a prominent natural resource native to Vertumna. In the ideal conditions, it can grow at a speed of over a meter a day and have a diameter of up to 30 centimeters. He stands on his tiptoes and gestures to illustrate. Your team will experiment to find those ideal conditions. You're teamed up with Tange and Cal and given a mush tree spore and a bucket to grow it in. The rest is up to you. What do you mean that's pretty worrying, Crick? Tange looks up surveyor's notes on the HoloNet. Mush trees, she reads, are most abundant south of the colony in the Stormy. Yeah, moist regions of the subaqueous swamp. What if we use water instead of soil cassiterite, like they do with hydroponics? Well, if it's like bamboo, it just like stores up nutrients before growing. We know the answer and it's run an electric current. What? Tange exclaims. Solana, how does that have any basis in reality? She looks to Cal for support and he just shrugs, but he doesn't look convinced either. Neither understand why you'd want to electrocute a plant. You explain there are storms in the swamp, electrical storms, and maybe somehow that, well, maybe Solana is right, Tange nods slowly. It could make sense. And if it is true, we'd be the first ones to discover it. This is enough to entice Tange into most things. You attach a small battery to run a weak current through your bucket of water and drop the spore in. The next morning, your spore is the only one already growing.
I came to laugh at you.
Oh my god, Raid!
I came to laugh at you.
Hi! By the end of the day, it's already half a meter tall, and the day after that, it's so huge it hits the ceiling, you have to move outside. Hi, Cyber Mermaid! Hi, Luxacara!
For your raiders, if you've never seen me before, my name is Doc Vivi. I'm a mad scientist VTuber and your favorite bratty science cat. I like streaming horror games, RPGs, and strategy games mostly, but really any game that gives me an excuse to ramble about science on stream because I am also a scientist in real life. I study the field of bioinformatics, which is the study of biomolecular information through the lens of computational analysis. And Tammy is alive in this playthrough because we are in playthrough 2. Luxy to play this for half a year. Your tree outpaces all the other ones by a long shot. At the end of the week, Tange proudly displays an edit to the Surveyor's HoloNet notes. Shows rapid growth when stimulated with a mild electric current as discovered by our junior botanists. Aww. I've been yelling at all my friends to play it too, so... This is slightly more. So... +4 biology! Mushwood log. Cyber Mermaid, you may be interested to know we got the gardener ending for our first run. This is such a hot, dry, hot season. Both suns are high in the sky, baking the usually lush Vertumnan jungle. If there's a breeze, it's warm and, you guessed it, dusty. Your parents are up every day before dawn, which comes far too early for your liking. They're usually gone by the time you wake up and home after your sleep. See you, Lexicara. Yeah, thank you for the follow. So you have to visit them at work if you want to see them. Good morning, Gooseberry. Your dad greets you cheerily. Have you come to see the harvest? Your mom and I are gathering crops from actual Vertumnan dirt this week. Sure, that sounds neat. He shows you around little rows of corn and beans from Earth. They all look a little yellow and scraggly, not what you'd expected, but your dad enthusiastically points out the vegetables ready to harvest. Don't forget, he tells you, the Vertumnalia Festival is coming up. There will be a talent show and science fair. I'm sure you're eager to participate, Solana. I forget what getting our bravery up does. Next is Vertumnalia. I figure we might as well explore because we'll get a bunch of stress that we can then clear at Vertumnalia. Even if there aren't too many things to find, I think. Because I think I missed time stuff by exploring a bit early and had to rest before I really should have. So we're just going to explore again. I mean, I really should have just like waited to explore the second time until now. Oh, there's only one event out here. Oh, I can't quite do 5. I can do this, though. Which is already super gold. God. And we can do this. I should have checked the number of events. Yeah. They're available. Well, that cleared a bunch of stress. Which was actually not ideal. We came out here to get a bunch of stress doing stuff. This was actually a waste of a month. I think I'm going to reload. So don't waste a month. Instead, let's try and get, like, initial perks here. Go to humanities class. You're bringing supplies to medbay when you see something unusual. Tangent curled up on a bench, her head pillowed on a rolled up lab coat. She's fast asleep. You stop and stare. You never see Tange sleeping. She's always so busy. You're surprised she even has time to nap. You bump into Anemone. Whoa, Anemone says. She hardly ever sleeps. Like just a couple of hours a night. Is she sick or something? You look back at Tangent, snoozing peacefully. I'm so jealous of her genetic enhancement, Anemone says, rubbing at one of the scales sprouting on her jawline. She hardly needs to sleep at all. She probably stayed up all night studying for this morning's history test. I wish I had that, yeah. Oh, there is a test? Me, I flunked it. No biggie, though. If I didn't have to sleep, I'd probably play games instead of studying anyways. Tange's holopalm beeps a soft alarm. She sits up and stretches, looking totally refreshed and alert. She sees you watching her and looks annoyed. Just a power nap, no reason to gawk. Twitch wants to run ads, so I'm going to run to the bathroom, and I'll be right back. I'm back. Card becomes 2. Okay. Possible to do something like this and get it straight. This is more, though. And this is an unfortunately bad card to get. Wait a second. Do this. And then this. There we go. Anna, hi! Oh my god, how are you doing? Oh my god, and I just introduced myself to a bunch of raiders. Hi, Anna's viewers. My name is Doc Vivi. I'm a mad scientist VTuber and your favorite bratty science cat. I like streaming, strategy games, horror games, and RPGs mostly, but really any game that gives me an excuse to ramble about science on stream, because I'm also a scientist in real life. I study the field of bioinformatics, which is the study of biomolecular data through the lens of computational analysis. And I'll be back in a little bit. Okay. Yeah, anyways, we are playing I Was a Teenage Exocolonist, which is a game that looks really cute and is actually really bleak and horrifying. We are like growing up. We're like a little kid growing up on a tiny colony on an alien world. And a bunch of people die horribly. And our childhood is full of trauma, of horrible trauma. We are on our second playthrough, though, so we've already avoided the first trauma through the power of, like, getting premonitions about things we remember from previous timelines. Need some creativity from our humanities class. It's time once more for Vertumnalia. The mood of the colony has been muted this year ever since the attack during Clo. Though everything is still cheerfully decorated and the feast table is still heavy with food, mostly soy rations, this Vertumnalia feels different in a way you can't describe. The colonists gather in the square for Governor Udicott's speech. What a year Vertumna has given us, the governor begins in her weedy voice. I stand before you. Thank you for the follow, Coop Troop and Mistress Mermaid. I stand before you so proud of everything this colony has accomplished in such a short time. I've always hoped that we would bring with us the best facets of humanity. Cooperation, resilience, and creativity. And the events of this year have given me no reason to doubt my convictions. These creatures were unexpected, but I urge everyone to consider what it means for life here. If Vertumna can sustain megafauna, then that means conditions are good for us as well. Our friends in geoponics are already working on the logistics of domesticating the wildlife. Your dad, as second cultivator, stands and gives a sheepish wave to the crowd. There's a smattering of applause. In fact, in our previous timeline, everyone died except me and my boyfriend, who betrayed humanity and became aliens. Mars elbows you. Hey, she whispers. Did you hear it? My dad says my dad say Udicott's gonna open the depot. Gonna announce the depot's open to the public. Why did I fuck that up so many times? Is that bad? Not necessarily, but it is really bleak. You shoot her a questioning look and she rolls her eyes. You know, shopping? Somewhere to spend all the kudos we've been saving up? There's going to be candy and toys and makeup and nice-smelling soap, not the boring kind in the communal showers. You know the concept of shopping? They do it in the holo vids from Earth, especially the ones Mars likes, but you've never actually done it? The colony provides everything you need, but it would be nice to buy yourself a treat. My dad's giving me an allowance, Mars says, shooting you a look of pity. It's too bad your parents make you work for yours. You and Mars tune back into the speeches just as Udicott, as predicted, announces the opening of the general store at the depot. Mars gives you a knowing look as she claps. Udicott gestures for the council members to stand. Finally, the council remains unchanged from last year. We are, as always, proud to serve you in the colony as your government. Let him pour myself a bit of water. The music starts up as Governor Udicott finishes. Thank you all for all your hard work and your perseverance this year, she says over the ruckus. Together, we build the future. Talent show, talent show. Dis and Mars are your competitors for the talent show. Mars is a shoo-in for winning with her jazzy, high-energy dance routine, and so all eyes are on Dis for daring to compete against her. Dis stands on stage and clears his throat, then gestures with his arm. From his holopalm emerges a projection of a ventriloquist dummy. He sits it on his lap and launches into a comedy routine, speaking through the doll with zero filter. The judges all howl at his impression of Chief Engineer Instance, but the crowd favorite by far is Administrator Seek's thin, self-important voice coming out of the doll, imperiously demanding that not everyone can have perfect scores. They have to be rationed appropriately. Dis looks flustered by all the attention, but proud as well. He bobs in a little bow before leaving the stage to raucous applause. It'll be a hard act to follow. What do you do? I'm going to do a magic act again. No, do this. Like it's the most, yeah. And you play like a little card game puzzle. To resolve stuff. That should end up being like 4? No, it ends up being 5, all the way at 5. Okay. I'm gonna play that. It'll end up being more actually. Probably better just go for the pair. That's not quite enough. You make this a straight, but that actually scores less. No, it scores the same amount, actually. No, that doesn't become a straight. That just becomes a bigger pair. Duh. Hi, Anna. That's slightly more. I'm doing pretty good. We are playing I Was a Teenage Exocolonist, which I already explained. Oh, we can push through with stress. We can just push through with stress if that's what we're going to do. We get a bunch of stress back at the end of Vertumnali anyways. Everyone is amazed by your magic act, especially the one where you pretended to cut one of the judges in half. You win, as voted by audience applause. Dish just shrugs and smiles. He didn't mean to win anyway. So there's no hard feelings. Mars, on the other hand, is livid. I worked on my routine for months, she cries, and refuses to shake your hand. After the festivities are over, everyone takes the time off for a much-needed break. Mars organizes a water fight that takes over the whole colony, even the adults. It brightens everyone's spirits, even in the thick heat of dust. You end up on top of the western wall with Dis, launching water-filled poof shrooms down on an unsuspecting anemone in the sports ball court below. The walls seem like a neat place to hang out and relax, much quieter than the lounge if you're looking for some solitude. And now we have popular, which means we earn more kudos from jobs that like earn kudos. So we're going to do some more babysitting. Back on Earth, you know humans used to have babies willy-nilly with very little planning. Here, making a new human requires approval from the council, and there haven't been any new babies since you landed. The one in your arms was born shortly before you passed through the wormhole. You hold the youngest member of the colony with reverence, staring down at her sweet, chubby cheeks. She's just a bundle of blinking, mildly confused joy, gazing sleepily up at you. She wiggles like she wants to get free from her swaddle. Don't fall for her tricks. Yeah, you know what's up. After 2 minutes of struggling, the baby tires herself out, and her eyes slip shut. Success! Nap time. Tammy walks over to see how you're doing. Aw, she exclaims, it looks like she likes you. Let me take her and put her down, okay? She takes the baby and sets her down in the crib in a quiet room, then comes back and gives you a sunny smile. Well, we'll see how long that lasts. It'll be tough when all the babies are grown up and no one takes naps anymore. I'm gonna miss quiet time. I'm going to miss the babies the most, though. I love babies. Yeah, they're pretty cute. Tammy tugs on her ear, which she does when she feels unsure of herself. She tugs on her ear a lot. Well, I hope that when the council allows new babies again, I'm old enough that I can volunteer for it, she says shyly. I mean, I don't even know how it works really, but they'll tell me, right? Hold up, Tammy doesn't know how babies are made? Tammy, aren't you like 13? Yes, Tammy, you are 13 years old. Oh my god. They taught us this in sex ed. Tammy laughs nervously. Oh, Solana, you know I'm not really good at school, and it was so embarrassing. I haven't done that part yet. I haven't even been able to open the holovids. I do know the basics, though, she says defensively. The babies start as teeny weeny specks inside the womb, and then they get bigger and bigger, and then they come out. I just don't know the other stuff. Oh my god, Tammy! She's so fucking stupid, it's amazing. Wait a second. Yeah, that doesn't form a pair, but it does get more. Super goal. That's more. Yeah, that's the best possible hand. Okay. Lots of empathy. We've almost got the first empathy perk. +2. We got the first creativity perk. Which means we can buy stuff from the depot. We want to keep doing stuff that raises our... Keeping the biology for later? Yeah, I'm not quite doing biology yet. I will be doing a lot of biology, though. Still again, because it's very important. Biology is incredibly important to this game. But it can mostly be done later. Babysitting gives way more kudos. Right, we can get the superhero cape once we have enough kudos, which is really good early on. We can't apply to deliver supplies. We need more toughness for that. I think we might like level up toughness some. Or organizing. But I can't really get organizing yet, so we'll do some toughness. So we'll shovel some dirt. It's your first day in the glorious world of agricultural soil conveyance. Oh boy. Good morning, Solana. Looks like you're working for your old lady. I hope you don't expect me to go easy on you just because you're my daughter. She walks you around the geoponics wing and points out where everything is. Your job is to move sod, compost, plants, garden waste, and equipment from one place to another. Get comfortable with this, she says, pushing a squeaky old-fashioned wheelbarrow towards you. Now, any questions before we start moving this dirt? Why use hydroponics? Yeah, she's lying. The hydroponics got fucked up in the crash. And doesn't want me to know. It doesn't want me to worry. I already know this because of the first playthrough. Don't we have machines for this? The construction crews have already claimed all the hoverlifts, she says, shrugging. But they'll break down in a few years anyway, and we don't have the materials to fix them. We're planet side now. Use your muscles. Nature's hydraulic pistons. Where do I move it again? From over there to there. She points to a nearly identical pile 10 meters away. She's easier confusion. We had some precious, very precious soil from Earth on the ship, full of all the nutrients and bugs and bacteria our plants need to grow. But it was lost in an accident. Now we have to make more from scratch using Vertumnan soil. This is part of the process. That's my girl, your mom says, slapping you on the back. You stumble a little. Your arms are starting to ache after the first half hour of work, but you keep going. By the end of the month, you feel utterly drained and exhausted, and good somehow. You can feel your muscles growing already. This is probably the best way to do it. Yes, that was the best way to do it. Plus 5 toughness. I think that's enough to start doing deliveries. Oh, there's an item. Apply to deliver supplies. Chief Administrator Seat greets you at the depot. They look you up and down. Solana, you've never struck me as particularly responsible or organized, but children never are. What makes you think you'd be a good fit for the position of courier? You didn't realize there was going to be a job interview. I can carry a lot? Strong for your age, maybe. But lucky for you, you're the only applicant this week. You've got the job, for now, anyway. They use their elegant stylus to note this on their holopalm. Come back in a few minutes, and you can help make deliveries. Yes, there will be kudos in it for you if you do it correctly. And we get some organizing and perception. We don't really need the perception, but we do want the organizing. Zeke sends you all around the colony delivering supplies. During your first week, it's mostly small things you can carry by hand or push on a little cart. Stuff like tools and electronics. Some are high priority, which means you have to move fast. It's fun getting to yell, "Important delivery coming through," and people actually get out of the way. That's so cute. Man, the early years before all the trauma starts happening are so cute. And then it gets horrifying. Is this better? No, it's the same. I'll go ahead and go with this. Yes, the best possible hand. Okay.
Trauma doesn't start pretty much immediately in the first playthrough. Yeah, we did already prevent some of the trauma. Plus 12 kudos. Oh, fuck, we missed Mars's birthday. I was going to give her something. Whatever, I'll give her the crystal cluster anyways. Now that we are no longer popular and don't have the kudos bonus. We could go back to studying biology, but what I think we want to do is play sports ball and get bravery up. You run into Cal and Anemone on the hill behind the garrison at a small construction site. They seem to be throwing logs. There are a bunch of them lying at the bottom of the hill. It's a caber toss, Anemone shouts to you, then grunts with the effort of lifting a 6-meter-long mush tree pole. She throws it like a javelin down the hill and sprints after it. My best record, she shouts and ties a piece of caution tape to the end of the pole. Your turn next, Cal says, pointing to a neatly stacked pile of construction poles beside you. From the looks of the nearby construction, they're probably destined to be a new lookout tower some day. She's an average one. Solana has made a fine pole selection, Cal narrates in a haughty voice, and has lifted it onto her shoulder. Next, she will approach the sprinting line and begin her run, tossing the caber before she reaches the throwing line. I think we just do this. And then this. That doesn't quite work. If I could do it in the opposite order. Wait a second. That's fantastic. Extra toughness, kudos, yeah. The pole sails down the hill past all the other poles coming to rest sticking out of the ground. Wow, you beat my best distance, Anemone says when she jogs back up. Players can't beat each other in mushwood toss, Cal corrects her. They can only beat their own high scores. But you get 3 bonus points if it sticks out of the ground like that. You play for the rest of the afternoon, adding rules and variations as you go. You don't stop until the entire stack of poles are in a jumble at the bottom of the hill and decorated festively with caution tape. It's a wonder you got away with this. A little bit more bravery to get the first bravery perk. So we are going to play sports ball again. When there's no sports ball game on, the security teams who train nearby use the field to practice with long-range rifles. As you show up to sports ball practice, Com is helping take down the net. Sorry, kiddos, he says. Rhett wants us practicing with the big guns today, and we can't have you running around the place. The bullets in these drone rifles are heat-seeking, and even though they're programmed to avoid human targets, safety first. But today was supposed to be our day to have the sports field, Cal complains. You soldiers don't even want to play sports ball. You just want to shoot your dumb, noisy guns. Anemone bounces over. Hello? They have more than just huge guns. They have cool stun gloves that are like magic lightning arcing out of your fingertips. It's super galactic. Cal shakes his head. That's not the point. Stand up to those soldiers. You rip the net out of Com's hand and start putting it back up. Anemone looks nervous. Here comes Security Chief Rhett. He looks scary angry. Oh, I got the perk from just that little bit of bravery. Draw an extra card at the start challenge. Woohoo! Don't back down. You stand your ground when the security chief tries to intimidate you with his loud voice and his big chest. Today was your day to use the field. Rhett sees the fire in your eyes, and after a minute, he laughs and gives in. You're a tough one, huh, Solana? He says with a twinkle in his eye. Okay, you're right. Today was your day to use the sports ball field. Com, we'll have to train with something else today. Huh, that wasn't so hard. Wow, that's a terrible one to get locked in that slot. Do that to make the pair. Right, this makes a big pair. Okay. Yeah, I don't see a way you can make... Oh, I could have gone 17. I don't think that would have made much of a difference, though. +1 toughness and a +9 stress. Yes. There's a commotion in the square. An expeditions vehicle is driven through the gates and is idling in the middle of the square, an unusual sight. People come down from command to investigate. Utopia gets out of the vehicle and trudges over to Uticott after a brief conversation. Oh, fuck! I totally forgot about needing to figure out what he needed to do to save Uncle Tonin. Rip Tammy's dad. Rip Tammy's dad. After a brief conversation, you see Uticott gesture for people to unload the vehicle and clear the area. You stay out of the way to see what they're unloading. It's a body. Chief Surveyor Tonin's body. Someone quickly covers him with a sheet, but not before the image of his torn open body is seared into your memory. However he died, it was violent and bloody. You feel your stomach cramp with nausea. What happened? Dis asks, coming over to crouch around the corner with you. You share that Uncle Tonin is dead, and he stares at the sheet-covered body intensely as if you can see through it. Did they say how? They never tell us the truth anyway. Nobody will tell the kids what really happened. Did something eat him? Did he get lost or fall off a cliff? Do they even know? Dis nods, frowning. They don't want us to know about the monsters and other worse stuff. They want us to think everything is fine, but it's not. This planet isn't as nice as they say it is. He shakes his head. They hate that they can't control us. What trauma, you have all that cotton candy. You and Dis watch the adults carry Uncle Tonin's body away. From the way he's practically vibrating, you can tell Dis wants to ask more questions about what happened. After a few awkward minutes, he sneaks away without saying anything, probably to try and go take a look at the body. Someone's going to have to tell Tammy. You're glad it's not you. Tammy and her dad were really close. Now she's an orphan. You watch Utopia bend over to get a hug from Uticott, wiping her eyes as she finally cries. Uticott has never been the most comforting presence in your life, but it seems to help. Utopia will probably be the next chief surveyor. At 24, she'll be the youngest council member. She was on... Hi, Hetza, you missed the end of the game. We're on run 2 now. Utopia will be the youngest... she was only a toddler when the Stratosphere left Earth. Apparently her sharp eye and hoverback flying skills are the best in expeditions. Oh, but we can't go talk to Tammy. Fuck. Because she's not out during the glow. Right, now I go study some biology. Study life sciences. This week in biology class, you're learning about predators and prey. Professor Hal brings up a picture of a hopeye on the holo projector and asks, if she had died, she would be unable to be sad! Who can tell me what special thing hopeyes do when they see a predator? Tanja's hand shoots up. They hop away very quickly, that's why it's called a hopeye. Hal nods, that's true, but not what I was getting at. Tanja stammers and looks upset, like she can't believe she got something wrong. Hal scans the class again. Anyone else? Solana? They thump on the ground to warn others. Yeah, we're in a new run. You've seen hopeyes out in the wild, and you know they're very communal animals. One wouldn't run away without warning the others first. Then they all hop away very quickly. That's right, Hal smiles. Solana sounds like she might have met one before. I have a pet hopeye. Of course I haven't met one before. Tange gives you an appraising look. Maybe she didn't expect this from you. Yeah, and we saved Tammy. She didn't die this time. Yeah, this is probably the best. So far, yeah? It's been a quiet glow, but the grim, surreal darkness of the season reminds you of last year's violence. As the month wears on, you overhear arguments at dinner. Adults worrying that an attack is still coming, and others who think the first one was a fluke. Surveyors mention seeing new tracks in the forest, but are shushed so people don't panic. The gates are closed. You drill emergency procedures, filing soundlessly from the classroom to the creche, to hide under tables, waiting for the sirens to signal the all clear. You drill and prepare and worry, but nothing happens. Then, just as glow is starting to wane, the toxic purple spill of the wormhole fading as the suns almost rise past the horizon again, the sirens start. You're reading a holo novel in bed. See ya, Hetza, then. Followed by the stomp of boots down the hallway outside your quarters. An alert flashes on your holopalm. Shelter in the creche, this is not a drill. You get another message from your dad.
Me and Mom are going to stay in the greenhouses. We're safe. Just follow Auntie Anne to the creche and wait for us, okay? Don't worry. We're way more prepared than we were last year. Love you. Stay safe. You could go to the creche where you belong, or you could follow the security guards and see what's happening at the gates. Just as you peek your head out the door, you're struck by a horrible premonition. Someone's in danger in engineering. You blink and shake your head, but the feeling persists. Go to engineering. You don't know what compels you to go to engineering? It's nowhere near the walls, and the corridors are quiet as you approach. You burst into the classroom to find Professor Hal cornered by a small chittering thing. It's moving too fast to tell what it is. Every time Hal tries to get around it to flee, he climbs up the walls and keeps jumping at him. He's fending it off with a tablet, but he's getting tired. As you watch, the thing leaps at his throat and tears a chunk out of him. Hal screams in pain and crumples to the ground. You must gasp because the thing turns to you and lunges. Okay. I don't know what to do for this first one. Oh, shit. Especially because it gave me some really good cards that I don't necessarily want to spend right away. I think we just do this. I can do 4, 3, 2. 2. 21. Could have gone slightly better, but whatever. +2 combat. It's impossible to hit the thing. It's so fast. It's like a smear at the edge of your vision. What you do manage to do, though, is lure it outside the classroom and get Congruence to slam the door shut. You hear it beating against the door as you run to Hal's side. Congruence guides you through how to hold pressure to Hal's throat to stop the bleeding, but stars, there's blood everywhere. Hey, I got the achievement for saving Professor Hal. Eventually, the doors open and Chief Engineer Instance runs in, directing some of the security team to load Hal into a stretcher and take him to medbay. There's no sign of the creature. She surveys the carnage. Good work, Solana, she says grimly. You might have just saved Hal's life. Her shoulders droop. They must have crawled over the walls. Buggers. You return to your quarters. Your parents are horrified to see you covered in blood, relieved when you say it's not yours, then horrified all over again when you tell them about Professor Hal. Oh, fuck! That's hilarious. That's amazing. I love that. Your dad checks his holopalm and tells you they got him to a medbed quickly enough that his injury should heal in a few weeks. You saved Professor Hal's life. Blue, I think? I think it's blue. But I mean, the blood all over us is Professor Hal's blood, so... Chanjin is standing still with her face held up to the sky, letting blue snowflakes land on her cheeks. They melt almost immediately. She doesn't move as you approach. After a minute, she winches and rubs her eyes. It stings, she says, because it's made of acid. Acid snow? Tanch nods. Professor Hal says it isn't harmful, and is an important part of the natural cycle here. It freezes at 12 degrees Celsius and turns into tiny crystals that are so heavy they fall out from the clouds. You can see them under a microscope. I remember in the first playthrough, Tangent is horribly affected by Professor Hal's death. She sticks her tongue out and lets some of the flakes fall on it. It tastes kind of sour but sweet, she observes. Fascinating. We know what it's made of, but our understanding is incomplete, she says, and places the jar on an outcropping of rocks. The big mushrooms changed in shape and color before the snow began to fall? I wonder, is there some sort of signal that precedes the changing of the seasons? What happens if I expose samples collected in dust season to snow from quiet season? I think he got eaten by a manticore. A small excited smile creeps across Tange's face. There's so much to learn about this planet. I can't wait. You and your brother are so much alike. Tange narrows her eyes. Yes, we used to get that a lot, she says. I guess it's still true if you think sneaking out of the colony is the same as valid scientific research. Pressing F for that fellow, harder to say from that, yeah? She frowns at you. He's so dumb, she mutters and shoves her hands into her arms. He only cares about feelings, especially his own. When I forgot to give Dis something for his birthday too, I totally forgot about birthdays that fucking year. Fuck. Ah, shit. Oh, Tammy wants to talk. Tammy has barely left the lounge since her father died. Aw, fuck. You often see her solemn face in the windows peering out at the colony like a ghost. She hardly talks to anyone unless they talk to her first. Go talk to her first. Tammy looks up from the sewing she's aimlessly fiddling with. She gives you a watery smile. It's clear she's been crying. Hello, Solana, she says, wiping her face. Is everything okay? Typical Tammy. Even in her saddest moment, she wants to know how she can help you. Do you want to talk? Tammy brightens a little. Okay, Solana, do you want to talk about? You tell her you want to talk about how she's been feeling lately, and her face falls down again. Oh, she mumbles. Okay, I guess I sort of am being a downer right now. Sorry. You're not being a downer. Your dad died, and your mom was already dead, and you were fucking orphaned. Ah. Her whole body curls up as she sobs, trying to hide her face in her hands so she doesn't upset anyone else in the lounge. I miss him too. You admit that you feel the same way, that you miss him terribly, and that sometimes all you want to do is cry too. She holds her arms out, and you both cling to each other as you have a really good cry. Letting out all your pain and your grief and sharing in each other's loss. It helps to just sit in your feelings for a little while. Uncle Tonin may be gone, but your friend Tammy is still here. Aw. So what I think I'm going to do is I'm going to do a physical job that gives me physical stats at first. And then I'm going to rest, and then I'm going to go explore. You say defense training. You attend your first session of Security Chief Rat's self-defense classes. It's a small class, mostly security officers and other adults. You and Anemone are the only kids. She gives you a wink and a cheesy thumbs up as you listen to Rhett rant about how everyone in the colony needs to learn self-defense. You could be walking alone thinking you're safe within the walls, and a flying animal could swoop out of the sky. Then what will you do? Rhett chops the air with his hand. I'll tell you what you're going to do. You're going to chop that beast right in the throat. Hiya! He points at the assemble class, but only if you learn what I'm about to teach you. And the only way to learn is by doing. He wants to volunteer for a demonstration. Step forward. The security chief doesn't scare you, or so you pretend. Rhett is like the biggest adult you know, and he's so intense. You step forward, and Rhett nods as he crouches down. Okay, he says, I'm a manticore, stalking you through the forest. What do? I run away. There's a smattering of laughter among the other students, but you have to live your truth. If you see a manticore, you are out. Rhett doesn't laugh. That's correct, he says proudly. Only engage with the enemy when there's no other alternative. No one walks away from a fight without getting hurt. So the first rule of self-defense is to not put yourself in situations where you need to fight. Once you've learned situational awareness, we'll move on to hand-to-hand self-defense, drawing on a variety of martial arts. Only when I'm confident that you're ready will we advance to weapons. There aren't that many weapons in the colony, mostly Sungo's batons with a few plas rifles. You hope you don't have to use them, but it'll be good to know how. Card gets +1, huh? Let me do that to extend the pair. Oh, I could have gotten slightly better. Okay. Maybe if I just extended the pair, it would have been better. +5 combat, +2 animals. You wake up from your latest recurring dream, a monster crushing the colony gates and stampeding through the square. You try different strategies every night. This time you ran away from it and hid. It worked out a lot better than the dreams where you tried to fight it. When you wake up, there are tears drying on your face. It felt real enough that, for a moment, you just lie in bed with your eyes closed and try to calm your breathing. You blearily rub your eyes and... Surprise! Oh, it's your birthday! Your dad leaps onto your bed and gives you a big cuddle. Happy birthday, little tomato head. 12 years old. Wow, can you believe it? No, your mom answers for you, laughing as she hands you your presents. It was just yesterday Antecedent was showing me how to change your diaper. Because it's your birthday, your parents have brought in food from the canteen. So you can all eat together on your bed. As you stuff your face with savory tofu chunks, you open your presents. Which one is your favorite? These are mid. This gives you a big boost of relationship with someone. They're exotic because they came from Earth. I saved these seeds in cold storage for over 20 years, just for this day, your mom says proudly. These are the first Earth flowers to bloom on Vertumna. White Astrantia. They're special, just like you. As your dad clears away the wrapping paper and the dishes from breakfast, your mom folds her hands on the table and gives you a serious look. Uh-oh. So, she says, we've been here for 2 years now. I know your dad and I have always said you're in charge of your own schedule, but we've been keeping an eye on you. A loving eye, your dad interjects, stuffing wrapping paper into the recycler pickup bin. A trusting, gentle eye. Your mom leads in threateningly. You haven't made it easy for us, Alana. Don't think I wasn't serious about putting a tracking chip in your ear. Oh my god. Your dad joins you again. So it's time to start thinking about how you're going to contribute to the colony when you're older. At the look on your face, he laughs. Don't worry. We're not going to make you get a job right now. We're just asking, what do you want to be when you grow up? A teacher like Professor Hal. Your mom smiles. I'm sure he'd love to hear that. You were very brave saving him last month. Well, your mom starts to get up. I'm sure your friends all want to wish you a happy birthday. She stops and snaps her fingers. Oh, you might not have considered a career as a depot clerk, but Al and Bernie mentioned their daughter Mars is working there and she needs some help. Now that people can freely order luxuries, it's pretty busy there. Sure beats shoveling dirt. Your dad laughs. If you don't take that job, you tell Mars I'll be right there. Your mom rolls her eyes and smiles. Aw. So then I trapped it in my room, Anemone says, telling you all about the big bug she saw in her quarters. Its wings were as big as my hand, and it had feelers like, whoa. It was bouncing all over the place like boing, boing, boing. She just was excitedly swinging her arms over her head. The bugs here are so big, and they're everywhere. I was going to give it to Tange. She loves gross bug stuff, but she said I should let it go because if it stung me, I might get weird mutant powers. I mean, other than the one I already have. And I wanted to see if I got more weird mutant powers, so I started jumping around off higher and higher things until I was jumping off the back of the ship. And I got in so much trouble, but it wasn't even that high. She stops in her tracks. Hold on, she says, stooping to rub irritably at her knees for probably the 100th time in the past 5 minutes. I'm gonna die. I busted up my knees and it's so itchy when my scales grow in. Annie, don't pick at it. Chief Steward Antecedent's voice rings out across the garrison yard, pleasant but firm. It instantly transports you back to the being in the ship crash, tugging on her skirts and calling her Auntie. Anemone jumps and stands up straight, her hands flying to her sides. But Mom, Anemone whines, digging her fingers into her knees as Antecedent approaches you both. It's so scratch-tastically itchy. I know, lovely, Antecedent soothes her, patting down her riotous red hair. But the more you pick at it, the thicker your scales are going to grow in. Anemone tucks her hands under her armpit to keep from scratching. What if I wanna have cool scales? She pouts. Antecedent smiles indulgently. At the rate you're going, I'm sure you'll be covered in them before you know it. No need to rush. Anemone's skin is dotted with patches of protective blue-green scales that grow in whenever she gets a cut or scrape. She rubs the patch on her jaw indignantly, the one she got when she ran headfirst into the food synthesizer back on the ship. Antecedent opens her satchel and pulls out a bundle of clothes. The queue for the nanoprinter is over a week long, so I patched your pants with scraps from your brother's clothing. Please try not to put any more holes in them, or yourself, okay? Being slowly imprisoned in a layer of rigid scales, wonderful. She hands the clothes to Anemone and kisses her on her forehead. Anemone sticks out her tongue and gags, yuck. Anemone evaluates the clothes as her mom walks away. Galactic, she breathes as she runs her fingers over the odd-colored patches. Then right there in the middle of the yard, she unashamedly squirms out of her pants and pulls off on the new ones. Wow, I look like a fighter jet from the Hollow, she exclaims, showing off her new pants. Like when they'd stencil your kill count on your plane. Or like a really cool scar. Yeah, you get it. My pants are scarred just like me. We will relax in the park again. You play with your Hop-Eye, Optimus Prime, while you hang out in the gardens. They're pretty well behaved and never straying too far into the underbrush and always coming back when you call their name. Another Hop-Eye slightly shyly approaches out of the long grass. Your Hop-Eye goes totally still, then lets out a happy chitter and bounces off to greet the stranger. They touch noses, then hop around each other twice. They disappear for a few minutes into the underbrush, long enough that you begin to get concerned. Finally, Optimus Prime bounces back to you and nuzzles against your leg. They want to be picked up and cuddled, so you pop them underneath your shirt and carry them like a baby the rest of the way. Aw. I don't want to forget either of those. And we will now go exploring. A Hop-Eye. It's really strange it won't let you pass. Yeah. What's its deal? We just do this. One, two, three, four. We've already technically passed it. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Could have gone slightly better. Plus 2 animals. I got a bunch of animals in Procession, actually, because I got more from the event itself, too. You stop trying to get past it and just listen. Oh, you can hear little squeaking noises from nearby. It's probably warning you away from its nest. You carefully avoid the nest while speaking in soothing tones. The agitated little guardian titters warnings at you, but eventually lets you by. Yeah. When Fireline is built inside the wall, salvage it. Yeah. They're probably supposed to be potatoes eventually, or maybe yams. It's hard to tell. Oh, there's this again. The second sun is beginning to set, and you're planning your route back to the gates when you spot Dis in the distance. He waves you over. Hi, Solana, he says gloomily. I wish we didn't have to go home. I wish we could stay out here forever. Yeah, me too. What if we didn't go home? Today, I mean, what if we stayed out and camped overnight? He gestures to the pack on his back. I brought a tent, just in case, and a perimeter sensor, and I found a spot right near the depot that looks safe. Yes, camp out, camp out! Dis sets up the tent while you place the perimeter posts around the edge of the clearing. If anything trips this invisible wall around your campsite, at least you'll know about it. Without even saying goodnight, Dis crawls into the tent, takes off his jacket, and stuffs it behind his head, then curls up in a ball facing the wall. He falls asleep almost immediately. You crawl in beside him and pull a thermal blanket over yourself. You're exhausted from a long day of hiking in the jungle, so despite the excitement of being out in the wild at night, you quickly fall asleep at well. You both wake to a blaring alarm and bright lights filling the campsite. It's the perimeter alert. Something must have triggered it. Dis sits bolt upright and looks at you with wide eyes. Should you go out there to check? I think we just do this for the first one, and then we do something like this. And then I think we just go for the pair. That was the best possible hand. You both carefully open the door and peek out through a crack. Nothing, whatever it was. The lights and noise must have scared it off. The sun is almost up, and you're definitely not getting back to sleep after that, so two of you eat soy rations and quietly watch the sunrise over the jungle together. Ah, this forces me to go home. No. Okay. I'm gonna reload to avoid that. No, I didn't mean to do that. Fuck. Okay, I need to do more stuff before I go home. I don't want to waste my heroic again. My heroic bonus again. Dig through the unseen path, yeah. Two. Then we could play that, but I want to play that, save that to play with this. So we will just play standing up for something. Five, 4. Four. Yeah, this is actually better. Just do this. Yeah, it's the best possible hand. Okay. +2 perception. You tunnel through the weird snow, popping your head up at regular intervals to see where you're going. Some funny creatures pop out of the snow to say hello. They look like pill bugs. Yeah. You heard the snow was flammable. Yeah. Peek inside that hole? Looks dark. Look closer. You stuck your hands down enough holes to know. This one seems occupied. Put your hand in there. You got bit right through your ding-dang glove. Whatever was in there was not happy with you. Oof. Yeah, we can't walk past this. It's unfortunate. Want to clear some path blocking events. Just do something like this, I think. We're gonna, like, super pass it anyways. I'm gonna do this to make the flush longer, I think. And then we do this. Okay, got 28. Doesn't really matter that much, though. See, like, we're almost at the second perception perk. As you settle in to watch it from behind the strand of mush trees, the Unisaur looks up towards you, startled by your movement. You try to hold perfectly still and quiet your breathing. After a tense moment, it goes back to its business. First, it sniffs out a good tree and rubs the scent glands on its neck against it thoroughly. Yeah, I've already seen this. Which also reduces our stress. We can stay out for even longer. There's an item here. We can continue along this way. You stumble into, there's something here. Oh yeah. Do this. And then I think this is better, maybe? They're the same. I could have gone more. Okay. Whatever. By trial and error and intuition, you find a route through whatever it is, yeah. The shock seems strongest near some low-lying fractal palms. You can hear a humming from the palms and decide it must be some kind of natural electric field, yeah. And keep an eye on our stress so we don't get, like... Yeah, find someone to use as an umbrella. Forced out before. I think we can do one more event. Well, all sorts of bugs. Touch it. Yeah. You touched it. And now we go talk to Dis. Yeah, me too. Camp out. We want to do this. This gives us a huge amount. And then we want to do this, which has already gotten us the super goal. Yeah, that's the best possible hand. Let's do bravery. You both carefully open the door. Yeah. And it goes home. You have to go home at the end of that event, which is why I reloaded before it. Damn, we almost have level 2, like the second perception perk, which is crazy. You find Dis sitting in the mouth of one of the wall's drainage sewers. In wet season, excess rainwater is diverted out here so it doesn't flood inside the walls. In the meantime, it looks like Dis has set up a little base here with pillows and a stash of snacks. His alien communication device hisses with static. He looks up from his holoscreen as you plop your head inside the drain. Hey, Solana, he says quietly before going back to the game he's been playing. What are you playing? You haven't heard of it, he says without looking up. I made it myself. You squeeze into the narrow drain and sit down next to Dis. On his holopad is a picture of Mars, and you watch him drag a match over from the sidebar and drop it on her face. Little animated flames wiggle over the picture, leaving parts of it looking charred. It's pretty crude, but you think you get the point. Where do you learn how to do that? It's pretty simple, Dis says. The light from his holoscreen reflects in his eyes as he looks at you in the gloom. People on Earth used to make this kind of stuff all the time, and I have a lot of time to learn new things. What happened with Mars? Dis shrugs. Same thing that always happens, he says. He resets the game and then drags a bomb from the sidebar into the picture of Mars. It explodes and the picture disintegrates. She booked my name down for every appointment with the nano printer because she thinks my clothes are always torn up and dirty all the time. He continues, so I got in trouble for wasting resources. I tried to tell them it was her, but Mars never gets in trouble. Everyone likes her, but it's fine. I don't need anyone to like me. I don't care if they hate me. I hate them. It's really unhinged. You need help. I want to try. Sure, Dis replies. He links his holopalm to yours, and you feel the haptics pulse as the game files transfer. You open the game and are presented with an option. Whose picture do you choose? Mars, definitely Mars. You load up a picture of Mars. Screw her. She's so bossy and mean. Dis is right. She's the worst. You drag a knife from the toolbox into the picture. Thwunk right through the face. It feels good. In a weird way. You probably shouldn't think about that too hard. You spend a few hours letting off steam with Dis, loading different pictures of your classmates and commiserating about life in the colony. After a while, he even starts to smile a little bit. I don't really want to hurt anyone, Dis confides in you. Sometimes it feels like I have so many angry thoughts inside my head that there's no room for anything else. He turns off his holopalm and looks down at his hands. Even if it makes me feel kind of gross after. It's better than feeling numb. Aww. Dare you go into a restricted area? You dare Dis to explore the creepiest, darkest parts of engineering, deep down where even Chief Engineer Instance never goes. Under the recycling room where they say there are ghosts. You set the mood, then sneak around behind him and put your holopalm flashlight under your face and shout, "Boo!" He rolls his eyes. Solana, think about it. If there were ghosts on this spaceship, one of them would be my mom? Oh. Yeah, you guess that would scare a normal person, but Dis still isn't scared of anything. I think what we do is we go to class. Damn, it sucks not having multiple places to explore. Oh, I can register for engineering classes. Using Congruence's HoloNet scheduling system is almost a test on its own. You feel like a hacker navigating the confusing interface, but managed to add your name to the list of drop-in students. I got organizing and engineering just from that. You're now eligible to join Tangent and some of the older students in engineering classes. Neat. Oh, hey, Solana. Mars is breezing past you. I'm sorry, I can't talk now. I'm on my way to work in command. You know, the supply depot. It's the most important job in the whole colony. Anything that gets made here goes through me first. Mars' smug smile somehow gets even more smug. Plus, I get first pick of all the best stuff. Yeah. Wow, Mars, that's amazing. Yeah. She's kind of leaves. She doesn't help you get a job unless you're actually friends with her. Which I could be, actually. I don't have a flower, and I know she likes flowers, but we'll give her the crystal. You never know when someone important is going to talk to you. And no, I don't mean someone is important like the council. Yuck. I mean whoever's going to end up being my first kiss. I don't want them to remember that time they saw me when we were kids and I wasn't absolutely at my best. Oh my god. Could I work there with you? Well, Mars hems and haws. I suppose it is a lot of work to do alone, and I do like you. We should stick together. Whatever Mars does to pull Administrator Seek strings works, because an hour later you get a message from them on your holopalm. They're dubious that you'll be able to rise to the responsibilities of the role, but that's nothing new. Seek is dubious about everyone and everything, but they agree Mars would be more efficient if she had someone else to keep an eye on her. What do we do here? I think we go to biology class, actually. Or humanities, maybe. No, we go to biology. Solana, can you come see me in class? Professor Hal pulls you aside in the hall, Congruence sliding us alongside behind him. You follow him cautiously. Don't worry, you're not in trouble. Far from it, in fact. He grabs your hand and shakes it firmly. I never thanked you for saving my life, he chuckles. Professor Hal and I are very grateful for your bravery, Congruence says. Though you should have been in the crash. Just this once, it's good you disobeyed orders. Oh, it's nothing. Hal winks. Good thing you were helping me in the classroom when the attack started, right? He laughs and leans back against the desk, inadvertently sitting on something that pops and gives off a shower of acrid-smelling sparks. Whoops, he says, leaping away from his desk. Danger looks everywhere, Solana. Keep your head on a swivel. God. I think we do this. Yes, that makes a perfect straight. That's great. You can now embezzle colony resources. Your dad comes back from workday looking seriously under the weather. He's pale with deep circles under his eyes and he keeps sneezing. It's fine, he insists. It's just all this pollen in the air. It's gunking up the old air tubes. Do you remember hay fever, Flulu? We always got it back on Earth, too. Your mom frowns and crosses her arms. We did, she agrees. So why isn't it bothering me? You're a lot tougher than me, sweet pea, your dad says, and your mom rolls her eyes. I'm sure I just have to get used to it, like you did. He continues. Maybe I'll go for a stroll outside the gates later. Really get a good lungful of the stuff. I'll feel bad for a few weeks, but after that I'll be fine. It's crazy realizing that the pollen is also mind-altering and that your dad, like, being like, no, don't worry about it. I don't need to, I just need to, like, go outside to get more exposure to it, and then I'll, like, get used to it and I'll be fine. Is the pollen making him think that? That's so fucking crazy realizing that. Your mom raises both eyebrows. Outside the gates? You? Your dad shrugs, then he falls into a fit of sneezing and can't answer. Your mom directs him to go lie down on the bed. You need rest, not machismo, she scolds him. I don't have a macho bone in my body. Foo-foo. Fufu, and I have to fertilize the corn and the pixie beans this week? Uh-huh, your mom grunts. Your dad pulls a handkerchief from his pocket and sneezes into it a few times. Big yelling honk sneezes that echo through your whole quarters. He pulls it away from his face, and you can tell that something's wrong. Huh, your dad says weakly, holding the handkerchief away from his face. It's bright fuchsia pink and glittering in the light. That's weird. Then his eyes roll back in his head, his knees buckle, and your mom yells for you to call instance. Chief Engineer Instance takes your dad's vitals and gives him a cursory look over, but she seems satisfied with what she sees without having to do a thorough examination. The explorers have started calling this the shimmer, she says, shining a light down your dad's throat. He's looking a little better, but not much. It's an airborne environmental toxin, likely in the pollen fog. They're not gonna believe me if I say this. Dad. It doesn't seem to cause long-term damage to the body, Instance explains. She gestures in the air, making notes on her hollow eye that only she can see. I've been tracking its effects for 3 seasons now. The toxin is flushed out of the body after 3 to 5 days, and it's not contagious. She looks down at your father. What that means for you, Geranium, since you're particularly susceptible to the toxin, you should be taking better pains to avoid exposure. If you must go outside during pollen, use a respirator. Cassandra syndrome is a serious illness, yeah? Your dad smiles weakly. You got it, boss. Your mom smiles and puts her hand over his. As your literal boss, I'm ordering you not to come into work for the rest of the week. She says, you're on strict bed rest. She leans in to touch her forehead to his. They stay like that, smiling with relief. Even after 1 day of bed rest, your dad is looking a lot better. He's clearly anxious to get back out into the fields. You're gonna love this new crop salon. It's called a pixie bean. They glow in the dark. He's already pulling on his boots. The fields look so beautiful at night. I'm happy that we finally found something that would actually grow here that's in soy, and more soy. Dad, pixie beans are dangerous. You dreamed about these beans. They make people act all funny and they get sick. Your dad laughs. Someone's been reading too many weird horror novels before bed, Solana, he says, ruffling your hair. Don't you worry about it, my little tomato. I've been studying them since we landed, including eating them. He gestures broadly to himself. Look at me, I'm in great health. Your dad is acting pretty strange, but maybe it's just the shimmer brain? You remember the pixie beans mostly affected the teenagers. Oh, you wish you could remember more. You know I wouldn't lie. I don't like them either, your mom cuts in. I agree we should be trying to cultivate native crops, but something just feels off about these ones. I can't stomach the idea of eating something that glows in the dark. Who knows what that's doing to our bodies? Outvoted, huh? He says, even though your mom's vote is the only one that counts. We got a big bonus to colony food for that. That's whack. Your mom takes your father's hands and looks him in the eyes. Thank you for not forcing me to pull rank, she says quietly. We should still grow them, but I'm not ready to put all of our resources behind them just yet. Your dad agrees. The fields will be sowed with earth crops this year. You can't exactly remember the details, but you think it's going to help. Woo! We averted the pixie bean disaster. Tange wants to talk to us. Your holopalm pulses with a message from Tange. Hello, Solana. If you're not occupied, could I ask for your assistance in the lab? Thank you for advanced tangent. Typical Tange, but her asking for help is something so rare that you can't help but head over right away. You find her hunched over a spectrometer, making notes on a holoscreen. Oh, you're here, she says, blinking rapidly. She looks like she's been awake for days, wrinkled, a little shiny, and with the wild-eyed look of someone who needs a cup of blep tea. How can I help? I'm researching the shimmer, the respiratory illness some people report during pollen. I'm loath to admit it, but I need your assistance. She takes 4 vials with swabs inside and puts them into your hands. I need recent saliva samples from both you and your father, she says. There must be a reason why he's so susceptible to the shimmer and you're not. You share half your genetic code with him. There must be some marker we can compare between the 2 samples. Then, she continues, pulling another vial from a rack of test tubes, administer this to yourselves, wait 3 days, and take the samples again. The test should be able to determine if anything in your body chemistry has changed. Tange looks at you very seriously, cutting through her bleary expression. There's something going on here, she whispers. Something really, really big. I've begun to realize this is about more than just curing a disease. She squeezes your hand so hard it almost hurts. Unlocking the secrets of the shimmer, who it affects and why, could lead to a greater understanding of all life on Vertumna. And knowledge is more than power, Solana. It's control. Are you okay? You seem unhinged. Tange blinks again. I'm perfectly fine, she says dismissively. This is the face of complete concentration and focus. God, I'm so gassy. I'm in the zone, Solana. Okay, I'll do it. Oh, this adds to help tangent. Oof. Thank you, Tange says. I've been researching so hard, I think my eyes are going to fall out of my head. And for what? Well, for the end of a debilitating disease is pretty good reason, but Tange just shakes her head at herself before you can answer. We're at a disadvantage here, she mutters. We're fighting blind. We need to understand this plan if we're going to get it under our control. I am going to wrap up here, actually, because my throat is starting to, like, turn raw from reading all this text. And I don't want my voice to be completely non-functional tomorrow. We are going to raid T-Rex again. Raid T-Rex a lot, because she's a friend. Raid message is literally just hi T, the bite emote. So you don't have to comment quite so much. God, I love this game. Anyways, tomorrow I'll be streaming more Mass Effect 3. Good night, everybody.